Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1051 New event. The moment he saw the other party, Lisu almost couldn't help but rush over. That was ZHU Chahu. To be honest, I never thought I would meet her here. You know, she was with her teacher Yiren and the others. Since she appeared here, where are the other two? After looking around, Lisu was a little disappointed. He didn't see the teacher and Shengying. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He suppressed the idea of rushing up to ask. After all, it was not the right time. And if he found her, it would only be a matter of time for the rest of the people. Thinking of this, Lisu couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly. As long as they are still alive, it will be fine. Now he has reached the limit of Taie and will be able to break through soon. With the relationship with Gigio and Rengio, there is no doubt that he can protect them. Not only that, he has also dealt with Xiago. Although it can't be said to be completely safe, at least there is a safe base and a slightly relaxed life. It's been a long time, since we last met. Sister ZHU. For a moment, Lisu even felt as if he was in another world and couldn't help but look at the other party. Well, he is still so broad-minded. With her neat short hair, dashing Yingzi and tall figure, as a queen, she showed her aura to the fullest. Her expression was heavy, and I guess she must have suffered a lot. But when did she get in? She even became a genius in the myth world. The items on her body looked quite good, made of materials of about level 3. Although they were not the top ones, they were not bad in the myth world. Beside her, there were two people, a man and a woman. They should be together and close to each other. Judging from the formation, Sister ZHU happened to be their center. Feeling that there was no breath of the Dalo realm in the other party's realm, but there was no doubt that they had reached the top. The clothes of several people were similar in style and the breath was consistent, so they should be from the same person. Did he join a sect? Judging from the situation of the two people next to him, they were not geniuses of a big sect, but should be from the upper domain. Upper domain? Faced with this answer, Lisu couldn't help but be stunned. I thought that the participants from the myth world should be disciples of the big sects. After all, the top 100 geniuses from the alien races are no joke and are very powerful. Although the strength of Sister ZHU and the others is not bad, it will be difficult in this situation. It will be quite difficult for the middle level alien races to fight, let alone the upper level alien races. Lisu couldn't help but look at the others. What's more, he really saw a few familiar ones. For example, Xia and Jiuo Yuan. The auras of the two were completely different. They should have made a breakthrough and became Dalo realm. The aura was still in the 10 million Dao realm, but it was very strong. Even compared with those upper level alien races, it was only a little different. There were undoubtedly many strong people among the 100 people. There were about 400 million Dao realm level. I had never seen them. Judging from the decoration, they seemed to be from the high level of the Heavenly Court and the Chan sect. The aura was very strong. They should be the main force of this team, corresponding to the upper level alien races. In addition to these, there are two more. One of them, Lisu was very familiar with. Not only familiar, but to be more precise, it contained some of his flesh and blood. It should be the puppet clone that the senior prepared for him. There was another one, Lisu couldn't understand. His strength was also the limit of Taie, but it seemed to be covered by a layer of fog, so deep that it made people feel cold. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with this person, and the problem was very big. Since Ning Wuxian let himself escape as a puppet, it meant that this action itself should be related to the light spraying insect. In other words, is the person in front of him responsible? Just when the two sides were talking to each other, all preparations had come to the end. The falling alien space completely covered this world, and an extremely special feeling was immediately transmitted, as if the two worlds were blended together and combined into one. Boom. With a loud bang, a thick fog began to appear between heaven and earth, instantly isolating everyone. This fog is very special. It is almost impossible for the divine consciousness to penetrate it. After a certain distance, the divine consciousness will be severely hindered. The fog itself also hinders movement to a considerable extent. The faster the speed and the farther the distance, the greater the suppression. Not only that, the divine consciousness that was previously locked on the opponent was also cut off, as if entering a huge maze. However, the location of the golden crow's body and the fragments of the innate 5 directions flag can still be clearly perceived, and is not obscured. Outside the sky, Daoshan Emperor frowned, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Lei Yuxianzhen. What does this mean? Instead of a simple battle, it would be better to set up a ring, and have them fight one by one. Wouldn't that be more interesting? After all, encounters in the wild are full of surprises. It is a rare opportunity for the two races' geniuses to fight each other. Regardless of the victory or defeat, it is also good to absorb some combat experience. Lei Yuxianzhen chuckled and said, of course, if Daoshan feels that this is not good for your geniuses, you can cancel it. What a joke. Daoshan glanced at the other party. A mere thick fog has no meaning, except to delay a little time. As Daoshan's words fell, as if confirming the other party's words, an astonishing roar came from the battlefield shrouded in fog. A genius met. It was a middle-level alien race, facing a human extreme TIE. The moment the two sides met, the fight started directly. Unlike the fight between alien races, facing the middle-level alien race in front of him, the extreme TIE did not hold back at all, and did not show any trump cards. He just went all out, and fought with all his strength. The exchange of fire lasted only a few seconds, but the collisions between the two sides had reached an astonishing hundreds of thousands of times. With them as the center, the earth around them was churning, and the air was trembling. There were endless wailings in the area of thousands of miles, and the rules between heaven and earth were torn and interrupted by them. The battle situation was not good. Even if he tried his best, facing the middle-level aliens in front of him, the human race's extreme TIE was obviously at a disadvantage. He was just a 12th fire cultivator, and he didn't break the limit much. On the contrary, the middle-level aliens, even if they were ranked lower, were comparable to 13th fire, and the top 3 were even equal to 14th fire, on par with the great sects Shi and Jiao. In just a few minutes, with a shocking roar, the extreme TIE was hit through the body by the opponent, because he didn't recover in time, and the terrifying energy burst tore the opponent's avenue. The halo lit up, and the human race's extreme TIE disappeared directly, and completely withdrew from the scene. Not only here, in the few minutes, there were many battles in the fog, about 9 in total. In every battle, they undoubtedly gave their all. The extreme TIs on the Mythrealm side didn't even think about what would happen after this battle. They almost used up everything in a short period of time, using all their magic power and means. Defeated, and still defeated. As the bodies and souls of the Mythrealm's geniuses were shattered one after another and teleported away, the atmosphere on the battlefield was indeed heavy, and at this moment, it was even heavier outside the battlefield. Although they had a premonition, they never expected that it would be such a one-sided situation when the fight really started. In the 9 battles, the Mythrealm side didn't even win a single one. Not only that, looking at the battle, it was obvious that the aliens still had some strength left, but the extreme TIE on the Mythrealm side had almost used up all their means. I know him. He is the disciple of Jiu Yanshan in the upper domain, Yuming, and he is ranked 65th on the Jijiao Xianjiao list. And he, Wan Crossing, is a disciple of the Xianjian sect in the upper domain, and he is ranked 60th on the Jijiao Xianjiao list. Isn't that Guanhua? He challenged the Xianjiao of the 8 sects and 12 schools in the eastern domain 1600 years ago, and he never lost. In the end, his will was sublimated to the extreme, and he was as powerful as Tai. He was the most popular at that time. In the area where the mythology realm is located, due to the notice from above, tens of millions of human cultivators put down their work, and came to watch the battle between the human Xianjiao and the alien Xianjiao. As the battle started in the fog in the picture, the mythology realm cultivators, who were originally full of blood and wished that they would die, became extremely cold in just a few minutes. seeing that one after another, stronger beings than them were defeated and killed in just a few minutes in the face of aliens. The entire mythology realm was silent for a while. Everyone was extremely silent, as if a big stone was pressing on their hearts, and they were completely unable to breathe. Ah, it's a Dallo realm cultivator. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but shout, pointing directly to another battle. The two people facing each other at this moment are a human cultivator and a middle-level alien, the third-ranked dark alien. Although the human cultivator can only show the strength of the extreme TIE, it is obvious that his skills and power application far exceed TIE belonging to the Dallo realm. The dark alien is a solid TIE surface layer and has not made a breakthrough. As the two sides fought, there was no doubt that the cultivators of the human race had a huge advantage at the beginning, which instantly made many people take a breath and reduce the pressure a lot. However, as time passed, the human Dallo cultivator not only failed to defeat the opponent, but was covered by the opponent's weird dark power and fell into a dilemma. 10 minutes, a full 10 minutes, as the dark alien pierced through the body of the human cultivator. At this moment, not only was the Dallo pale and unbelievable, the millions of cultivators watching the battle on the mythical world couldn't help but turn pale and panic in their hearts. The Dallo realm suppressed the realm, so it couldn't beat the opponent who was only TIE. This impact was undoubtedly too great, too great. Facing this scene, the organizers who came to watch the billion Dallo realms couldn't help but feel worried. Seeing that the momentum of many cultivators was already shaky in less than half an hour, they couldn't help but grit their teeth. Why? Cheyenne. Why let everyone watch such a battle? Originally, because of the strength of the alien race, they were already out of breath. Now there is such a battle, the human race's mind will collapse. Haha. Looking at the battle below, Daoshan Emperor couldn't help laughing, especially in the last battle. TIE fought Dallo, and the dark alien guy won. Even if he was not on the human side at the moment, he could still foresee the expressions of the human cultivators at this moment. Lei Yu, although I don't know what you want to do, but after this battle, how much courage do you humans have to dare to clash with aliens? In the distance, Lei Yu shines and said nothing. The battle hasn't started yet, but the result has been foreseen. Today, there is a huge gap between the mythical world cultivators below the billion Dallo realm. It's not a matter of talent, but a matter of environment. The time it took for the mythical world monks to enter the heaven was too short, too short. In fact, as long as there are another 10 years, the gap will be narrowed a lot. Slowly closing his eyes, Lei Yu shines and did not speak, only hoping that the price is worth it. Chapter 1052 New Event. Is this the thing? Without going to fight, Li Su immediately found the puppet that carried his flesh and blood and got a jade talisman from it. Without hesitation, he directly entered his spiritual consciousness and took it into his body. He did not approach directly, of course. He did not need to. The flesh and blood separated by the supreme flesh and blood, just transfer the main consciousness to it. The body is supported by a very special paperman. The material grade is not low. The skin of some TIE level creatures is used. The power carried in it is also quite amazing, comparable to the extreme TIE. Moreover, this paperman can not only fight as a TIE clone, but also has the effect of a substitute, which can almost block a blow from the 10 million Dallo realms. The person who made it is quite good. In the way of paperman, his attainments are quite amazing, and can be said to be unique. Unfortunately, Li Su basically has all the Dallo rhyme he used. Li Su couldn't help but stretch his body. Becoming an alien race is not a small burden. After all, his transformation is not only aimed at the outside, but also imitates the origin. Fortunately, his flesh, blood, and soul were all infused with the supreme, and with the two secret arts of Xiangang and Isha, he was able to do it. Restoring his human body was quite comfortable for him, especially since the stars in his body no longer needed to be buried deliberately. It was like a person curling up in a small space. Although he could hold on, it was extremely uncomfortable. As he recovered, Li Su slightly moved his shoulders and pointed directly. Clang! With a light sound, the sword light burst out. The sword traveled several miles, and it was not biased, cutting himself who was hiding there into two pieces. Seeing his body turned into a light spot, Li Su retracted his sight. Although he returned, he did not give up that identity directly. At least he had to wait until he was teleported away. As for the clone, it was not difficult for Lee Su now. His body, even without a soul, can be described as a body. With the continuous evolution of dozens of stages, each cell has an extremely large space that can directly store relevant memories. The flesh and blood only need to act according to that part of the memory. Moreover, Lee Su's soul had also been transformed because of the trip to the underworld. Even if it was just a trace of divine consciousness, it was much larger than that of an ordinary soul. At least it was not a big problem to disguise himself as the strength he showed. Feeling his clone going away, Lee Su also took a breath and began to look for people. Although the fog was a bit troublesome, it cut off the lock of divine consciousness and made him lose the trace of Zhu. But it was not a big problem. After all, he locked people, and it was not just relying on the ability of divine consciousness. The fog obviously did not prevent someone from being able to clearly capture everything within a radius of thousands of miles by breathing. Not only that, his sense of smell was not only physical, but also in the soul. Since returning to the physical body, Zhu's smell had been locked by him. After all, before dispersing, the opponent was not far away from his puppet. Without hesitation, he went to the direction of the body of Jinwoo. Well, although this was the purpose of coming here, after seeing the strength of the alien race with his own eyes, he could still be so decisive. I don't know whether to say that he is skilled and bold, or that he is too bold. Well, judging by the smell, we are about to encounter the enemy. It's just a lower level alien race, and there is only one of them. There is no need to worry for the time being. However, the situation in the myth world is really not good. In the 18 battles, 13 died and 5 were defeated. So far, no victory has been won. This blow is probably not small. Although the real disciples of the Great Sect have not yet finished, the disadvantage is basically obvious. Although the essence of this action should be to openly cultivate the Tao, but in fact to secretly cross the Chenkang, it is not cheap to do so. I just hope that the cultivators in the myth world will not be defeated. Then, the question is, should I go and waste the wool? Judging from my current situation, the wool of the 4 upper level alien races is undoubtedly the most valuable, and it may be enough to pull a handful. However, pulling at that height, it is almost inevitable to be noticed. Although after returning to the human race, he will most likely start to break through and achieve Daluo soon, and his combat power will undoubtedly usher in a qualitative change. It is not an exaggeration to say that he will take off on the spot. But the appearance of the 33 alien races has, in a sense, raised the threshold of the entire cultivation world. However, Daluo does not have much sense of security. It is best to be in the 100 billion Dao realm, or even directly achieve the Emperor. Otherwise, in such a heaven full of strong people, even if you have the highest and the most precious treasure, you still lack a little sense of security. Well, let's see the situation first. There are also many geniuses coming to the myth world this time. Sisters Ayazaya and the others are very powerful. There should be no problem for the middle level alien races. As for the wool must be pulled, but how to pull it, and to that extent, it still needs to be considered. It would be best if the 400 million Dao realms are powerful enough, and it would be even better if he can take advantage of it. Asterisk of course. While Lee Su was thinking, the atmosphere in the myth world was undoubtedly getting worse. 18 battles, not to mention not winning a single one. The few that were not lost were all lost, and they had to choose to retreat. Even if they were separated on the battlefield, they could still sense the situation of the battle a little bit. For a while, the remaining people were in a very heavy mood. As for the battlefield, let alone the mythical world and the alien races are two completely different scenes. On the mythical world side, the faces became paler and paler, and each of them showed an expression of disbelief. If the human race's Xianjiao was not strong, it would not be a big deal. But in fact, those who were defeated were almost all well known on the Xianjiao list. Their strength was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Even so, they still failed to beat the alien race, and they didn't even draw. They all failed. This kind of scene is a big blow to the soul. Aliens, are they so powerful? For a while, many people's hearts were directly covered with a layer of haze, and they felt extremely pressured when breathing. On the other hand, the alien race was quite calm. That's right, calm. The performance of the human race's Shy and Geo can't be said to be bad, it can only be said to be so-so. Especially the 33 famous alien races, they didn't have much joy because of their victory. After all, they didn't think that the human race was so strong from the beginning. Oh, there are saints and emperors, which is still very powerful. But, is that it? Why do the alien races dare to fight each other? It is because in their eyes, apart from the saints and the emperors, the human race is almost the same as those nameless ones. No, even lower. So, this performance is still quite good. However, it is basically a matter of time. It is mainly because the fog saved them, otherwise the war would have ended as soon as it started. Boom. With a loud noise, the picture turned. As they all moved towards the body of the Golden Crow, finally, the upper alien race and the strongest Yideo realm on the mythical world met. In an instant, the arrogance suppressed thousands of miles. Although it was only the TIE limit, the human cultivator with the foundation of Yideo realm Dalo showed an extremely powerful combat power. And opposite him was a woman of indescribable beauty, full of indescribable etherealness, as if she was the immortal herself. Immediately, thousands of divine weapons rose into the sky, and the endless murderous intent was like substance, and the entire sky was shrouded. Immortal law, 100 weapons decision. Use magic power to transform divine weapons, and use divine weapons to cut off the dust of the world. On the other side, his eyes moved slightly, and all things came to life. The clouds rolled, the water rose, the fire was fierce, and the wind whistled in the world. Deo, countless Deo, all kinds of Deo, were born naturally, and in this world, the immortals were respected. In an instant, fireworks collided with thousands of things. The dazzling divine front and thousands of weather conditions fought together, forming a vast impact. The picture was extremely beautiful and extremely dangerous. Not only here, it was like a fuse. Dozens of amazing battles also broke out. In the thick fog, a powerful figure was seen crossing the sky, and a vast power poured out. The battle between the human race and the alien race began. Facing this scene, countless human races in the myth world couldn't help but clench their fists. At this moment, the huge viewing stone, surrounded by tens of millions of people, could only hear slightly rapid breathing. No one spoke, no one talked, just stared at the viewing stone. If they all lost, where would the myth world go? Where should they go? This is no longer a battle between the geniuses. For the monks in the mythical world at this moment, this is already related to the survival of their own race. Win. You must win. Chapter 1053 New Event. The cultivators in the myth world are still good, and there are many geniuses. On the sky, watching the battle below, Daoshan Emperor smiled and looked at Lei Yuxianzhen, and said. Lei Yuxianzhen did not speak, and although there was no expression on his face, his mood was actually quite heavy. Daoshan Emperor naturally understood what he meant. Although the battle started, the two sides were not much inferior to each other, showing a situation of confrontation. As the ultimate Dalo, who is stronger and who is weaker can be seen at a glance. To be honest, the strength of the upper alien race is somewhat unexpected. Facing the Yideo realm, even the Yideo realm with the realm of suppression can be dealt with so easily. That woman who seems like an immortal should be the immortal race among the 5 upper alien races, right? Although I have heard that this race has a terrifying talent, like the head of 10,000 ways, I still can't help being shocked when I really see it. Such power is actually a talent, not a little bit of practice. It's incredible. Even if the number of upper alien races is not large, I still can't help but say that it is terrible. Under the same realm, it is really hard to imagine that there are cultivators who can defeat this clan. They are like the darlings of heaven and earth. Fighting against them is like fighting against heaven and Tao. The Yideo realm is undoubtedly very powerful. It should be no problem to persist. After all, the realm is there. Unless it falls into an absolute disadvantage, it is difficult to lose with almost infinite mana. But this is not something to be happy about. On the contrary, if you can't take down the opponent, it is a failure for the Yideo realm, and it is a miserable defeat. After all, the people who fought with him are at a lower realm than him, but only at the 10 million Dao realm. 10 million and 100 million, that is a full 10 times gap. In addition to the Dao realm, the other dozens of battles were also very bad. The human cultivators were completely suppressed by the aliens. A considerable part of them will probably be defeated and lose in a short time. Once it develops into that, it will be a huge blow to the entire myth world. Momentum and mentality will undoubtedly collapse completely. At this moment, Lei Yuxianzhen regretted it for the first time, thinking that this action was too hasty. Even if the plan is really valuable, if it is used as a price to destroy the Dao heart of the entire myth world cultivators, what does it matter how high the value is? Asterisk 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 not bad. Sister ZHU has made such progress. I remember that she went the wrong way and entered the witchcraft, abandoned her magic power, and only cultivated her body. Now it can be regarded as a flourishing, and the combat effectiveness has been improved quite amazingly. The phantom behind her should be the image of the ancient god of war Xingqian, but her fighting method is a bit strange, more like martial arts than dancing, a bit like the ancient ritual of offering sacrifices to the sky. However, this dance is really powerful. During the leap, not only the phantom of Xingqian behind her resonated, but the world seemed to be ringing and responding. It feels a bit similar to the magical power of the Earth Clan, but the other party is through the beating of the heart, while Sister ZHU's side is through the way of dancing, which is almost the difference between innate and acquired. Although the fluctuation of mana is completely unfelt, the strength of the body is fully demonstrated. In one sentence, it is the perfect combination of strength and beauty, which is pleasing to the eye and can't help but watch step by step. From a distance, I saw that she was clearly on the battlefield, but she was dancing. With a wave of her hand, she could break mountains, split the sea, burn the sky and boil the earth. Although, the alien on the opposite side had never encountered such a trick, and was a little confused for a while. Soon, she became really confused. Sister ZHU's fighting power is a bit beyond the standard. Her situation cannot be commented on by the normal Tai realm, and she still takes the path of breaking all laws with one force. It's okay if her strength is not as good as yours, but it's quite embarrassing if her strength is equal or even exceeds yours. She is worthy of being one of the 3 strongest sisters in my Xia family, with extraordinary fighting power. There are dozens of families fighting around, and only my sister here has the upper hand in the same realm in the true sense. I don't know where teacher Yiren and Shengying have gone. What would it be like if they were here? Li Su couldn't help but smile with nostalgia. For him who has not yet adapted to the years of cultivating immortals, it has been a few years since I last saw her. No, with the world fragments and the cocoon of time, it has been thousands of years since I last saw her. Well, second senior sister also got into a fight with someone. So did senior sister Guo. The opponent is not bad, and it will probably take some time to deal with them. Isn't this a bad situation? After all, there are 100 people on the battlefield, not just a few. If too many people from the myth world leave the battlefield, it will easily turn into a siege. Should we kill some of them? Picking up the weak ones and fighting them out, they shouldn't attract too much attention, right? Although the people I know are in good condition at the moment, the gap between them and the others is a bit large. In less than half a day, almost 16 people from the myth world have left the battlefield, and the loss is huge. Once the aliens join forces, it will be a big problem. Just as Li Su had thought about it, an alien race moved towards the other side of the battlefield. The opponent will also choose, and they choose the human race that has fallen behind. Thinking of the words of the alien Dacian Emperor, I don't know whether this guy will go to help or to grab the heads. Anyway, she would not really die. Seeing with his own eyes that Sister ZHU was fine and alive and well, Li Su was not in a hurry to contact the other party. In fact, he had already felt that there were his cells in the other party's body. The cells he left behind on the Tangshan road had been implanted by the other party. I didn't notice it just now because it had entered a latent state and was accumulating strength so that it could help them block a critical blow when necessary. Now it has been activated. When I get out, I can just go and find it. With a move of his body, Li Su quickly shuttled through the fog. The obstacles were still not small, which seriously reduced the speed. But it was not a big problem. If I went this way, I could just run into them. After about 10 minutes, as the fog dissipated not far away, they ran into each other. The other party was also stunned. After all, he restrained his breath and prepared to quietly touch another battlefield not far away to make a move, but he didn't expect to meet someone halfway. After a short daze, a grim smile appeared on the other party's face. Well, as long as they are from the myth world, the more you kill, the more rewards you will get. With only 100 people on both sides, the number is too small. Someone has already hunted 2 in a row. Although the upper alien race cannot compare, it cannot lose to others. As a 10 million Deo realm, 10 heads dare not think, 5 must be at least. He licked his tongue, changed the angle without hesitation, and rushed directly towards Lee Su. This kid is really anxious. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. At least he could sense it and determine the strength of both sides. That's right, the 10 million Deo realm is the limit of TIE. Even if you can't beat it, you can run. After all, it is still difficult to kill in seconds at the same realm. Then, let's go to 300 million cells first. Lee Su thought about it. With his current strength, 300 million cells should be about the same. Although it is the highest, it is only 1/20th of the power, and the other party should be able to withstand it. By the way, do a test. After all, he hasn't used the supreme power for a long time. Last time, the main Deo was less than 10,000, and the miscellaneous Deo was only about 3 million. Now, the main path is close to perfection, and the miscellaneous paths are also approaching 8 million paths. The strength should be greatly improved. Take a breath and mobilize the power. Raw. In an instant, 300 million cells, like 300 million real dragons, 300 million Kunpeng, and 300 million ancient alien species, roared to the sky at the same time. The terrifying red, the hideous red, the bloody red, tore through the fog, and rushed straight into the sky. The sound, the strange and incomparable sound rang out. Everyone's ears, minds, and consciousness were covered and wrapped by strange words. For a moment, their flesh and blood, their own flesh and blood, could not help but vibrate. It was as if it was given activity, came alive from itself, had its own consciousness, and wanted to jump off their bodies and leave them. Not just on the battlefield. At this moment, outside the viewing stone, countless people's minds exploded, as if they were stared at by the terrible ancient beast, and their souls could not help but tremble and tremble. Even so, at this moment, everyone still couldn't turn their eyes away. Their pupils were wide open, staring at the viewing stone, the figure in the viewing stone, covered by a cloak, and the alien opposite the figure. The alien, he collapsed. He raised his hand in panic. Except for a few large tendons, there were only white bones left. Not only his hand, but also his body, his feet, and his face, all turned into white bones, without flesh and blood. Not only that, the remaining tendons were also twisting and struggling, trying to jump off his body, to go to his target in the distance, to make a pilgrimage, to worship. How could this be possible? The alien was almost going crazy. This was his flesh and blood, his body, but it was completely out of his control. Raising his palm, the alien spread his 5 fingers tightly, grasping the void with all his strength, and the amazing power continued to overflow. He wanted to grab something, but unfortunately he couldn't grab anything. With the flashing of the brilliance, he turned into starlight, and was expelled from the battlefield. Obviously, the battlefield judged that if he continued, he would be completely killed. In an instant, the entire battlefield froze, and everyone in the battle could not help but stop. Even the 4 upper alien races could not help but frown at this moment, and for the first time, their eyes showed a solemn look that they had never seen even when facing the Yideo realm. This person is very strong. And, he is still a threat to their strength. At the same time, the second senior sister of the human sect, Zaya, and the 2 women of the Chan sect, Yu Yun, could not help but be startled and shifted their gaze. The 2 women were not unfamiliar with this aura. They had lived together and could not count the breaths. That boy was also in the 100 pride? No, when did he come back? However, it was really beyond imagination. It was not long after, but he had improved so much. His clone felt unbearable just by the aura. Similarly, ZHUcha, who also widened his eyes at this moment, his towering chest kept rising and falling, and his face was extremely excited. This aura is sewer? At this moment, the myth world was also stunned. Although they were looking forward to winning and expecting the Xiangjiao of the myth world to show strength that was not inferior to that of the alien race, they never thought that it would be such a scene and such an ending. Just a breath killed a person in the 10 million Dao realm. Are you kidding? This is a joke, right? Asterisk 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 obviously, compared to other people. At this moment, the most shocked person is not someone else, but Li Su himself. Damn. Li Su couldn't help but utter a national essence in his heart, and his whole body was numb. This scene was obviously completely different from what he imagined. The increase was far beyond his calculation. The power was far from comparable to that of the Xiangang Disha, but there was no way to compare. After all, he forgot one thing, that is, the Xiangang Disha was not his innate magical power. How could the innate magical power be compared with ordinary magical powers? As for the 10 million Dao realm, facing the realm suppression, he was actually just at Tai limit. At this time, Li Su was at the level of Tai who could kill the Daluo, and was truly able to kill the enemy across levels. He is actually equivalent to Daluo at the Tai realm. Under normal circumstances, Daluo kills Tai in seconds. Is it strange? Not strange, not at all. Although he has a feeling of his own strength, and is very happy with the result of his efforts. But, this script is not the script he originally planned. It's really not. Asterisk 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 interesting. I thought it was another farce, and the myth world is nothing more than this, but I didn't expect that there is such a trump card. In the terrifying red clouds, a figure suddenly appeared. That figure is unparalleled in the world, with a myriad of auras. The moment he appeared, he formed his own domain, and in an instant he shook away the terrifying red smoke spit out by Li Su. His surroundings were like an independent world, isolating all foreign things. He stood between heaven and earth, like a god. His power had not yet been unfolded, but he instantly lived in the hearts of everyone, and stepped on their heads. One of the 5 superior alien races, the god race. At this moment, the opponent's eyes were shining, and waves of terrifying momentum continued to burst out from his body. The overwhelming power rushed straight into the sky, and the fog was washed away, exposing the battlefield. The land of thousands of miles was completely isolated by his power. That terrifying feeling even began to squeeze Li Su in turn, and once suppressed Li Su's blood and energy to the point of less than 100 meters in radius. Looking at the upper alien Xianjiao who was already burning, Li Su's mouth twitched and sighed helplessly. You said run. It's a bit inappropriate. After all, there are so many people watching outside. You said fight. It's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. Okay, fight. It's like this, dragging it out. It's not his character. 5 fingers exerted a little force, and the flesh and blood supreme was fully operational. In the sea of stars, the flesh and blood Dao fruit opened its eyes. Roar. Like a dragon, like a phoenix, like a rock, like a glutton, like chaos. Like the roar and roar of the supreme creature in the world. The terrible blood and energy exploded, and at once tens of millions of real dragons, endless phoenixes, and millions of kunpengs burst out, surrounding Li Su, forming a terrible spectacle. Not only that, at this moment, hundreds of millions of creatures were directly prostrating themselves under it, and a supreme intention ran through the heaven and earth. Life, life. The supreme life, the unique skills of the saints of the heavenly way, the mother of the human race, the magical power of Nuwa, reappeared in the world. Boom. The two moved. Raising their hands, a world fell. Opening their eyes, tens of millions of mad dragons roared. One move was beyond imagination. Thousands of miles high in the sky, the endless sky, the boundless world collided with tens of millions of real dragons. The world shook, the space collapsed, and the place where the two were located became ashes. They tore apart the present world arranged by the Emperor, and entered the other side. Just one strike, penetrating billions of miles, hitting a light year. Everything between the two was shattered and torn apart. They moved, and 2 peerless figures turned into light on the surface of Tai. The stars collapsed, and the stars collapsed. In the land of the other world, Thousands of small realms were torn apart and shattered. The terrible fight went on from the sky to the earth, and from the earth to the sky. One after another, paintings of the world fell, and scrolls of pictures of living beings flew up. The diorama of trillions was resounding, and the extraordinary particles of the star level soared into the sky. This was not the killing of the Tai realm, but the battle of the Dalo realm. Gradually, Lee Su's expression changed, his hood shattered, revealing his true face. It was an extremely demonic face. Just one look at it, no matter whether it was a man or a woman, would be deeply trapped in it. At this moment, he gradually became excited, and the fighting factor in his body was being activated. As a descendant of a saint, he possessed supreme talent, and he had suppressed it for too long. With the provocation and fighting of an equally matched opponent, his rationality gradually sank, and his fighting spirit began to rise. Since it has come to this, let's just do it. Come on, fight. Chapter 1054 New event. The two sides fought very quickly. In just 1 minute, they had already impacted each other more than hundreds of thousands of times. The collision between the dioramas rendered the hundreds of millions of miles of void into colors. The colors were extremely dazzling and terrifying. Inside, even a spark the size of a grain of sand was powerful enough to collapse a mountain and interrupt a river. One world after another collapsed, and one ancient dragon after another fell. Originally it was just a Taoist magic, but at this moment it was so real. The fallen phantoms did not disappear. They stayed in place, forming one shocking scene after another. It was really hard to believe that Tai cultivation had such a terrible power. The fight between the two sides shocked not only the two sides, but also everyone watching this scene. The aliens were a little stunned at this moment. To be honest, they were in the class, and it was really hard to imagine that the upper aliens who were at the highest sequence and stood at the top of the trillions of alien creatures would have opponents, especially at the same level. As for the myth world, at this moment, countless people could not help but clench their fists and take deep breaths. It was a shock, but it was not just a shock. The strength of the alien race and the defeats of the myth world's geniuses formed a huge impact on them, almost shattering their three views and forming an impression in their hearts that the alien race was invincible. There is no doubt that the blow was so great that it was far beyond imagination. For a time, many people felt panic and could not imagine how they would face it in the future if the myth world was completely defeated. At the most desperate moment, a person came out. Facing the most terrifying genius of the alien race, he forced a draw with him, forming a 50-50 situation. That's right, different from others. The genius who came out, first of all, he was not in the Yudeo realm, and did not feel the unique atmosphere of the Yudeo realm. That is to say, he was in the same realm as the upper genius of the alien race. As for the lower realm, to be honest, he didn't dare to think about it. Then there was the opponent's strength, which was very strong, not just in terms of external strength such as tricks, but in his inner strength. Like the genius of the upper alien race, his strength was bottomless. The two sides fought so horribly, but he didn't feel his breath fluctuations at all, which means that he still had room for maneuver and was not in a state of fighting with all his might. The war continued. Obviously, because Lee Su held back the God Clan's Xianjiao, the originally one-sided situation had changed a little. The human race side was equivalent to having an extra 100 million Dao realm. Although the alien race also had a 100 million Dao realm, they relied more on their talents. Under the suppression of their realm, they were undoubtedly much more restricted than the human cultivators. Talent, in a sense, has a prerequisite. If the power is doubled, it will be reduced if it is not reached. It is obvious. On the contrary, the strength of the human race, which was obtained through practice, can still show its impressive power, even if it is restricted, and it is not as restricted as talent. The war continued. Finally, some people on the alien race side began to withdraw. After all, there was a person in the 100 million Dao realm. The four people of the Immortal clan, the God clan, the Simulacrum clan, and the Earth clan were restrained respectively. Before the mythical world had an extra top-level strongman, it was naturally completely different. Moreover, not all the Xianjiao on the human race side could not keep up with the strength. Obviously, the Xianjiao of the Great Sect had a certain advantage. For example, Xia and Guo Yuan, both of them were extremely strong and suppressed their opponents from the beginning. The level of their magical powers was very high. Whether it was Xia's omnipresent fear or Guo Yuan's spatial power that cut through everything, their opponents had a hard time fighting against them. Victory or defeat was completely a matter of time. The two emperors who were watching the battle were also stunned by the unexpected scene. Dao Xian Emperor couldn't help but frowned and glanced at the human race's Xian Jiao who was fighting with the god race Xian Jiao. He had never seen his appearance before. His skills were also extremely unfamiliar. The human race actually had such a Xian Jiao? In the same realm, he could actually fight against the superior alien race? Undoubtedly, this was quite beyond his expectations. Lei Yuxianzhen took a breath. He naturally knew this little guy. Isn't this the Taoist disciple of Jiao? It seems that he was also accepted as a disciple by the human religion. When did he come here? No, it should be how did he get into this team? A team of 100 people, except for 2 of them he didn't know. The rest, the hand under the long sleeves, could not help but pinch it, and Lei Yuxianzhen let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. It was really such a genius, but he didn't say it earlier, which made him nervous for a while, fearing that the human race would lose too quickly, which would be a big blow to the participating Xian Jiao and the people watching the battle. However, although the scene was much better, the situation was undoubtedly still not optimistic. The 3 immortals, the Earth race, and the pseudo race were really troublesome. Their talents were too terrible. Even if they were in the billion realm, the pressure was still great. It was like a super grade technique facing a top grade technique. The billion realm had a big gap in magical powers. They could persist and rely entirely on skills to make up for it. This was also the reason why the extra billion realm didn't leave rashly, because it would be difficult to see immediate results and produce a decisive effect. Now we can only hope that the 3 billion realms can persist as much as possible to buy time for the other guy. In this way, at least they won't lose too badly. There was no way. There was only one Li Su. Although he reversed the decline and changed the development of the battle, this was basically the limit. There are too many prodigies from the alien race. There are 4 of these top prodigies. In other times, these prodigies basically dominate the generation and can form a dominance for tens of thousands of years until they become the ultimate Daluo. For a moment, Lei Yuxianzhen missed the days when the little justice god had not yet broken through. In that era, the Tai surface layer was invincible and had absolute dominance. Guo Daozi was certainly not bad. His skills should obviously be super quality. There is no doubt that he stood at the top of the younger generation in the myth world. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. The sudden rise of the alien race cut off his chance to dominate and lead for thousands of years. Thinking of this, Lei Yuxianzhen couldn't help but look at Dao Shandazhen. Although the current situation cannot be said to be completely advantageous, it can be said that he has the upper hand. In a sense, it is a slap in the face of the other party, and it did not form a one-sided situation as he thought. With the other party's arrogant character, his face should be quite ugly at this moment. However, when he looked over, he found that Daoshan Emperor was shaking his head. Although his face was slightly dissatisfied, his mood did not change much. It seemed that Li Su's appearance did not have any impact on the overall situation of the alien race. He just opened his mouth softly and uttered a few words. Although there was no sound, Lei Yuxianzhen still caught it. Playing, there is no reward at all. Lei Yuxianzhen's face could not help but change, and he looked down at the battle below. At this moment, he saw that the 4 tribes of the God clan, the Immortal clan, the Earth clan, and the Simulacrum clan were slightly shaken, and they could not help but look at each other. You are pretty good. I wanted to continue playing to make your persistence look more meaningful, but the adults did not allow it, so there is nothing I can do. Compared with playing, it is obvious that resources are the biggest concern of several people. The Immortal clan woman suddenly looked up to the sky and groaned softly. Her body began to undergo amazing changes, emitting white light. Along with this change, the thousands of immortal methods surrounding her immediately vibrated and were endowed with spirituality, as if they were alive. In an instant, the Yidao realm on the opposite side was suppressed. Not only that, a look of shock appeared on his face. His Deophar was shaking, out of his control, as if it was about to be deprived. What is this? Facing this scene, many people from the alien race took a breath, and couldn't help but whispered, "Awaken." The most terrifying thing about the upper alien race is that they are not only gifted with terrifying talents, but can also further enhance their power through awakening. Amazing changes occurred in the three people of the simulacrum, the Earth Clan, and the God Clan at the same time. The Earth Clan's heart sounded like thunder, resounding thousands of miles away. Its power increased several times with the beating of its heart. The original stalemate was suppressed in an instant. Facing this attack without any Deophar and magical powers, which was purely brute force, the Yideo realm's body kept shaking, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. At this moment, he was shocked, and a little bit unbelievable. What's the matter with this brute force? Not only is it powerful, it can even kill the soul. There seems to be a murderous aura in it, which is extremely terrifying. On the side of the pseudo clan, Yideo Jing was also shocked. His moves were all copied by the opponent. Not only that, but what was more terrifying was that the moves copied by the opponent were more numerous and more powerful than his. Moreover, as the fight continued, some of his hidden moves that he had not used were actually used by the opponent. Not only did the battle fall into a dilemma, but his mind was also shrouded in a shadow. A feeling that if he continued, everything he had would be taken away by the opponent, filled his body and mind. In an instant, the human race on the mythical world, who had just raised a breath, was dispersed. The power displayed by the alien genius was too strong. Compared with the previous heavier pressure, it fell directly on everyone. The dilemma and difficulty of Yideo Jing directly shone into their body and mind. And it was obvious that compared with that Yideo Jing, they were far from enough in terms of realm and cultivation. At this moment, Lei Yushianzhen in the sky also had murderous intent in his eyes. If it weren't for the restriction of the alien space that prevented him from taking action, he would probably have ignored his status and killed those guys with his own hands. It was too terrible. If such a genius was given time to grow, how many mythical cultivators would die in their hands in the future? One is fine, but 4 in a row. Thinking of the tribe behind the other party, Lei Yushianzhen also felt the pressure at this moment. Lei Yu, it's just a game between a group of children. You don't have to be so excited, right? Not far away, looking at Lei Yushianzhen with a gloomy expression, Dao Xiandizun couldn't help but smile on his face and said lightly. Lei Yushianzhen didn't say anything. It was really too amazing that the performance of the 4 alien geniuses below was too amazing. The advantage that was finally reversed was turned into nothing in an instant. This feeling was really uncomfortable. If more time was given to allow the human cultivators to adapt to the environment of the heavenly court and make up for the losses, the battle would never be like this. Boom. 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 As the alien genius easily regained the advantage, the faces of the human cultivators on the battlefield could not help but change slightly. The Yideo realm, who had finally killed an alien genius, could not help but grit his teeth at this moment. The efficiency was too low and too slow. In more than 10 minutes, he had killed less than 9 aliens. Especially the last Yideo realm, who was the same as him. Although the opponent was obviously restricted, it still took a lot of time to take him down, a full 5 minutes. Moreover, although he took him down, he consumed a lot of energy. If there was another Yideo realm at this moment, I'm afraid it would not be done in a few minutes. And slightly feeling the atmosphere, although the human side also won, it was too few after all. In less than 2 out of 10 games, the number of people who left the human side did not take advantage because of his vacancy. So far, 37 people of the human race have left the field, and 20 people of the alien race have left the field, and the disadvantage is more obvious. Damn it. Although I had said, when I came here, that this battle would be very hard and there was no hope of victory, I didn't expect it to be so powerless. The Yideo realm only provided a little bit of help. Boom. With a loud bang, it was the immortal clan. The Yideo realm who was fighting against him had a dull face, and as his body was covered by dots of starlight, he left the stage with a face full of pain and powerlessness. With his exit, it seemed that a chain reaction occurred. Almost all of the Simulacrum clan and the Earth clan were killed one after another, causing fatal damage. Along with the slowly shattering starlight, there were countless pale faces of human cultivators, and cold hands and feet without any temperature. Lost, mythology realm. Lost, human race. Chapter 1055 New event. At this moment, not only did countless cultivators in the myth world turn pale, but they also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The high-level officials who were also watching the battle could not help but frown. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the alien race's talent to be so strong. The one who spoke was a monk, the Buddhist master, Jia Sheng monk. I'm afraid this blow is a bit big. Feng Yuxianzhen of the Heavenly Court shook his head. Why organize such a battle? What on earth is worth such a price? The Chan sect and the Shengsa and Immortal Venerable looked at the person who was responsible for this incident not far away, the extreme Daluo from the G sect, the Divine Venerable, one of the 9 elders. He rarely appears, and even more rarely takes action. But in the circle of the extreme Daluo in the myth world, he is well known and extremely powerful, mainly because the magical power he cultivates is very special, and involves the scope of destiny. As the Shengsa and Immortal Venerable spoke, dozens of eyes focused on him at once. Obviously, this battle was not just carried out by Lei Yuxianzhen. In fact, more than half of the human emperors had their eyes cast here, to pay attention to the battle situation. As for the reason, it was very simple. If the alien race couldn't bear it, they would give up the heavenly palace and come directly. To be honest, this order was quite magical. You know, not long ago, a limit Daluo disappeared on both sides, and even so, the alien race still didn't start a war. Now it is really hard to imagine that there is something that is worth the alien race to choose regardless of everything. Treasure? But this is unreasonable. After all, the thing is obviously in the heart of the alien race, under the noses of the Earth race, and has been operating for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they not find it? The god looked at the battlefield, where the defeat was already decided, took a breath, shook his head and said, I can't say. Everyone took a breath after hearing this. Even the Godzu and Immortal Lord didn't say anything after just frowning. The arrival of the GGO God Lord in person shows that the matter is very big, involving the cause and effect of changing the world. Now, we can only hope that the thing is really worth it. Otherwise, this defeat will not only defeat the human race's Xianjiao, but also the spirit of tens of millions of mythological cultivators. For practitioners, once their spirit is damaged, the loss is not an ordinary one. It will be very serious, and even affect their future practice. At the moment, when the combat power is already insufficient, such behavior is no less than cutting off one's own arm, and the impact is extremely far-reaching. Soon, the divine thoughts in the special space fell into silence and stopped talking. The ending is set, and now we can only hope that the things can be obtained smoothly. Of course, the people with heavy hearts are not just the extreme Daluo. As the transmitter of information, Ning Wuxia, who can be said to have created the current situation, is also in a bad mood at the moment. Although the final formulation of the plan has nothing to do with her, the news from Li Su was sent back by her. There is no doubt that this is a very important matter, which is related to the future of the myth world, but no one expected that the saint would arrange it in this way. Of course, Ning Wuxia also understands that the thing is indeed precious. For the human race, it is no less than defying the heaven to change fate, and it can directly raise the lower limit of the human race. Born to build the foundation, it is the golden elixir. Such a thing is simply unthinkable. It is not necessary for everyone to be like this. Even if it is only 1/10, it will become different for the myth world. Don't forget that the myth world has countless stars in the outer domain. Among those stars, there are a huge population of trillions. Even if there is only 1/10,000,000th of them, the myth world can increase the number of low-level cultivators by 1 billion. As for the situation in the Heavenly Palace, these people only need a few decades to grow into celestial beings. Although they cannot be said to catch up with the alien races, at least they will not be as embarrassed as they are now. Here, some people may say that it is not enough to just drag the population here. Of course not. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Heavenly Palace is actually no less than that of a poison for mortals. This is not just a little more spiritual energy, but a dozens of times increase. In this environment, let alone cultivation, entering this environment will probably kill you immediately. Not even 1 out of 100 people will be left, and even if they are left, they are not adapted, but not far from death. The two realms of foundation building and golden elixir may not seem like a big deal in the eyes of high realms, but for mortals, it is equivalent to 2 life transformations. The changes in them are definitely not something that can be described in a few words. If Zion Nation wants to enter the myth world, it should be known that the amount of spiritual energy in the myth world varies. The weaker places are even less than twice, only a little more than 1 time. Even so, they have to hold the determination of killing more than half of the 200 million people. Come on, little guy. Although the more talent you show, the more you will become a thorn in the eyes of the alien race, but at this time, the only person you can rely on is you. Let the alien race see what a true genius looks like. I believe you can do it. After all, in terms of talent, you are the best among millions of people in the history of the myth world. Even the little justice god of the heavenly court, when he was at the level of Taii, did not dare to say that he could suppress you. Ning Wuxia is willing to train Li Su, and even risked running to such a place. Indeed, the hinterland of the Earth clan is very dangerous for the little guy, but is it not dangerous for her? Li Su's reward is watered. She is not. Once exposed, she will undoubtedly be killed. Under normal circumstances, Ning Wuxia would never bring a genius to such a place to comprehend the various ways. Even if she owed someone a favor, she would not repay it in this way. There were other ways. She came here to take risks not only because of favors, but also because of her talent and ability. The other party's talent was worth the risk. Li Su didn't say it, and Ning Wuxia didn't mention it either, but some things didn't necessarily have to be said. It was also said that Ning Wuxia was severely injured at the time, and she thought she would die, but she survived. Although the cause and effect perception of this little guy was her chance of life, she didn't actually have much hope. After all, she was severely invaded at the time, and the other party's way had taken root in her body. There were only 2 ways to solve it. One was to have a stronger person come and forcibly expel it. The other was to understand the other party's lore and destroy it. The other party was obviously not the former. But if it was the latter, what would that be? That was the method of the billion Dao realm cultivators. The complexity inside was simply not something that ordinary people could understand or analyze. It not only required an extremely large amount of calculation, but also an unparalleled talent to grasp the core and find the root. Therefore, Ning Wuxia never spoke, but she knew that this little guy was extraordinary. Not to mention the distant past. For example, now, even though the billion Dao realm human race had been defeated, only he was still entangled with the god clan Xianjiao. It was not that the god clan Xianjiao did not try his best, but that the other party also broke out and performed the most terrifying awakening of the upper alien race, but still failed to win. Li Su's combat power, along with the other party's outbreak, also increased by several levels. However, everyone's attention was more focused on the other 3 battles, and even if Li Su could fight against the god clan Xianjiao, it would still not change the outcome of this battle. Asterisk 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 I say, how long are you going to fight? If you don't get it done, we can leave first. At this moment, on the battlefield, the Earth clan's Xianjiao who had finished the battle could not help but scratch his ears. He glanced at the battle that was still going on not far away and could not help but say, they had not forgotten the corpse of the golden crow and the fragments of the 5 directions flag. They were undoubtedly precious treasures that would greatly help them improve their strength. The Xianjiao of the immortal clan and the simulacrum clan also stood aside at this moment. They did not make any moves. Although there were still 100 million Dao realms left, the defeat was already decided, and the remaining one could not make any waves. Of course, there were some geniuses with 2 eyes, but they were almost like that. As for why they did not go to help and beat them all, nonsense. If there was one more alien alive, wouldn't they get one less benefit? Whether it was the golden crow or the treasure, there was only so much spirituality, not enough for 4 people, let alone others. Therefore, go and swallow the benefits first, and come back to clean up. As for how many aliens were left, it didn't matter at all. In such a situation, if the human race wanted to comfort themselves that they had not completely lost, then just pretend that they had not completely lost. After all, some things are two different things when you say them with your mouth and think them in your heart. Facing the words of the Earth Clan Shyangio, the face of the God Clan Shyangio on the battlefield at this moment could not help but be anxious. As the top life forms, the 5 superiors, their mentality is so arrogant that it can be said that all living beings, except each other, are like ants in their eyes, not worth mentioning. As a result, the development of the situation is often beyond his expectations. He naturally awakened and used all his strength. It is obvious that he has the upper hand in the battle, but why? Why can't he take it down? After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the face of the God Clan Shyangio was a little bit tense. The terrifying power began to gather, and a terrible world appeared above his head. I must admit that you did perform well, and deserve my serious attention. I will use this blow to send you on your way. And, remember, what does a real strong man look like? The palm was raised and slowly fell. In an instant, a huge world that surpassed any previous world, no, all the worlds combined, appeared. That world was extremely huge, and the content in it was even more terrifying. In the world, the sky was filled with gods and shadows. The aura alone could crush the world. The moment it fell, time stopped. The other side of the world was stopped for hundreds of millions of miles. Only the huge world fell slowly. God Realm. The highest secret of the gods. It is said that when the saints use it, there are 3,000 ancient gods, 3,000 ancient demons, and 3,000 demons of the 9 abyss, a total of 9,000, which can destroy galaxies and destroy the universe. Although the gods can't do that, there are also 100 ancient gods, 100 ancient demons, and 100 demons of the 9 abyss in their world. Exactly, 300. The vast blow was unstoppable and unavoidable. Not to mention Lisu, who was in the scene. Even the people watching outside, whether they were human or alien, couldn't help but take a breath. They were shocked by the terrifying power, and their souls couldn't help but tremble. It was just a scene, as if they couldn't bear it. How strong must the superior alien race be? Faced with this unbelievable horror, countless people could not help but be horrified. They are dead. For a moment, countless people were gloomy, looking at the huge god realm falling down. The human race could not help but mourn, as if it was not the human race's genius who was about to die, but their own hearts. Asu. Facing this scene, Zhucha, who could not help but get nervous. She stood there firmly, clenching her teeth tightly. Even if she bled from all 7 orifices due to the radiation from the god realm, she did not blink. What shone in her wide eyes was trust and even faith. The first genius of Zaya country has never been defeated. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, no matter what kind of world he is in. This is true for the mortal world, the earthly immortal world, and the mythical world. Then, this heavenly world must be the same. He has never let anyone down, and more importantly, he has never let them down. Asterisk 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 on the terrible battlefield. As the god realm descended, the person standing in the space where time was stagnant did not stop, and the constraints of time and space did not affect him. He took a deep breath, and blood appeared between his eyebrows. A great figure sat in the blood. The supreme scripture was shining, the supreme classic was glowing, and infinite lives were chanting and singing. The final chapter of a life was being written. A scroll of living souls slowly expanded with the singing, silently, but extremely grand and gorgeous, covering hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, forming a vast and huge chapter. The highest chapter, the painting of living souls. He said softly and punched out. With a boom, the sky trembled, the earth shook, the stars disappeared, and the world shattered. The terrifying god realm collided with the final chapter of life, and the ending was unexpected. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost their color, the universe was upside down, and the other side couldn't help but wail and sob. The god realm was torn apart. It was torn apart by the terrible scroll of living souls. In just a moment, the god clan's proud face changed, and the proud faces of the simulacrum, earth clan, and immortal clan who were watching the battle also couldn't help shrinking their pupils. Amid the roar, golden blood splashed. The Protoss proud face was bleeding, spitting blood, and retreating, which directly made hundreds of millions of people lose their voices. Everyone looked at the peerless figure standing in the center with a horrified look. Chapter 1056 New Event. It's not good. The fairy girl said softly. This man is so strong, beyond imagination. This punch, even they felt a great crisis. The Protoss Xianjiao was retreating at this moment, and blood was dripping with every step. He was in disbelief and extremely angry, but the unfolded painting of the living creatures was too strong. The god realm was under incredible pressure, and the power was being bitten and destroyed. Unbelievable. Is this really a Taoist magic? Looking at the countless living creatures that seemed to come alive, and watching the god realm being torn apart bit by various legendary magic, the Protoss Xianjiao was a little bit unbelievable. True dragon method, Phoenix Dew, Kunpeng Sutra. These creatures seemed to be really alive and fighting with him. The terrible power continued to extend over, targeting his body, and his soul was constantly impacted. A taste that he had never had before was produced. That was an emotion that he had never had since he was born. Defeat. That's right, it was a defeat. For a moment, an indescribable feeling could not help but spread in his heart. The birth of this emotion made him extremely angry and embarrassed. Taking a breath, the Protoss looked at Lee Su intently, his eyes like a knife, cutting the space apart. I'm the son of the gods, an existence that everyone is paying attention to, and an existence that is destined to surpass billions of living beings. Unable to help but roar to the sky, a ferocious look appeared on the cold face of the Protoss. The strong anger ignited his will, and the will affected his strength. The amazing divine light on his body began to mutate, and the god realm squeezed, deformed, and twisted by the painting of living beings stabilized with this intention. The violent trembling was stopped by him. After retreating hundreds of thousands of miles, he blocked the painting of living beings in front of him. There was no collapse. Facing this scene, for a moment, the aliens couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just like the human prodigy was killed, the defeat of the upper alien race was also unbearable for the aliens. After all, unlike the human race, the alien races are much more strict than the human race in terms of class. The superior alien races are not just about status, but also absolute power. Once the God Clan's genius is defeated, it will be a huge blow to the entire alien race, and an indelible shadow will be implanted. Hehe. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the battlefield on the other side. A figure appeared behind Lee Su at some point, with a smile on his strange face. God Clan, just like that. Keep it. This person's method is very good. I want to engrave it as my life method. It is one of the 5 superior alien races, the simulacrum. I don't know when he entered the battlefield. At this moment, he is very excited. As a race that can replicate all Taoist magic powers, facing Lee Su's life supreme, he is naturally very excited. The height of this method is far beyond imagination, and it is not comparable to those of the lower third rate. If he can complete the engraving, it will undoubtedly be a huge main force for him. After the words fell, the pseudo-clan muttered something, and strange fluctuations continued to burst out from him, obviously wanting to obtain Lee Su's life supreme. Not good. Outside the battlefield, Xiao's face suddenly changed, and not far away, Jiuo Yuan's face sank, and she couldn't help but shouting directly, "Be careful." Although the pseudo-clan's talent is a replica, if it is used as the original life, it is not a copy, but a deprivation. After that, the two women were about to take action. Not only them, many people changed their faces at this moment. The Yidao realm cultivator was undoubtedly the fastest, and rushed over directly. Lee Su, as the strongest Xianjiao of the human race Tai, must not let him have any problems here no matter what. Not to mention that the Taoist magic power displayed by the other party is obviously a highest level skill, and it is impossible to let it fall into the hands of the alien race no matter what. However, before he entered the battlefield, 2 figures appeared in front of the other side, directly blocking the way for everyone. The heartbeat was like thunder. It was the Earth Clan's Xianjiao. With just one punch, the vast power burst out, directly repelling most of the monks who wanted to help. Even Xia and the other 2 women couldn't help but tremble and spit out blood. The other one was the immortal Xianjiao. She sighed softly. Although she didn't like this kind of behavior, she must be as cold as the 12th month of winter to the enemy, and she would not compromise. With a light tap of her jade hand, the 10,000 laws became the Tao, directly blocking the road of the Yidao realm monks. As for the god clan's Xiangjiao in the other world, although they were a little unhappy, the god realm opened up greatly at this moment, tightly entangling the living painting. Thank you, there will be a reward later. Facing this scene, the simulacrum Xiangjiao in the other shore was full of smiles. Shameless. Countless human races on the mythical world couldn't help but curse. What kind of hero is two against one? Cursing aside, at this moment the human race couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. They knew very well that this was a battlefield, a battle between two races, and there was no fairness in it. As for the alien race, they couldn't help but smile at this moment. Undoubtedly, the performance of the human race's Xiangjiao was a little unexpected, but in the end, they still won. Many people showed envy on their faces. Who wouldn't desire the power that could beat the god's Xiangjiao to bleed? At this moment, it can be said that the only one who was still calm was ZHU Chahu. As a person from Zaya country, she knew the situation of her brother best. How about the myth world? How about the alien race? Taking a breath lightly, ZHU Chahu almost used an inaudible voice. This is the real sundial of the sky. One person can cover an era with a peerless Xiangjiao. Who are you looking down on? Asterisk 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 on the battlefield. At this moment, Li Su frowned slightly. The method of the Xiangjiao of the imitation race undoubtedly made him feel uncomfortable. The dark sound ignored the distance and space and fell directly on him. He naturally heard the voice of senior sister Guo Yuan. In addition to imitation, can it be deprived? It should be said that they are worthy of being the upper alien races, and their respective abilities are excellent. Sure enough, after leaving the battlefield, things often don't develop in the expected direction. I have used 70% of my strength, but I only made the Proteus's pride cough up blood. I thought I could kill him directly. As for this side, let's leave it like this for now. After the thought fell, Li Su did not move his body, but just turned his head slightly and glanced back at the mimic's pride, who was muttering not far away. After looking at each other, the mimic's pride couldn't help but sneer, very calm. Do you think you will be sent away if something really goes wrong? Unfortunately, you are wrong. Once the secret method is activated, it will not stop, even if it is billions of miles away. I will accept this power, with a smile. The face of the mimic suddenly changed, and he found that the eyes of the person he was looking at were changing, half black and half pale. The next moment, a strange phenomenon began to appear above his head, and a vast starlight shot up into the sky. Supreme Chapter, Yin Yang Method. He raised his palm lightly, and one black and one white, one yin and one yang, one static and one dynamic. Completely opposite, yet blending with each other, the two yin and yang energies that could accommodate everything, form everything, absorb everything, and consume everything surged up. Boom. A waterfall and a long river appeared in the boundless other side along with the raised palm. He turned his hand and dropped it. The waterfall shook, and the boundless long river directly hit the mimic clan. Boom. The moment the terrible power fell, the mimic clan's already discolored face showed a look of horror, and the pupils were filled with black and white, and the mind could not help but oscillate. Although different, they were the same. This was a supreme magical power that was equivalent to that of the flesh and blood creature. Not good. The mimic clan's Xiangjiao felt bad, and stopped seizing the secret method immediately. He roared suddenly, and countless Taoist magical powers that had been copied by him leaned out, head on, and directly hit the terrible black and white energy. Boom. With a loud bang, the simulacrum of the Xiangjiao was shaken, and colorless and transparent blood spurted out directly. In an instant, it was suppressed by the long river of yin and yang, and was repelled tens of thousands of miles. Not only that, his body was shaking, and his soul was trembling. This method seemed to be able to dissolve everything. Raw. Feeling the horror and ferocity of this trick, the face of the simulacrum of the Xiangjiao changed drastically, and he couldn't help but burst into a roar, and directly displayed his own life-defining magical power. A huge and boundless star appeared. It was the sun, a star that could burn everything. Facing the appearing star, the yin and yang ki exploded, as if two world-devouring pythons, madly strangling each other, and like the Xiangjiao of the god clan, they were suppressed there. Another one. At this moment, except for the roar in the field, there was no sound inside and outside the battlefield. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and stared at this unbelievable scene. The figure standing in the other world, at this moment, settled in everyone's heart. Facing this scene, the immortals in the Earth tribes couldn't help but look back, their eyes revealed an unprecedented solemnity. It was really hard to imagine that the human race's prodigy actually had such power. Asterisk 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 I said, that's the supreme law of the human religion, right? Deep space couldn't help but get a little agitated at this moment. Many eyes couldn't help but look at the two people not far away, the emperor of the human religion, Wuxin Zenren, and the emperor of the G religion, Shenzhen. What's going on? How could the G religion Taoist be the supreme of the human religion? And he used it so terribly? Even though this attack was nothing to the emperor, but the Tai face layer, it really made everyone's mouths dry. No wonder the human religion forcibly accepted the person when they knew that the other party was the G religion Taoist. Just for this magical power, if it was anyone else present, they would have to grab it. Chapter 1057 New event. The smile on Daoshan Emperor's face disappeared, and his calm eyes were full of scrutiny. Being able to fight with a top level Xianjiao, even if you say you win, is nothing. After all, there are always strong and weak Xianjiao, and there will be winners and losers. But it's different when it comes to 1 against 2, it's too different. Let's put it this way, the victory or defeat between two Xianjiaos often only requires 1/10, no, or 0.5 tenths. In other words, as long as one is less than half a tenth stronger, it can basically determine the victory or defeat. So there is a gap, but the degree is not great, even lower than half a level. But when facing two top Xianjiaos at the same time, it's different. The nature is completely different. This is transcendence, a complete and complete transcendence. The gap between the two sides is at least 2 levels, or even 3 levels. This sounds like there is only one more level, but in fact this distance is very far, even to the point where the other two Xianjiaos can't catch up, no matter how hard they try. After all, the space that the Xianjiao of the upper alien race can expand is very small, and it is already at the limit. It's not that it's completely impossible to move forward. If it costs a huge price, it's not impossible. However, the cost is too great. Too great. Even a little growth is enough to cultivate an equal Xianjiao. Therefore, in the face of this situation, it is far simpler to kill the opponent directly instead of thinking about how to improve. It saves resources and eliminates potential enemies. It is cost effective, no matter how you look at it. There is such a Xianjiao in the myth world. There was no news before. I think his Taoism is a bit special. Is he a disciple of the human sect? Faced with the words of Daoshan Emperor, Lei Yuxianzhen's heart trembled, knowing that this guy had murderous intentions. It's really shameless. A dignified emperor actually wanted to kill a little guy. Does he still have any shame? He completely forgot the fear and murderous intention of the alien Xianjiao not long ago, and cursed in his heart. Yes, he is a disciple of the human sect. This is not a lie. The other party is indeed a disciple of the human sect. Not long ago, the 3 extreme Dalua of the human sect forced the other party to kowtow and become a disciple in front of Jijiao. This scene really shocked many people. I was surprised at first. This behavior is really inconsistent with the style of the human teaching, but now I see it again. I immediately come to my senses. Yin and Yang Qi, the fundamental Taoism of the human teaching. This is. What's the situation with Jijiao? Shouldn't this kind of disciple be sent directly to the human teaching? Why did he accept it instead? A Jijiao Taoist who uses the supreme Taoism of the human teaching, even if this child has amazing talent, is too embarrassing. I really miss the time when the little justice god was still there. If he hadn't advanced, what would the alien race have to do? Although Li Su showed that he was strong enough, compared to the little justice god in his heart, in the eyes of Lei Yuxianzhen, he was undoubtedly a little bit less. That was a real cross-border beheading of the enemy. One person faced 5 people below the initial stage of Daluo, beheaded 3 people, and seriously injured 2 people. It really created the biggest myth in the myth world in a million years. As for Dao Xianzhen's murderous intention, Lei Yuxianzhen didn't care much. A true genius will definitely be targeted by the enemy. The stronger the person targeted, the higher his talent. Being targeted by someone at the level of the emperor is shamelessly considered an honor in a sense. Back then, the little justice god was targeted by countless extreme Daluo. If it weren't for the protection of his own saint, he would have been in trouble and shot by someone. When the little justice god left, another GGO Daozi appeared, which was not bad. As a Daluo realm, he was suppressed, and could perform so well. He was 50% of the style of the little justice god. It's a pity that he is not the little justice god after all. There is no way to show his peerless style of the Jia generation. Thinking of this, although Lei Yuxianzhen felt a little regretful, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With this child, this battle is stable. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. At least it shows that the human race also has a super genius who suppresses the geniuses of other races. Asterisk 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 people on the battlefield obviously don't know what outsiders think. At this moment, there was movement in front of the other side. The Earth Clan's Xianjiao took a step. His heartbeat was like thunder, shaking the sky, and a shadow appeared under his feet, and an endless continent was born. The moment he stepped on it, his blood rang like the waves of a river, and the sound was so loud that it could be clearly heard even tens of thousands of miles away. Brute force. Unimaginable brute force was taking shape and growing. Not only brute force, but also Ki, an extremely special evil spirit, was also forming. That was another talent of the Earth Clan, a special fighting spirit that only a few people could comprehend after awakening. Although the intensity was not as strong as Jiuji's evil spirit of heaven and earth, it was also extremely amazing, and unlike Jiuji's initial growth, the opponent's fighting spirit was extremely mature, and the arrogance burned the sky, swallowed up the light, and formed black, pure black. Step by step, the Earth Clan's Xianjiao entered the battlefield. I have to admit, the human race in front of me really showed a power that made people fear, even if it was them. Although it was a little unbelievable and beyond expectations. But this is reality. This is the reality in front of me at this moment. Although the people of the Earth Clan are arrogant and warlike, the stronger they are, and the deeper their blood awakening is, the more they will return to their original nature, and become infinitely close to the character of a warrior. In other words, they will not lie about anything related to fighting, and will only treat it with 120,000% accuracy. They need to join forces to take down this person in front of them. The one from the God clan, you and I will work together to entangle him, and the one from the Simulacrum clan, you will do it. After calmly thinking, the Earth Clan Xianjiao gave the most appropriate conclusion at the moment, the conclusion that can take down the other party. Okay. At this moment, the God clan Xianjiao also calmed down and realized how powerful Li Su was. While dealing with himself, he also suppressed the Simulacrum clan Xianjiao. Although the guy's strength was the weakest among them, this weakness was enough to match them. The person in front of him was undoubtedly stronger than him. The Simulacrum clan Xianjiao did not speak. He was suppressed so badly, mainly because the yin and yang were too incompatible with him in nature. Apart from the life method, there was no way to deal with it. Obviously, although his life-defining method was powerful, it was deprived of a Yidao realm Xianjiao. The realm was suppressed, and he could only reach the surface of Tai, which made it very difficult to operate. Resisting the yin and yang, the Xianjiao of the Simulacrum clan began to accumulate power directly. Once the Xianjiao of the Earth clan was eliminated and restrained the opponent, he would immediately use the stealing method to seize the opponent's power. The third Xianjiao was eliminated. Not to mention the alien race, the human race was undoubtedly a little nervous, and many people were sweating on their foreheads. But compared with the previous anxiety, they were inexplicably abnormal at this moment, and there was a little expectation in their wide eyes. It's not their fault. From the moment this figure appeared, it subverted their thoughts again and again, killing the Yidao realm of the alien race in seconds, suppressing the Xianjiao of the God clan, and suppressing the Xianjiao of the Simulacrum clan. It was really too strong. The moment the yin and yang fell, the blood of countless human races boiled. Unlike the supreme of flesh and blood, the Taoist magic related to the human teaching made countless people couldn't help but tremble. Even the calm disciples of the human religion couldn't help but take a deep breath. They were too familiar with this senior brother Tae, and they naturally had a good impression of him and were extremely friendly. Although their old man's actions were a bit unfair, they didn't dislike him, but took it for granted that it was as it should be. Now, let alone this battle, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is a Taoist disciple of the human religion. It's a pity that the disciples of the G religion were not here, otherwise they might have really discussed the Tao with the other party. At this moment, in the deep space, the emperors couldn't help but be a little curious how to deal with this little guy. After all, there can't be another supreme method, right? The double supreme method is already very magical. Even if it is the Dalo realm, it is extremely extraordinary. Suddenly, Wuxin Zenran spoke. I remember that this child also mastered the supreme method of the G religion. As Wuxin Zenran's words fell, many emperors couldn't help but be stunned. After all, most of the people present saw Isu for the first time and had not seen his battle with the Xian Jiao of the Chan religion, Jiao Yuan, on the Dalo mountain. Facing the question from Wuxin Zenran, the God Lord smiled and nodded. Yes, after all, he is still my Jiao Daozi. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard this. Although the 7 sects are now a family, they still feel that it is a bit too versatile, just like the heavenly court in the past. When the little justice god was in power, the group of guys in the heavenly court were also like this. In an instant, many emperors were unhappy and even a little angry. Compared with the child in front of him, his own child is simply hard to describe. Asterisk 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 battlefield. Facing the Earth Clan Xian Jiao who came with the momentum of overturning the sky, Li Su couldn't deal with the Simulation Clan Xian Jiao as he did. He had 2 people under his command, and even he felt the pressure. After all, he is still Tae at present, and he is still a little short of the main Dao perfection, and the miscellaneous Dao is tens of millions. There is no problem with the Dao magic, but the main consumption is too large. At this rate, the immortal clan Xian Jiao will probably not be out for too long. 1 against 4 is a troublesome matter anyway. It's better to keep 1 against 3. After thinking this, Li Su took a deep breath and spoke again under the gaze of countless people. Destroy the immortals. Clang. Trap the immortals. Clang. Lose the immortals. Clang. Punish the immortals. Clang. 4 long cries. 4 divine swords. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent appeared across the sky, piercing through the sky and tearing the sea of stars. The first killing move in the 3 realms, the strongest divine sword in ancient times, suddenly came to the world. The terrifying killing intent, the 10,000 ways are unstable, the 10,000 realms are uneasy, and the amazing sword sound even tore the way. Originally, the prepared Earth Clan Xian Jiao, even if he had guesses and imaginations, still showed an unbelievable look on his face when facing the 4 absolute swords. Not only him, but the other 3 also showed similar expressions on their faces. Is this a joke? The third gate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1058 New Event. 3 Gates. At this moment, let alone most of the cultivators in the myth world, or the people of foreign races, even the emperor couldn't help but change color and show a look of surprise. It's not that there are no Taoist methods of this level. There are many in the forces with the sage's Taoist tradition. But you have to understand one thing, that is, the higher the grade of the method, the more difficult it is to practice. Usually, a top grade immortal technique is enough for even a genius to spend a lifetime to practice. That's not a few decades or hundreds of years. It's thousands or tens of thousands of years to master it. The top level method is so difficult. Therefore, most of the time, when recommending disciples to practice, they don't directly recommend the top grade, basically the top grade immortal techniques. Wait until you achieve Dalo and have enough time, and then practice it. This way, you can not only exert the power of the top grade immortal technique, but more importantly, you have the time and energy to think about it bit by bit. This one in front of you is a little incredible. What he showed is undoubtedly a super grade immortal technique. It is more difficult than the best, and the difficulty cannot be described in a few words. The threshold alone is enough to discourage 99% of the people in the world. Only those with super high comprehension talent can start. Of course, even so, there are still such prodigies in hundreds of thousands of years. But the difference is that the person in front of him has mastered 3 doors, and each door has been cultivated to an extremely amazing height. This is terrible. What kind of talent does it take to achieve such an achievement? Usually, a super quality, even if it is the Dalo realm, is enough to practice for a lifetime. It's really scary to be born young. In the deep space, the emperors of the mythological world couldn't help but murmur. At this moment, even the Shengsu and Zenran of the Chinjiao was rarely shocked. It is a human race, with a good family background. Although there are many immortal arts, they are down to earth, and each door is perfect, without an unstable foundation. Facing the enemy, it is upright and mighty. Not only that, the most important thing is that this child is pleasing to the eye, no matter how you look at him. As luck would have it, he became a disciple of Jijiao and a disciple of Rinjiao. It's really unpleasant. Alas, there are many inheritances in the myth world. Why didn't this child learn the teachings of my Chinjiao? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Earth Clan Xianjiao couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. The 4 swords that appeared made him feel very threatened. Not only that, these 4 swords, no matter their appearance or form, are very similar to the things described in the legends of foreign races. It is said that in ancient times, there were 3 religions in Zuanmen: human, Chan, Ji. Among them, the signature of the heavenly Dao saint of Jijiao is 4 swords. It is said that these 4 swords can be called a sword formation. Once formed, it is the first killing formation in the world. Even a saint can hardly shake it alone. It requires 4 people to attack at the same time. Haha. The Earth Clan Xianjiao couldn't help laughing, and his blood became more and more agitated. The terrible sword intent did not scare him, but instead stimulated his warlike instinct. You are very interesting, human race. The legendary sword? Let me weigh whether this sword is as good as the rumors in the clan, the best in the world. Bang, the figure moved. The Earth Clan was distorted, and with only the physical body, it entered the extremely terrifying speed of light. In just a moment, he broke through the distance of tens of thousands of miles. Not only the Earth Clan, in fact, the immortal clan Xianjiao also took action, and before the Earth Clan Xianjiao took action, she awakened again directly, and this time she did not just operate the law of heaven, but directly took action. She raised her jade hand, gently pinched the 10,000 ways, and in one move, the way of controlling the universe, she directly slashed towards the only Ideo realm on the side of the mythical world. The Great Way is like a knife, and the Heavenly Way is here. She wants to kill the only person who can restrain the 4 of them. The purpose is self-evident. Ideo realm also realized it, and directly operated his own great power to fight, and did not intend to stand so quickly. Jijiao Daozi has done too much, too much. It can be said that the reason why the human race has not been defeated now is almost all because of him. He can't add difficulties to the other party. Even if he dies, he will hold the other party back. There was a loud bang. Li Daojing couldn't help but retreat with blood. His face changed slightly. The talent of the immortal race is really troublesome. Under the same realm, facing her is too disadvantageous. His own Taoism has been cut by 3 layers before the fight. This ability is not cultivation, but his own talent. It must be said that how unfair the heaven is. Without cultivation, he has the Taoism magic close to the super level. However, although your talent is not bad, the human race is not much worse. While resisting, Li Daojing couldn't help but glance at Li Su on the other side. If he faced such a monster at another time, he might not be able to help but feel envious and jealous. However, when he became a comrade in arms, when the enemy was not only powerful but also terrible, the sense of reliability is really beyond imagination. There was no head-on collision. While fighting and retreating, Li Daojing's mentality completely changed. As long as Li Su can get rid of those 3 guys, this war is equivalent to winning the human race, and it is an unprecedented victory. With a cluster of beautiful eyebrows, the eyes of the immortal race Xianjiao were cold. I have to admit that the development of things was somewhat unexpected. Unexpectedly, the appearance of one person actually put the alien race with absolute advantage into an unimaginable dilemma. But, you want to hold me back? Count your own weight. Do you think you can participate in the battle over there? Make a move, and then stop. It was just a flash of lightning. Realizing the purpose of the human race's Yideo realm, the immortal race Xianjiao turned around and stepped directly into the other world. Of course, solving other human races first can focus on Li Su, but solving the most troublesome one first can also slowly solve the remaining human race. Breaking into it, she pointed to the sky and the earth from a distance of 100,000 miles away. In an instant, thousands of Daos rang softly, turning into an immortal cage to suppress Li Su. Before everyone could react, she cooperated with the Earth race Xianjiao. The moment he took action, a siege was formed. The vast immortal power fell, and for a time, thousands of Daos were like locks, directly summoning four swords to suppress Li Su. With the amazing sound of the sharp edge, the terrible four swords of Xuxin were imprisoned in place for a while. It doesn't take too long, just a moment. The eyes of the immortals were shining with a sky-breaking divine light. She looked at Li Su coldly. Being able to face the four superior aliens at the same time is enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. Today, you will be defeated here and fall to the bottom. The Earth Clan, as the strongest melee among the 5 superior aliens, once they get close, it is difficult for them to resist. As expected, they are the calmest immortals, and they are best at creating the right time, right place, and right people. Among the 5 superior aliens, they not only have the strongest power, but can also integrate power to maximize the abilities of their teammates. Facing this scene, many aliens couldn't help but sigh. The superior aliens are undoubtedly terrible, but the most terrible of the 5 superior aliens is undoubtedly the immortals. Different from the arrogance of the gods, different from the belligerence and violence of the Earth Clan, and different from the unpredictable of the Pseudo Clan, the greatest characteristic of the immortals is calmness, rationality, and cold calculation of everything from beginning to end. Watching this scene, Li Daojing was shocked by the power of the immortals and retreated repeatedly. He couldn't react at all. His face changed immediately, and he realized that he was being calculated. The opponent had set up the trap since the first time he attacked him. Damn it. Looking back, the opponent's attack not only covered him, but also the surroundings of the other side. Zaya and others were also shocked by the opponent's attack and couldn't help but come forward to help. So, is this the purpose from the beginning? Unable to help, but spit out a mouthful of blood, Yideo Jingshian and Jio's face was extremely ugly. As the highest realm in the battlefield, he was so incompetent. The blow was not ordinary. Just when everyone thought that the hands of the immortals, Li Su, who suppressed the 2 upper aliens and performed 3 super grade immortal arts, would be in trouble. However, Li Su didn't have too many surprises on his face when facing this scene. At this moment, he took a breath lightly, and a flag was reflected in his eyes, a terrible flag. That was creation and destruction. Ignoring the 4 swords of Zhu Zion that were suppressed by the sudden power, Li Su gently raised his palm, and an extremely ancient flag appeared. It was extremely magical and sacred. On the flag, the supreme classic shone. The stars, the sun and the moon flowed, and between life and death, one dome after another was presented and destroyed. In an instant, the space of the entire world shook. The supreme chapter, Pangu World. Li Su grabbed the flagpole with his palm and turned it gently. Click, click, click. The space was stacked in front of him like colored glass. Thousands of layers, 10,000 layers, 100,000 layers, 1 million layers, and 10 million layers. The Xianjiao of the Earth Clan appeared and crashed directly into the boundless colored glass. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound exploded, and in an instant the colored glass space was torn into tens of thousands of layers, hundreds of thousands of layers. However, what followed was more and more and more, and more, constantly, non-stop, covering it. The sound was getting smaller, and the figure was blurring. In less than a second, one of the 5 top Xianjiao, the Xianjiao of the Earth Clan, was sealed in the boundless void by Li Su and locked up. This simple move stunned everyone at this moment. Even the Xiangio of the immortal clan could not help but be stunned for a while and opened his eyes involuntarily. Is this a space-type immortal art? And is this the fourth supreme method? This? Impossible. Even the top Xiangio couldn't help it at this moment and was completely shocked. Even if the opponent was in the Dalo realm, how could the opponent master so many immortal arts that might not be successfully practiced in a lifetime? Clang. Before everyone could react, the four swords of Xuxin shook. Even if it was suppressed for a moment, and it was still a top Xiangio of a foreign race, it was still a great insult to the four swords of Xuxin. The terrible killing intent was fluctuating, and the boundless sword light was exploding, directly grinding the cage on the sword edge, revealing an incomparable hideousness. Suddenly, the sword light was endless. That was Xuxin. It turned into a long river, rushing straight at the immortals. Then there was red light, dyeing the other world bloody. That was Xiangxin. The meaning of death was spreading and erupting. That was Luxian. Finally, of course, it was Xuxin, with the power to cut everything. Immediately, the immortals were surrounded and covered, and the terrible sword intent began to strangle her, surrounding her and launching an extremely crazy attack. Although she realized that these four swords were extraordinary and related to the ancient legends of the alien race, the immortal still took a breath. The terrifying immortal light burst out, and hundreds of thousands of innate Taoism was slapped out by her like rain, the sun fire, the cold moon shadow, the 0-degree wind, the sky clouds, countless, endless. Even so, she was bleeding. The sword intent followed her Taoism and slashed on her body. Even though it was already an awakened body, it no longer belonged to the flesh, but was like energy. Countless scars were cut on her body, hands, and face. The person who was floating in the air, in just a moment, had turned into a bloody beauty. Not only the immortals, but also the gods and the mimics were also bleeding. They were entangled by the painting of living beings and the yin-yang method, and the pressure was getting greater and greater. Their strength was constantly being penetrated, and their bodies and souls were being hit. The blood left in a few minutes was already comparable to the amount left in his lifetime. The only one who was not injured was the Earth tribe. He was constantly struggling and frantically destroying the space that trapped him. But it was obvious that the Earth tribe, who only knew brute force and did not know the lore of Taoism, had encountered a huge nemesis when facing the Pangu world. They were pressed tightly in the endless space and could not get out at all. At this moment, this scene, looking at the only figure standing in the void, let alone the alien race, even the human race was silent without a sound. His situation was not good either. His face was very pale. Come to think of it, there were 4 alien upper-level geniuses, the best among the best, fighting 1 against 4, and still having the upper hand, before this scene appeared. If you tell others, I'm afraid everyone will just treat it as a joke. Therefore, facing the somewhat struggling Li Su, no one thinks he is not strong enough. Even the spies lurking among the human race couldn't help but turn pale at this moment, and began to doubt whether their choice was wrong. Asterisk 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 deep space. The Taoist Shengxuan looked strange, and the supreme Dalo of the human religion and the Chan religion was silent for a second. No, it should be said that the Divine Lord, one of the 9 elders of the Ji religion, who had always been calm and indifferent, couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was not the absolute strength shown by Li Su, nor was it that he possessed 4 amazing supreme magical powers. It was the immortal art that controlled the great power of space and the extremely special banner. If I'm not mistaken, then there is no doubt that it should be the legendary treasure of the Chan religion, the magic weapon of the ancient Chan religion heavenly Dao saint, the Yuanshi saint, Pangu banner. As for the other emperors, they looked at Li Su dimly at this moment, and couldn't help but silently said, I don't know if this little guy can use his own Taoism. Of course, even if he doesn't know how to do it, with his talent, he can still learn it. It's over. Yeah. I wonder, what on earth is worth giving up the heavenly palace to come here? God, you want to protect this kid, right? The extreme Dalo couldn't help but speak, his eyes full of admiration. Good boy, really good boy. At the moment, when the human race is in a great dilemma, his appearance is no less than a shot of heart strengthening and a flag. God was stunned, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he didn't say anything. If you say it's true, it's a pity, it's really not. But if you say it's not true, it's even more regrettable. The alien race's murderous intention towards him is undoubtedly so great that it is unbelievable. In order to kill him, they even gave up the heavenly palace where they were sitting. Let's go. Asterisk 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 at this moment, outside the world. Since Li Su showed the third gate of the highest, Daoshan Emperor's Zun fell into silence. As for the fourth gate now, the 4 upper level Cheyenne Geo of the alien race were suppressed by the other party alone, and they never said a word. His eyes were shaking, as if communicating, with great killing intent. Facing the silent Daoshan Emperor, Lei Yu Xianzhen was also silent. If 2 supreme doors were enough to arouse the killing intent, 3 doors would almost certainly kill him. As for now, if he were Daoshan Emperor, all the rules and agreements were bullshit. It's really sad that such a genius was born in the human race. After a long time, Daoshan Emperor spoke slowly. Haha, I think it's natural for such a genius to be born in my human race, Lei Yu Xianzhen said lightly. Daoshan Emperor was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed, proudly saying, is that so? That's right. After all, we don't need to practice anything specifically. We are a naturally strong and supreme race. 4 against 1 is also called supreme, Lei Yu Xianzhen sneered. Emperor Daoshan nodded. So, his existence is very annoying. Emperor Lei Yu said coldly, Daoshan, breaking the agreement will cost you a lot. Indeed, but for such a genius, as an emperor, it's worth it to get hurt, isn't it? What a surprise. I didn't expect that the Earth Clan, who regards battles as extremely sacred, would also play tricks on the battlefield. Aren't they afraid of blaspheming the faith in their hearts? Lei Yu still doesn't understand us. What we worship is not the battle, but the struggle itself. This bloody fight is a struggle. Desperate resistance is a struggle. Trapped beasts fighting is a struggle. Ling abusing the weak is also a struggle. And using any means necessary is also a struggle. Dao Xiandi chuckled. Whether it's roaring, wailing, enjoying, or suffering, all life is the most real and beautiful only when blood is splashing. Lei Yu Xianzhen said coldly, what a disgusting preference. There's nothing you can do if you don't understand. After all, we are us, and you are you. From the beginning, we are different. As Dao Xiandi's words fell, terrifying vibrations began to come, and there were terrible eyes looking here from afar, and the breath of ruin pressed down heavily. Lei Yu, you and the others can leave. Not only that, don't you humans want Kyanine Palace very much? I can make the decision and give it to you, and unless you humans are completely defeated, the aliens will never touch this palace. Daoshan Emperor said, as long as you are willing to hand over that kid to me. Really generous. Lei Yu Xianzhen smiled, and his smile was very cold. He looked at Daoshan Emperor and said, but do you think I'm not prepared to bring such a prodigy here? Indeed, such a prodigy, if placed in an alien race, is really afraid of melting, and afraid of breaking. Daoshan Emperor nodded with a smile. But, how many people can you come? 2, or 3, or 5? Lei Yu Xianzhen's face changed slightly. Because of the confidentiality, he didn't know how the myth world was prepared. The only one he had seen was the god. You need to know. Well, let me answer for him. Before Daoshan Emperor spoke, a huge breath suddenly descended and directly pressed on Daoshan Emperor's body. In an instant, Daoshan Emperor's face changed, his pupils suddenly shrank together, and he couldn't help but raise his head and look at the boundless space outside the world. At this moment, he saw dozens of figures standing there, looking at him with cold eyes, looking at the people he called. Almost everyone is here. Aliens, do you want to start a war? Chapter 1059 Young man, I see you have amazing bones. The new competition ended hastily. There was no need to continue. Perhaps Li Su looked a little exhausted. It was obvious that it was not an easy task for one person to suppress 4 foreign superiors. The most important thing was that it was difficult to kill them. Even though the immortal woman surrounded by the 4 swords of Zeuxin had become a blood beauty, her injuries were actually on the surface. Various Taoist methods were continuously outputting tons of energy per second. Although the 4 swords of Zeuxin were extremely sharp, it took time to cut them off. As for the 2 people from the God clan and the Simulacrum clan, their situation was not very good, but it was far from being in danger. Although the victory or defeat was a matter of fact, at this point, there was actually no need to say anything. The first public exchange between the human and foreign geniuses, the foreign race was defeated. Faced with this result, Daoshan Emperor Zun looked very unhappy. The main reason was that he did not expect that the human race would actually send out such a large lineup, and all the top emperors came without missing a single one. He calculated in his heart that the opponent would only have about 3 or 5 at most. Therefore, he called in a full 10 emperors, thinking that he could take them down in one fell swoop. Faced with this situation, Daoshan Emperor directly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the avenue in his body was slightly distorted. Of course, this was not because of anger, but because of the oath. After all, this battle was carried out after he and Lei Yuxianzhen made an oath, and it is obvious that this kind of superficial oath is not a contract signed by mortals, and can be easily torn up. In fact, the price has been paid from the moment the decision was made. Even if it is the emperor, he is still seriously injured. After all, when the contract was signed, Daoshan Emperor was quite ruthless. In his heart, he looked down on the Xianjiao of the mythical world, and determined that his Xianjiao was the strongest. He was afraid that Lei Yuxianzhen would not abide by the rules, and kill his Xianjiao. This is not just self-confidence, this is an undoubted reality. In fact, the Xianjiao of the human race has almost no room for resistance against the Xianjiao of the alien race. If it weren't for the appearance of such a monster, this battle would undoubtedly be another great victory for the alien race. At this point, it doesn't make much sense to continue to turn against each other, because people are definitely not dead. Not only that, if his origin is damaged, and he really turns against them, the emperors of the mythical world will definitely besiege him mercilessly. At that time, it will not be as simple as stealing a chicken and losing a rice, but there is a high probability that he will also lose himself. It is worthwhile to bear some costs and wipe out the future strong men of the human race. But to wipe out a prodigy who may become a strong man and lose his own life, that is another matter. The only good thing is that although he lost, the price he paid was not great. Although the fragments of the innate 5-element flag are precious, they are very limited. They are only useful for prodigies. Although that freak is also a prodigy, this seemingly precious thing is actually not very useful to him. He is too strong and overstandard. Fortunately, it is only the 10 million Dao realm. There are 2 huge stages above it, the billion Dao realm and the 10 billion Dao realm. The billion Dao realm should not be difficult for him, but the 10 billion Dao realm is another matter. It takes a lot of time. As for the Emperor realm, it will undoubtedly take longer. It's okay to hide it and not know it. Since he has jumped out, there are some means to target him. Looking at Daoshan Emperor Zun, who left with a cold face and no words, Lei Yuxianzhen couldn't help but sigh while heaving a sigh of relief. Since the two sides confronted each other, the other party seemed so calm. How could he have been so embarrassed? As a result, today, he was made like this by a Xianjiao disciple, which severely hit the other party's face. Not only him, but also the aliens will probably feel uncomfortable for a long time after this. Facing the absolute advantage of the human race, such a scene appeared, which was a great blow to them. He was ready to pay a huge price, but in return he got a win-win result. It must be said that it really gave him a big surprise. The pressure is still heavy, but there is no doubt that Li Su's appearance is equivalent to giving a shot of cardiotonic to the entire myth world cultivators. As the double honor contract was released, the sky began to shake. Including Li Su, everyone was shining, and they were directly separated from the battlefield and taken away directly. Asterisk 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 in the battlefield. Looking at the light spots covering him, Li Su couldn't help but let out a breath and relaxed a lot. After all, the more he reveals, the more the aliens will want to kill him. He has shown 4 supreme powers in a row. If he were a high-ranking alien, he would probably not be able to resist. It would be great if it could end safely. Damn it, it was still too unsafe. The pressure was even greater than a mountain. At a TIE extreme, he really had to bear a burden that he shouldn't have to bear at this level. Looking around, the lowest of his opponents was at the 10 million Dao realm. Not to mention that each of them was a whole realm stronger than him. They were fighting under the eyes of the extreme Daluo. It was like walking on a tightrope at a height of 10,000 feet. Every step was a heartbeat. After returning, he immediately went into seclusion. Yes, seclusion. Immediately, right away. Breaking through the Tai realm was absolutely imperative. This world was too dangerous. At the Tai level, there was really no sense of security. As the light of the identity jade completely enveloped him, Lee Su's eyes blurred, and when he came to his senses, he was already standing in an unfamiliar square. Under his feet, there was a formation. The array pattern was very mysterious, and of very high quality. It was densely packed with Deo patterns, with hundreds of thousands of special rules intertwined. Lee Su took a breath, retracted his gaze from the array, turned his head to look at Xia and Guo Yuan, and prepared to greet them first, and then hint to Sister Zhu. But before he could even open his mouth, he flew into the air, and was carried away. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Everyone go away. The rewards for participating in the competition will be delivered later. Although we won this battle, I believe you should know in your heart what you relied on to win. The person who was carrying Lee Su in the air shook Lee Su by the way. I believe you should understand the extra words without me saying anything. This kid should have been a trump card. He should not have been exposed to the aliens before he became completely powerful. But for the sake of the overall situation, he was still exposed. Next, he will probably face the aliens' extremely crazy pursuit and will be directly listed on the blacklist of dozens of alien emperors. After saying that, without waiting for everyone to speak or for Lee Su to speak, he directly carried him away and disappeared. Looking at the departing emperor and Lee Su who showed invincibility on the battlefield, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although the people who left didn't say anything harsh, their own family undoubtedly knew their own affairs best. In this battle, there is no doubt that most people didn't play any role at all. Everything can be said to be Lee Su's efforts to turn the tide and save the collapsing building. After looking at each other, everyone took a breath and turned into streams of light, leaving quickly. This included Xia and the other two girls. At this moment, Zhu was overjoyed. Although she was a little disappointed that she couldn't talk, she understood the look in Lee Su's eyes before he left. She had to find Yiren and the others as soon as possible and tell them this great news. The three girls had waited too long for this day. As for Xia and the other two, after looking at each other, they directly cancelled their clones. It was just a period of time since they last saw each other, but they didn't expect that the junior brother had come to this point. Although they couldn't exert their full strength due to their clones, they still had the 7th level. Therefore, even if their real bodies came, they would at most be equal to the superior Shi and Geo of the alien race. After all, they had entered the heavenly court too shortly, and their transformation had not yet ended. But even so, the distance from the junior brother was undoubtedly a little frightening. Not to mention catching up, at least they couldn't be left behind by him too much. On the other side, they left quickly. Although the posture was quite embarrassing, Lee Su quickly calmed down and couldn't help but whispered, "Senior, where are we going? Where are we going?" The person holding Lee Su's side, "Of course we are going to a place that can guarantee your safety." Damn, it's really a ghost. Originally, the main line of this plan should be him and the target he is targeting, and Lee Su is just a secondary and incidental one. As a result, the position has completely reversed. Not only was he not taken care of until the end of the operation, but Daoshan Emperor actually directly sent 10 alien emperors for this little guy. This treatment is something that none of these emperors have ever received. By the way, little guy, are you interested in the Taoism of the soul? If so, I can recommend it to you. The supreme classic of our religion. Fengdu Emperor Sutra can evolve thousands of incarnations and control trillions of ghosts. Lee Su was stunned and couldn't help but have a lot of question marks in his head. What's going on? Senior, what is this? Nothing. I saw that you are a genius in cultivating the soul and spirit path, and I was delighted when I saw you. Is that so? Lee Su was confused. This should be the Ghost Gate Emperor, right? He was really special. He was delighted when he saw you and directly passed on the supreme of our sect. Is the supreme so shameless? Is he talking about passing on the Ahadfist to him? What? Just nod your head. The man who was holding Lee Su had a hint of impatience in his tone. This Why do you look down on my ghost gate Taoism? The man's face sank, and his tone suddenly became ghostly. Ah, it's not me. It's good that it's not me. Come on, boy, listen to me. With a touch of joy on his face, the man immediately said, "That's enough." Before the man finished speaking, an extremely angry voice sounded, "You poached my GGO Taoist in front of me. Do you think I'm dead?" From the voice, it was the god of Haran, one of the 9 elders, who appeared not far away with a face full of anger. Beside him, it was Wuxin Zenran. The smiling old man's face turned a little cold at the moment. "That's right, Emperor Dang. It isn't appropriate to poach the core disciples of the human sect in front of them." Chapter 1060. Currently, it is still Tai. The man was startled and sighed with great regret. As expected, the journey was too short and the time was not enough. Misunderstanding. I just think this child has amazing talent, and is a promising talent. Ghost Gate Emperor smiled lightly, and put Li Su down. However, little guy, if you are really interested in the soul-related Taoism, the door of Ghost Gate will always be open to you. As the words of the East Emperor fell, even the god's face couldn't help but turn a little black. After being intercepted by the human religion, Bloodsword Lord, one of the 9 elders, was treated well by the saint after returning. Who can bear it if half of his disciples are suddenly chopped off by someone? If it weren't for the fact that his own Taoist son did have a great cause and effect with the human religion, I'm afraid his own saint would have to come to the door to talk. However, this is not the time to talk about it, and he must change the subject. The god said directly, "Okay, let's talk business. Eastern Emperor, where are the things? Did you get them?" Yes, the entire grassland was moved away, and different individuals were found inside. The East Emperor's expression straightened up, and he immediately became serious. Although there were many problems with the plan itself, the original purpose could not be forgotten. That was something that the saints judged to be worth giving up most of the resources of the heavenly court to get. Although it was not clear what the bugs in the grassland were for, since they had personally gone to the scene, there was naturally no possibility of failure. Thinking of this, the East Emperor could not help but say, "But, what is the use of this thing of the god? Is it worth going through so much trouble?" Although they were told the target, they did not mention why the target was so important. With their Lanoop, they should at least be comparable to this little guy, right? The god smiled slightly, but did not speak, but turned to look at Li Su and said, "Child, you tell me. After all, the whole thing is also because of the news you sent back." Everyone was stunned, and their faces showed surprise. The little guy was naturally extraordinary, but they did not expect that the cause of the whole incident was actually all because of him. Li Su was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the god would let him speak. After all, as a Tai extreme, he was under a lot of pressure in front of a group of extreme Daluo. After thinking about it, he took a breath and told the results of his discovery of the light spraying insect and the analysis of this special insect. What? Although he was prepared, he obviously didn't expect that the goal of their trip was such a thing. For a moment, all the extreme Daluo present couldn't help but breathe heavily. Strengthening the physique is by no means a simple matter. In fact, the major sects in the myth world have been doing it for a long time, but the results are very mediocre. The main reason is that the innate changes are too difficult. The foundation of mortals is too low and can't withstand too strong drugs. Of course, there are top-level medicinal materials, white bones and flesh, and magical creation. But we must also understand that such medicine is usually extremely rare, and it takes years to grow, and there is no way to form mass production. Don't look at it as just a natural foundation. In the human race, it is actually equivalent to being born sacred. There are many immortals in the myth world. There are tens of millions. However, this is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, but a matter of 10,000 years. Moreover, compared with the huge population base of the human race, are tens of millions of people in a trillion people a lot? Not a lot at all. Therefore, after hearing about the effect of the light spraying insects, the impact on the extreme Daluo present can be imagined. Immediately, they understood why the saint would personally issue such an order. In order to ensure the success of the plan, the 36 heavenly palaces can be temporarily put aside. This is too important. For the human race, especially at this moment, it is simply a drop of sweet dew from heaven, which solves the most troublesome and difficult problem that bothers everyone. The population base of the alien race is too large. It is meaningless to obtain enough resources simply based on the number of cultivators in the myth world. It takes you the time to create one immortal, but others can create 100. Even if your immortal is stronger, what does it matter? After all, not everyone is this little freak in front of you. Most of them belong to the normal category. Under such circumstances, the myth world with a serious shortage of population has no capital to fight against the alien race. Even if it maintains a short-term balance, how long can it last? At this critical moment, getting this precious insect, no, it should be said that the divine insect, for the human race, can no longer be described as timely rain, but a structural reversal. With a population of trillions, if about 500 million natural foundation building infants can be produced within 1 year, no, within 5 years, it will be a huge impact on the mythological world. After a few decades, the number of immortals in the tens of millions will suddenly usher in a big explosion, and the longer the time, the more terrible this explosion will be. But it's not all good. Seeing the big guys excited like children, Lee Su couldn't help but shudder and quickly got a shot of prevention. Is there a disadvantage? Everyone was startled and immediately became nervous. Yes, it's right to think about it. How can something that changes the foundation like this have no negative effects? What are the negative effects? Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. As long as the problem is not too big, even if it affects the upper limit of cultivation, it is not unacceptable. After all, for most people, let alone becoming immortals, it is difficult to transform into mortals. It's mainly a fertility problem, which is related to the physical body. The number of births will decrease. Under normal circumstances, if the human population is based on a base of 20, it will at least decrease by half to the 7th level, which means at most 3 or 5. Not only that, but the fertility period will also be extended. The 10-month pregnancy will become 2 years, or even 3 years. Then what? Nothing more. What? That's it. A group of Dalo couldn't help but let out a breath, thinking it was something else, but it was this feeling. Is there a problem with this? Of course there is no problem with this. It's very reasonable, right? Born to build a foundation, born to be sacred, how could it be simple? In ancient mythology, didn't Nezha, the third prince of the heavenly court, give birth after 3 years? Those full of magic, how simple is that? In fact, in the eyes of the big guys, the most bizarre thing is the god of justice. Let's not talk about the slot of immortal love. His father is immortal, but he actually got pregnant by an immortal. To be honest, all the major religions, except Buddhism, have studied it a lot. After all, this is a living sacred being. Although it is a taboo for the ancient times under the management of the heavenly Dao, it is another matter for the great sects at this time. However, after a series of practices, it was finally concluded that immortals could not reproduce with mortals. It must be said that he is worthy of being the father of the god of justice, and he is a bird that eats the nose of an ox. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed, Lee Su's face changed slightly, revealing a very painful white breath, and his breath was messed up. In an instant, the face of the god of honor changed immediately. Child, what's wrong with you? Wuxin Zenran also felt nervous. This child did not mention the cause and effect between him and the human sect. His existence itself was of great significance to the entire myth world. Not only did the battle boost the confidence of tens of millions of cultivators in the myth world, who were still suppressed, but he also brought back such a huge treasure as the divine insect. It can no longer be described as a lucky star. This child is blessed with great luck. In public and private, he must not have any problems. I couldn't help it, and started to explore. It's already like this, why are you still asking? After touching it, Wuxin Zenran was a little stunned, a little uncertain, a little surprised, a little puzzled, and even a little inexplicable. The main thing is that the conclusion is a little weird. How come this kid's situation looks a bit like he can't suppress his realm and is about to break through? And why can't he feel his Dao? After a while, Lee Su finally stabilized. Damn, it's getting stronger and stronger, and I can't suppress it anymore. Looking up, looking at the worried people, Lee Su said a little embarrassedly, "I'm fine. It's just that my realm is a little bit uncontrollable." "Is that so?" Everyone heard this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, almost thinking that the aliens had taken action so quickly. "However, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Leave first and go to a safe place. It just so happens that that place is also suitable for the little guy to break through." Yao Jidaluo nodded and smiled. "Break through? Not bad. If you become a billion Dao realm, even if the aliens want to target you, it will be much more difficult. Lee Su's talent is unquestionable. The stronger the realm, the better." Lee Su was stunned for a moment. How did he reach the realm of 100 million Dao? No, he was the limit of Tai, and he was still a little short of perfection. He opened his mouth and thought about it. According to Ning Wuxia's words, after breaking through the realm of 10 million Dao, he should be able to advance to the realm of 100 million Dao very quickly, and it was not wrong. Fortunately, he did not intend to explain. At this time, Wuxin Zenren was a little bit unbelievable and unbelievable. His voice could not help but tremble a little and said, "Kit, you are not in the realm of Daluo, right?" In an instant, everyone present was stunned and could not help but look at Wuxin Zenren. "Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? Look at the number of miscellaneous Dao around him. Which Tai can have such a number of miscellaneous Dao? The ordinary Daluo is only about 1 million. Not to mention, in the previous battle, how can it be seen that it is the combat power of Daluo?" Lee Su touched his face. Just now, Wuxin Zenren touched him. Although it did not involve the origin, he obviously felt some details. Knowing that he could not hide it, he said shyly, "Well, I'm still at the limit of Tai at present." Hiss. Although they wanted to doubt it, thinking of Wuxin Zenren's contact and words just now, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths fiercely. This little monster. Chapter 1061, Sacrifice Ceremony. Just when Lee Su was taken away by the Daluo of the myth world, on the side of the 33 alien races, Daoshan Emperor Zun was not idle after returning. He directly found people from the Demon Court and the Black Mountain religion. Daoshan Emperor Zun was very angry. After a battle, he not only paid a heavy price, but did not get the structure he wanted. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to him. The reason for this was that there was no intelligence. If such a genius had intelligence about the other party from the beginning, he would definitely not suffer such a loss. Facing such a result, how could you let Daoshan Emperor Zun accept it? Looking at the Daluo of the Demon Court and the Black Mountain religion, Daoshan Emperor Zun was very impolite and very angry. The reason why the 33 alien races accepted the Demon Court and the Black Mountain religion was not a casual decision. Among them, to a large extent, it was because the Demon Court and the Black Mountain religion provided them with a lot of information, allowing them to fully understand the situation of the myth world. For the 33 alien races, this was much more useful than the combat power brought by the Demon Court and the Black Mountain religion. Now the myth world is almost in a disadvantageous position. In a sense, it is because of the information sent to them by the two religions that the alien race has a full understanding of the myth world. Now, such important information is completely unknown to the alien race, which naturally makes Daoshan Emperor very angry. With this battle alone, the fate of the myth world is undoubtedly extended, and the confidence of the human race is boosted again. This is undoubtedly very uncomfortable. You must know that for this step, the alien race has actually paid a high price over the past period of time, and many of their own Xian have died, and the loss is not low. Facing Daoshan Emperor Zun's doubts and anger, the Dimming King and Heli Xianzan of the Demon Court also looked very ugly. As extreme Daluo, when have they ever been questioned like this? Facing the spit that was almost sprayed on their faces, they were also very unhappy. However, they quickly suppressed their anger in their hearts. After all, it was not the time to turn against each other. Their own saints also gave orders to go all out, to cooperate with the alien race and completely crush the myth world. After a moment of silence, Black Heavenly Venerable spoke up and began to introduce. That person was Daozi of Jijiro. He was also their biggest worry. In order to kill him, they did not hesitate to tear their faces with Rinjiro and Jijiro. They thought he was dead and fell into the blood eye in the legend of the western region. You have to know that over the past millions of years, countless people have fallen into it, and the most important thing is that no one has ever walked out of it. Therefore, as a guy who is determined to be dead, he naturally did not report it. Not only that, although this child is troublesome, he was still in the Tai realm back then. Although it was very light, it was far from the current strength that can directly suppress 4 upper alien races. Listening to Black Heavenly Venerable's explanation, Daoshan Emperor Zun's face was still extremely ugly, but it also restrained a little. He knew that the most terrifying thing about creatures, like Chai and Jiao, is that they break the rules. After not seeing for a while, there is undoubtedly a high probability that it is as if the world has turned upside down. Therefore, for the existence of the other party, the past information is almost useless. If you want to kill him, you have to be extremely well prepared, preferably according to the specifications of the other party's combat power several times. After learning about Li Su's information, Daoshan Emperor waved his hand directly. Facing Daoshan Emperor's behavior, Dimeng Wang and Hei Xianzhen looked at each other, said nothing, and their souls disappeared directly. What a disgusting guy. Watching the two people leave, Daoshan Emperor couldn't help but speak, and his face showed unparalleled disgust. For the benefit of the tribe, it is not impossible to betray or break faith. But traitors are another matter. There is a saying that, if they can betray the myth world today, they can betray the alien race tomorrow. In accepting these two sects, Daoshan Emperor belongs to the opposition. The news they brought is indeed important, but it is obviously not a good thing to let this kind of cancer be inserted into the alien race. Unfortunately, the higher-ups chose to accept it. After all, both the Demon Court and the Black Mountain sect have saints, and their combat power is not low. Daoshan, what are you going to do next? A female voice sounded, and a beautiful figure was seen in the void, but there was no trace of it when he wanted to sense it. Of course, I will kill him, and the sooner the better. Daoshan Emperor took a breath, and said without hesitation, this boy's talent is too amazing. He has such ability at only the 10 million Dao realm. If he becomes the 100 million Dao realm, or even the 10 billion Dao realm, the trouble will be more than ordinary. Although as an emperor, the opponent will not be able to threaten him in a short time. No, it should be a long time. The emperor realm is not a joke. It takes countless years to slowly consume and accumulate before it can be formed. Even if the opponent has excellent talent, it is useless. The resources alone are enough to give him a headache for a long time. But the problem now is that saints and emperors rarely come to the scene. Most of the resource competition in the Heavenly Court revolves around the 10 billion Dao realm and the 100 million Dao realm. Therefore, once the opponent's realm rises, the danger to the aliens will be very great. So before that, killing him is the best way. What method do you plan to use? At this point, the myth world will definitely hide the person. Before its strength is strong enough, I'm afraid it won't give you any chance. So, I plan to help him. Help? The woman was stunned, looking extremely surprised. Suddenly, she thought of something, couldn't help but take a breath, and her eye shook directly. Are you going to use the sacrificial ceremony? That's right. Daoshan Emperor laughed. The woman was stunned, looking at Daoshan Emperor with a weird look. If the two guys before were disgusting by their words and deeds, then Daoshan Emperor was chilling from the heart. Such a method, it's amazing that he can think of it. The sacrificial ceremony is an extremely special method among the alien races, and its fundamental function is to give the target an upgrade. Here, some people may be surprised. Give the target an upgrade? Isn't this helping Li Su become stronger? Of course, it's not just like this. Such a special upgrade will bring another effect. That is, when he breaks the mirror and crosses the tribulation, the difficulty will also increase. It is a unique method of the alien race. It is prepared for some talented people who are eager to build a stronger foundation. In this way, they can become stronger. In fact, almost all the upper alien races have performed such sacrificial rituals, which is why they are so powerful now. Of course, everything has a limit. The use of sacrificial rituals will be determined according to the situation of the person who receives the blessing, and will not be blindly improved. After all, although such an improvement can raise the foundation of the person who breaks the mirror, it will also form an unstable foundation. The tribulation of the War Emperor level is not so easy. If it is improved too much, it will undoubtedly lead to a false high realm, which will lead to an unstable foundation and failure to cross the tribulation. Moreover, the most fatal thing is that this method is different from a curse, but a blessing, a benefit. In other words, this thing cannot be defended. Once it is carried out, the other party can only bear this benefit. Fortunately, Li Su is not here, otherwise, facing the behavior of Daoshan Emperor, I'm afraid that he will be extremely surprised by the other party's brain circuit. The behavior of poisonous milk is to milk him to death. The woman nodded. It must be said that this method was quite vicious. It was a deadly way to deal with such a prodigy. Facing this result, even if the other saint realized it, he would not be able to stop it. He could only watch it, right? However, if such a prodigy wanted to perform a sacrificial ceremony, the cost would probably not be low, and the consumption would be very large. After all, the opponent's upper limit was there, and a large amount of resources would be required. Fortunately, the resources in the heavenly court were abundant. After millions of years of accumulation, the amount was very astonishing. When do you plan to start? Chapter 1062, about to break through. Without mentioning the thoughts of Emperor Daoshan, let's go back to Li Su. He was taken to a huge fairy island, which was very large, with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of miles. There were special fairy vines growing here, each of which was extremely huge, and engraved with special inscriptions. The spiritual energy here was extremely rich. There seemed to be a waterfall above the sky, and the rich spiritual energy-like substance continued to fall, and the Dao rhyme between heaven and earth was even more amazing. It can be felt that there seem to be many formations arranged here, and the most of them should be the gathering spirit formation, which kept vibrating gently, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy within a range of tens of thousands of miles, and making amazing changes to this place. It is certain that if this continues, at most in a few years, this place will probably become a place comparable to a paradise. The concentration is really high. Even Li Su felt a little uncomfortable. There are many people in this mountain, all practicing. They each occupied a hilltop. The outermost was the celestial immortal, and the innermost was the real immortal, then Tai, and finally Daluo. From time to time, Li Su could see someone quickly retreat from inside, go directly to the periphery, find a hilltop, and start to sit cross-legged and practice. A closer look would reveal that the person's body had already had problems, and most of it had turned into colorful colors. That was not because he had practiced any special skills, but because he had been assimilated by the spiritual energy. If this continued, it would not take long for the other party to collapse and become part of the spiritual energy. Looking at the situation in the mountains, Li Su was not only a little surprised. These people are very strong, much stronger than the previous contestants. There are even two auras in the depths, comparable to the level of the upper level Cheyenne Geo of the alien race. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The mythical world seemed to have a hand. If all the people here were to play, the human race would still be at a disadvantage, but it would not be so exaggerated. He was arranged on one of the hilltops, and the god of one of the 9 elders gave him a token and let him stay here for a few days. It's not that they don't care about Li Su, but there are too many things to deal with as soon as possible. For example, the light spraying bugs are extremely important and are related to the future of the human race in the mythical world. They must be dealt with as soon as possible. Not only that, there is also the problem of the Heavenly Palace. Although most of the Heavenly Palace has fallen into the hands of the aliens, they have also seized some of the authority and can obtain resources from it. It's not a big problem to ignore it for the time being, but it can't be left alone. Moreover, the most important thing is that this place is very safe. According to the words of the god, this place is set up by the saints. This world is equivalent to being independent and the cause and effect are broken. Even if the aliens have murderous intentions towards him, it is difficult to find him. Of course, the departure of the god is only temporary. After all, Li Su is about to break through. As the ultimate Tai, his strength is undoubtedly amazing. That is to say, once he breaks through, his momentum will probably be extremely huge. In the face of this situation, Li Su must not be allowed to find a place to cross the calamity at will. He must be prepared in advance, at least not to let the aliens notice it and snipe him in turn.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Watching the god leave, Lee Su focused his attention on himself. He felt very uncomfortable. The more main paths he had, the more he felt like he was about to break through. Fortunately, the miscellaneous paths could suppress him to a certain extent, otherwise, he would have broken through long ago. By the way, Lee Su's miscellaneous paths were already full, that is, they had reached tens of millions. Although some things were exposed, he also gained a lot. The last few battles provided him with about 800,000 Dao rhymes. Now his main path is close to 40,000, and he is only 2,000 away from perfection. The miscellaneous paths have successfully broken through 8 million, and he is only more than 1 million away from the tens of millions of Dao realm. Although the gods told them that it would be within the next few months, in fact, the difficulty is really not low. The main reason is that as the number of great paths increases, Lee Su really feels his own limit. Inexplicably, Lee Su has a hunch. Not to mention the main path. In terms of miscellaneous paths, perhaps he can't reach tens of millions. About 9 million is probably his maximum limit. It's not that he can't comprehend it, but that his body can't hold it. It must be said that the difficulty of breaking through the limit of Tai is really extraordinary. Even he finds it difficult to do it completely just by the requirement of tens of millions of miscellaneous ways. Time passed quickly. Lee Su, who stayed on the top of the mountain, had a simple life every day. He just kept comprehending miscellaneous ways, comprehending the main way, and waiting for his own perfection. This lasted until about half a month later, when Ning Wuxia came. Knowing that Lee Su was about to break through, she decided to watch the ceremony, and wanted to see what it would be like for Lee Su to break through. After all, once a Tai like him breaks through, the disaster it triggers will inevitably be astonishing. Although it is already a billion Dao realm, it is still not easy to miss. However, gradually Lee Su found something wrong. Because it was not only Ning Wuxia, the number of people in the mountains was increasing, and the number was increasing. Among these people, there were both strong and weak. From the celestial immortals to the Dalo realm, there were hundreds of people, and each of them had a strong aura, belonging to the category of Shi and Jiao. Not long after, Xia, Jiuo Yuan and the others also came. The two women were originally in retreat, and when they heard that Lee Su was about to break through, they came out of retreat specifically. Not only them, but also the heavenly court, the human religion, the Ji religion, and the Chan religion all came. Even the three of them, including the Buddhist master sister, have encountered many opportunities since they separated from each other in the eastern region. They are really only one step away from the Dalo realm and can start preparing for a breakthrough. Under such circumstances, the purpose of coming here is self-evident. Obviously, they intend to observe his breakthrough. Facing this scene, Lee Su naturally couldn't help but twitch his mouth again and again. He should have broken through a higher realm, but in an instant, he felt like a monkey in a zoo. You know, even if he is full of confidence, crossing the tribulation itself is a very dangerous thing. It's like he is fighting hard, but there are a bunch of people sitting around him eating melon seeds, which is very frustrating. Of course, there is more to it than just this. As the practice continues to advance, the main path is getting closer and closer to perfection. Even if the miscellaneous paths are constantly increasing, they can no longer be suppressed. 9,300,000. It was much earlier than he expected. He originally thought that he could hold on to about 9.5 million. Now it seems that he has to break through in about 50,000 at most. After all, the main path is only less than 10 points away from perfection. Once the main path is perfect, even if there are more miscellaneous paths, it will be difficult to suppress it, and it will directly change. It should be these few days. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su's expression began to become serious. Although he was very confident in his breakthrough and the accumulated foundation was beyond imagination, this was a Dalo tribulation after all, which was far from being comparable to the Tai tribulation. Just when Lee Su began to prepare and decided to complete the main path, break through in the true sense, break the Tai limit, and enter the Dalo realm, suddenly, he couldn't help shivering, and an inexplicable chill soaked him from head to toe. That feeling was really weird. Originally, Lee Su, who had felt that he had reached his limit in all aspects, inexplicably found that his way forward had been opened up a little bit.
The distance is not far, but there is no doubt that it can add tens of thousands of miscellaneous roads. Not only that, he seemed to hear voices in the dark, and there were a lot of voices. Although he couldn't understand the words, he could feel that they were words of blessing. Facing this scene, Lee Soo couldn't help but be stunned, and his face couldn't help showing a blank look. What's going on? Chapter 1063 The Great Disaster. What's going on? Lee Soo was a little stunned. After all, he had truly felt his limit a second ago. This limit is not an ordinary limit, not the maximum limit of the realm, but the maximum limit of the container. How to say it? To put it simply, his body, which has been constantly polished and improved since the beginning of the martial arts realm, has reached its limit. In fact, this itself is a very incredible thing, because the cultivators of the Tai realm simply cannot carry so many miscellaneous ways. That is a category that can only be involved after the Dalo realm. However, Lee Soo's solid foundation is too strong. Almost every realm belongs to the ceiling all the way forward, and there have been several times when the ceiling has been broken, making his foundation extremely solid and extremely grand. So although he is a little regretful that he cannot complete tens of millions of miscellaneous ways, he is not too extravagant. After all, you can't break your own container for a number, right? Lee Soo himself is not the kind of person who will give up easily. After all, the better the foundation is, the stronger it will be after the breakthrough. He still understands such a simple truth. It is because he knows that he has reached the upper limit and something might happen if he continues, that he chooses to give up. But he didn't expect that such a situation would occur at the last minute. Is this a situation unique to Tai Extreme? A special situation that will only occur when you really touch the extreme? It's not surprising that Lee Soo would think so. After all, he didn't do anything, and there was nothing abnormal around him. Although he seemed to hear some sound when he was inexplicably promoted, he felt it carefully and found that there was no other situation except the upper limit. After thinking for a while, Lee Soo quickly closed his eyes and practiced again. The main thing is that his main path is almost complete. Even if he stops now, the 7 saints in his body are accelerating themselves and seeking perfection. In other words, there is not much time left. Although there are only more than 10,000 points, compared with his nearly 10 million miscellaneous paths, it is like mosquito meat. But in small, it is also meat. It can't be wasted. After all, the increase in the number of miscellaneous paths is undoubtedly a real benefit to him, because once the mirror is broken, all the miscellaneous paths in Lee Soo's body will be baptized by the catastrophe, tempered, and transformed into the foundation of the top level avenue. This is very important, and it is also the fundamental reason why Ning Wuxia wants him to comprehend as many miscellaneous paths as possible before the breakthrough. Although the main path is the strongest and most important, for the Dalo realm, the miscellaneous paths are the key that cannot be ignored. The 10 million Dao realm, the 100 million Dao realm, and the 10 billion Dao realm do not refer to the main path, but the miscellaneous paths. The main path determines the areas and upper limits involved, and the miscellaneous paths provide the energy to drive everything. In other words, the relationship between the two parties is similar to the relationship between an engine and fuel. Lee Soo, who has the 7 Saints Supreme, is equivalent to having the top level engine, so it has a particularly large demand for fuel. What's more, it's only more than 10,000, which only takes about half a day. After all, the number of miscellaneous paths left on his hands is more than 1 million, and the number of comprehension has long exceeded tens of millions. As he reached the end of his cultivation again, Lee Soo found that the voice of the dark came again, and then his upper limit inexplicably increased again. Just like before, it was still more than 10,000. Was it an illusion? Thinking of a person who was about to freeze to death, he would feel hot. Lee Soo couldn't help but feel the situation of his own container. Although he was sure that he was quite calm and rational, and did not pursue the saying of the number of 10 million perfections too much, he could not guarantee that his heart was under too much pressure and had delusions. After all, the way the upper limit increased was too weird, especially the strange voice of prayer, as if a group of people were praying and blessing him devoutly. It was quite wrong. After checking himself inside and out for a long time, Lee Soo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that there was really no problem with his own container and the upper limit had indeed increased. Since there was no problem with himself, he would practice. After all, he was still hundreds of thousands away from the 10 million Dao realm, which was not a small number. It was already more than half a level, which was not a small number. If possible, I hope this situation can happen a few more times. At least he could get 9.5 million. If nothing else, the numbers would look better, wouldn't they? As he thought, Lee Soo quickly realized the truth. He didn't bother to investigate this strange situation. After all, he didn't have much time left. After making sure that his foundation was fine, he would naturally improve as much as he could. Twice, 5 times, 10 times. Soon, the number of miscellaneous paths he held broke through 9.5 million. Facing this scene, Lee Soo was so ecstatic. He thought that there was no hope for the 10 million miscellaneous paths, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. If this continued, he might really be able to complete the 10 million miscellaneous paths and complete the so-called TIE limit breaking move. Once, and again 9.6 million, 9.7 million, 9.8 million. Looking at the numbers gradually approaching 10 million, Lee Soo couldn't help but breathe faster. It was almost there. It was almost there. It wasn't that he was anxious, but mainly because the main path was about to be completed, and the number left was less than 100. Faced with this situation, Lee Soo had to suppress the main path in turn, and reduce its formation speed. It must be said that in order to fight for tens of millions of miscellaneous path broken mirrors, he also fought hard. Suppressing the speed of the main path formation. Is this what a normal person would do? 9.85 million. 9.88 million. 9.9 million. Still short of 100,000. After suppressing the main path tightly, Lee Soo widened his eyes. After consuming the upper limit once again, he held his breath and waited again. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After waiting for a whole week, he did not feel that his upper limit was raised again. Lee Soo, who was full of joy, gradually froze. What the hell? What's going on? Just as suddenly as it came, it seemed to end suddenly. Faced with this scene, Lee Soo was not willing to do it. Originally, there were still hundreds of thousands of them before, and it was nothing. But now it was almost complete, but it stopped. What does this mean? Can you at least let me make it an integer? 42,000 for the main path and 9,958,000 for the miscellaneous path is also okay. Watching the remaining number of his main Dao decreasing little by little until it finally cleared to 0, Lee Soo couldn't help but wail, unable to suppress his own realm. Boom. With a slight sound, the world shook. In an instant, the wind rolled up the clouds, and there was silence for thousands of miles. In the sky, as if sensing something, a pair of eyes appeared. Its sight moved slightly, swept in a certain direction, and began to look there. With the sight, in an instant, all the Dao rhymes in the world stopped, and the silent pressure fell down. For a time, fate was disordered, and cause and effect were blurred. At this moment, all life couldn't help but tremble in the heart, and the heart was surrounded by a breath of death. It was just a moment. In the huge mountain, where Lee Soo was, countless cultivators couldn't help but raise their heads, gasped directly, and showed shock on their faces. This. Ning Wuxia opened his eyes and looked at the hill, where Lee Soo was with a solemn expression. The Dalo tribulation is very cruel. Once it descends, if it gets too close, it will drag everyone else in and become the target of attack. Therefore, after meeting Lee Soo, she quickly retreated. After all, the other party's aura was close to breaking through, and the great calamity could fall at any time. Although it was expected that this kid's calamity would not be that simple, but when it really appeared, it was still inevitable to be shocked by this momentum. It can be felt that the Dao rhyme is shaking in this area of hundreds of millions of miles. The size of this range is simply unimaginable, and it is several times larger than what she had at the beginning. The movement is so big that even the cause and effect are disturbed. Even the billion Dao realm feels the pressure, which is really unimaginable. With such a big movement, how many miscellaneous Daos has that kid realized? Chapter 1064 I have done nothing in the past few months. At the same time, when Li Su broke the mirror, Daoshan Emperor, who had been silent in Kyan'an Palace, suddenly issued an invitation. Faced with this invitation, Lei Yushan couldn't help but frown. The two sides have had quite a few contacts, and they know each other to some extent. After suffering such a big loss, it is impossible for the other party to do nothing and just go to heal for a few months. Not to mention, it is even more wrong to choose to invite him to meet as soon as he came out. This person is called Daoshan, but he is not the Daoshan who enjoys fighting with the sky, but he will fight any enemy of his, even if it is the sky. Undoubtedly, the meaning of the two is very different. In addition, in the new competition, he even did not hesitate to sacrifice himself and violated the contract to kill people. It can be seen that his character is ruthless. It seems that for him, as long as the means are feasible, open, and secret plots do not matter, inviting himself at this time is definitely not a good thing. Thinking about it, Lei Yushan still went. He wanted to see what the other party could do. Attack him? The possibility is very low, and it is meaningless. With the effect of the oath, it would be impossible to repair it in just a few months. Fighting him now would be asking for trouble. As for the siege, if the extreme Daluo was so easy to kill, the alien race would have already started with overwhelming advantage. Therefore, Lei Yushan was a little curious. What did the other party plan to do by inviting him now? After all, Li Su had been taken away, and now he was in the dojo set up by the saint, waiting for a breakthrough. In this case, the other party could retaliate against him, but there was no possibility of retaliating against Li Su. As for killing some mythological cultivators for revenge, it can only be said that they have run out of tricks. After all, at their level, this kind of targeting method is really not up to standard. I haven't seen you for a few months. Next to the Kyan'an Palace, on a mountaintop, Daoshan Emperor was sitting there in a white robe. In front of him was a spiritual stone table like white jade, on which were placed 2 wine glasses. Looking at the stone table, Lei Yushan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. It really is a violent collection of natural resources. With the huge treasure of the heavenly palace, the alien race can be said to be rich, as if they were born in a pile of gold. The spiritual materials are at least level 4, which are the raw materials for making immortal artifacts. In the mythical world, it may take tens of thousands of years to find 10 jin and 8 liang, but the other party directly took hundreds of jin and made a useless table. Although Lei Yushan did not change much, he was still captured by Daoshan as an emperor. He curled his lips slightly. He naturally knew the preciousness of the 5th level materials. The legendary core material of the immortal artifact must be this. Although the alien race is not good at refining magic weapons, this material itself is extremely magical. Even if it is only nurtured by the origin, it can be transformed into a companion artifact. It may not be as magical as the ancient immortal artifact, but for the alien race, the value is not low. The reason why such a large piece of 5th level material is made into such a useless item is actually to stimulate the other party. Lei Yushan did not go over, but just stood in the distance, watching the other party silently. Although he was not afraid of the other party's tricks, he was still on guard. There are also special professions such as barrier masters among the alien races. It is not a good idea to take the initiative to step into the territory of the other party. Is there something going on? If there is nothing going on, can't I chat with brother Lei Yu? Daoshan said with a smile. Lei Yushan glanced at the other party coldly, and without hesitation, he turned around and left. Wait. Brother Lei Yu is really impatient. Of course there is something going on, but considering the friendship between us, I just want to buy you a drink first. If you have something to say, just talk about it. There is no such friendship between us. Daoshan thought about it, poured himself a glass, drank it down, and said, that's right. Since brother Lei Yu said so, I will get straight to the point. Brother Lei Yu, and we have already had a lot of exchanges, and I think he should have a lot of understanding of the situation of the 33 alien races. Lei Yushan frowned. At another time, he might not have much interest in listening to this. However, at this time, saying such words, he had to take it seriously. What do you want to say? I want to say that, in addition to the different talents of the 33 alien races, our alien race actually has a lot of special powers. Dao Xian said here, and couldn't help but pause slightly and said, in fact, this is something that should not be said. However, when I think about being caught off guard by Brother Lei Yu a few months ago, and making a big joke, I feel uncomfortable, and can't think straight for a few months. In order to avoid continuing to feel uncomfortable, I can only risk being punished, and share it with Brother Lei Yu. Without waiting for Lei Yu Xianzhen to speak, Dao Xian suddenly raised his hand, and the void moved, and a very special scene appeared directly. Lei Yu Xianzhen's eyes sank first, and the power had already gathered in the dark. The main thing is that the scene in the picture seems to be some kind of special sacrifice. There are so many people, and it's probably a million. Not only that, in the huge venue, you can also see all kinds of rare treasures piled up, including rare fairy grass medicine, blood of ancient beasts, and even ancient heavenly immortal pills. Millions of people formed circles one after another, and worshipped towards the center at the same time. There, a very special fire was burning. The flames were 9 colors, and it looked extremely sacred. It didn't seem to be an evil spell. The power raised was slightly paused. Lei Yu Xianzhen looked at Dao Xian with some doubts. The moment he saw the picture, he thought that the other party was going to use some evil means. This is a sacrificial ceremony, a unique method of my alien race, specially established for the alien Xianzhuo, and you need to complete a series of difficult tests to be eligible to enjoy it. Its function is also very simple. It can enhance the potential of Xianzhuo disciples and increase their foundation upper limit. Dao Xian smiled and said, if we calculate according to the situation on Brother Lei Yu's side, if there are disciples in the Jiandan stage who break the limit and achieve a myth, when they have no way out, through the sacrificial ceremony, they can raise the upper limit, so that the 11th fire becomes 12 fire, the 12th fire becomes 13 fire, and even the 14th fire becomes 15 fire. Lei Yu Xianzhen couldn't help shrinking his eyes, and his face couldn't help changing slightly. The alien race actually has such a method? No wonder. The geniuses of the upper alien races are so powerful that they are beyond imagination. Even the geniuses of the great sects cannot be compared. Although it is also related to the difference in the environment between the two sides, it is an indisputable fact that the geniuses of the human race are still at a disadvantage when facing the alien race. If it were not for Li Su, even if all the geniuses were sent out, they would still be defeated. This is undoubtedly unreasonable. After all, although the alien races are powerful, they are more based on talent, and are far inferior to the human race in cultivation. Although the racial foundation relying on talent is strong, the acquired disadvantages are also obvious. Otherwise, the ruler of the myth world would not be the human race, but the demon court dominated by the demon race. However, what does it mean that the other party exposed such a method to him? This method is no less than a trump card for the alien race. However, this technique still has some limitations. Daoshan Emperor shook his head and sighed. Although it is magical, it also has a price. It is not a means of improvement that can be achieved at will. Under normal circumstances, even the genius of our race can only withstand such sacrificial ceremonies 3 times at most, and no more. It's not that the body can't bear it, but when the mirror is broken, the calamity will be very shocking. After all, this method itself is, in a sense, opportunistic, and the upper limit of speculation is not based on the foundation of solid grinding, and there will be a certain degree of vanity. At the beginning, in order to calculate how terrible the calamity would be, I found a nameless person to experiment with, and performed a full 30 sacrificial ceremonies on him. Brother Lei Yu, what was your result? Haha, it actually triggered the genius calamity, and it was the top 9 color genius calamity. Only the upper alien race, and they must be extremely outstanding, and those who have undergone 3 sacrificial ceremonies are qualified to enjoy the treatment. As a result, a nameless person actually received such treatment, which is really incredible. Following the words of Daoshan Emperor, Lei Yushan frowned more and more. To be honest, he really didn't understand what the other party said to him. What was the point? He quietly poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip, and Daoshan Emperor said inexplicably, this sacrificial ceremony is very special. As long as there is a target, it can even ignore the distance and space and directly grant it. And, because this power is a blessing, there is naturally no way to resist it. Brother Liu, in the past few months, I didn't do anything. I just organized people to carry out an unprecedented and grand sacrificial ceremony. It was held almost 70 times, which consumed all the treasures I collected in 100,000 years. Lei Yushan trembled suddenly, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his face changed suddenly. You. That's right. Daoshan Emperor said lightly, he's dead. Arsehole. With a roar, Lei Yushan turned into thunder and disappeared in the blink of an eye. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1065, Overcoming the Tribulation. Thunderclouds are gathering. The clear sky turned into an endless night in an instant. The heavy darkness made people feel uneasy, and a feeling of impending disaster arose spontaneously. It hasn't started yet. Someone couldn't help but speak, and felt his mouth was very dry, very dry. The momentum was really too shocking, and I had never heard of it before. Thunder tribulation is nothing new in the mythology world. After all, there are so many immortals. If you have a wide network of contacts and strong confidence in yourself, it is not difficult to see 100 or 80 times a year. The reason why so many people came this time is mainly because the person who wants to cross the tribulation is extraordinary. It is the Taoist of Jigyo, the peerless genius who turned the tide not long ago. The tribulation of such a person is really not to be missed, which can greatly increase one's own knowledge and reduce one's own burden. After all, the more geniuses there are, the more fierce the tribulation of breaking the mirror is. But they never expected that this was just the beginning, and before the lightning flashes was seen, most of the celestial beings, true immortals, and Tei had already felt fatal pressure, as if they were being targeted by natural enemies, and could die at any time. Not only that, under normal circumstances, once the broken mirror tribulation begins, it will basically last for about 10 minutes before the lightning tribulation falls. But it has been almost half a day since the movement began, and the heavenly tribulation seems to be still in the process of brewing, and it is still accumulating energy. What does your little justice look like? On one of the hills, there were many disciples of major sects, and some of them couldn't help but ask the people in the heavenly court. After all, in terms of the degree of genius, although the disciples of the Jigyo are unique, they are not completely unmatched. For example, the little justice god of the heavenly court has been famous for thousands of years, and is very famous. I don't know. The disciples of the heavenly court shook their heads directly. When the little justice god was undergoing the tribulation, the mythological world was not like this. In order to prevent other major sects from noticing the abnormality and using methods, it was naturally kept in an absolute confidential state. Except for a few people, no one knew about it, let alone observed it. But, I heard it's very scary. How scary is it? You should know a lot about the broken mirror tribulation, right? Everyone nodded. Of course, the most common one is the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, which comes in a group of 9 times, for a total of 9 groups. Then there is the transformation. The heavenly tribulation will transform into various ancient mythical beasts. After that it will grow into a tree and turn into a thunder god tree. Then there is the phenomenon of heavenly tribulation, and thunder eyes will appear in the sky. Of course, this is not the end. There is also the heart tribulation, divine thunder above, which will not care about the physical body, but directly strike the soul. I heard that in ancient times, there seems to be chaos divine thunder, and the thunder that strikes will appear in different colors, from 1 to 9, but I have only heard of this thing, and have never seen it. Is that so? The person who asked nodded. Then I guess you will be amazed this time. How do you say that? According to the predecessors of our school, yes, it is based on, not necessarily true. Legend has it that when the little judicial god passed the tribulation, almost everything you said was played out. The time it took to pass the tribulation alone was almost a week. That scene was so grand. Even the lightning of the first thunder tribulation was almost 10 feet thick. Hiss, so fierce. Facing the words of the heavenly court disciples, many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. Although everyone here belongs to the category of geniuses, the thunder of their own broken mirror tribulation is only 10 feet wide at most. The distance of 10 feet is simply unheard of. Wait, although I don't think that the little justice god is worse than the GGO, the height of the two is probably not much different. The heavenly court disciple nodded very seriously. Although he didn't see the little justice god's tribulation with his own eyes, he thought that the gap between the two should not be too big. After all, they are both peerless geniuses and both stand at the top of TIE. However, if we talk about horror, he thinks his own heavenly court DOZ is more horror, mainly because the war between the two sides is completely incomparable. Although the former has restored the momentum of the human race, his enemy is still only at the TIE realm, not completely beyond the standard, while his DOZ has actually dealt with the Dalo realm himself, and not just one, but under the situation of being surrounded and beaten. If you ask me, is it really okay for us to stand so close? It's okay. Don't look at the close distance between these mountains. It doesn't seem difficult to walk over. In fact, each mountain is almost equivalent to a separate world, and the broken mirror tribulation can't reach us. I see. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, it's finally started. The movement is really big. This thunder tribulation, let alone TIE, I'm afraid that many beginner Dalo will be weak in the knees after seeing it. Deep space, looking down from top to bottom, the extreme Dalo who is responsible for the stability of this place couldn't help but speak. Among the people present were Nyanzun, one of the 9 elders of GGO, Wuxin Zenran of Rinjiao, and Yu Xianzun, one of the 4 heavenly guardians. The 3 of them looked at the huge range of the calamity cloud and the unusual aura gathering. Yu Xianzun couldn't help but speak out. It was just a precursor, but he was so shocked. When it really started, he didn't know what the scene would be like. Fortunately, there was a saint to set up a dojo. Otherwise, if it was in the outside heaven, the calamity would probably shock all the spirits. The 33 alien races would probably come immediately after hearing the news. Who said it wasn't? Nyanzun sighed softly, thinking about his broken mirror calamity, which was not even 1,000th of this boy's. Even so, he still remembered it clearly. He was tortured to death by the thunder calamity and almost died. Of course, that was related to the times. At that time, just trying to improve and reach the TIE limit was already trying his best. There is no time to polish the foundation and pursue stronger things. Even if he has reached the Dalo realm, he is just the most ordinary one. It took a lot of time to get to where he is today. I don't know what the thunder tribulation of this little guy will look like. By the way, Yu, I remember that your child's tribulation was personally taken to the outside world by the saint. I wonder what it was like. Hearing this, Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "It's indescribable. It can only be said to be terrible. If I were still in the Yibio realm, I would have died." Yibio realm, not the Kyankian realm. Nyanzun couldn't help but look at Wuxin Zenran and couldn't help but be shocked. This Xiangeo tribulation is too terrible, right? The degree of danger is simply unimaginable. Of course, the tribulation is terrible, but it is also terrible after surviving it. Yu Xianzun said softly. Even though he just survived the tribulation, the little guy's strength is already close to the billion Dao realm, and his transformation is even more amazing. Especially his long river of the great Dao is completely incomparable to the ordinary Dalo realm. Compared with others, ours was at most a stream at that time. No, maybe not even a stream. Although the extreme Dalo can offset the advantages of the Xiangeo through time, the foundation laid by the Peerless Foundation is obviously not a joke. Their stream at that time, that is to say, the opponent's long river of the Great Dao is actually as majestic as the Billion Dao realm. That level is almost equivalent to their cultivation for 100,000 years. Nyanzun took a breath. I can only hope that the little guy can survive the tribulation safely. In cultivation, there are many places where the predecessors and mentors can intervene, but there are also many places where they can't intervene at all. For example, this broken mirror tribulation. Here, you can only rely on yourself, and external forces can't give you any help. Success will transform and enter eternity. Failure will be broken and annihilated from then on. HMM. Suddenly, the three of them were startled, and they turned their heads and frowned slightly. Is this oral AEU? Why are you so anxious? Quick, where is the little guy? Nyanzun, Wuxin is just right. You come with me, help him suppress his realm, and take him to see the saint. In just a moment, Lei Yu rushed over. It was his Yuanshan clone who came. The aura was very hasty and consumed a lot. Obviously, the consumption along the way was not low. Brother, you. The alien Daoshan Emperor used an extremely special method, something called the sacrificial ritual, to bless the child in some way, deliberately forcing him to raise his upper limit and make his foundation stronger. This method is likely to cause the child's foundation to be frivolous, and at the same time, it will also cause the mirror-breaking tribulation to become more terrifying. As Lei Yu Xianzhen spoke, the faces of the three people suddenly changed. As extreme Daluo, they understood too well what Lei Yu Xianzhen meant. As a peerless Xianzhuo, the mirror-breaking tribulation itself is extremely terrifying. In order to deal with it, one must sharpen one's own foundation 12 points and consolidate it extremely solidly without any flaws. Empty stronger mirror-breaking tribulation. This is like a sure kill for Li Su who is about to break through. Lei Yu Xianzhen's face is also very ugly. Although he knows that Dao Xian dares to tell him so, he is sure that even the saints can't break it, but he must try it first. If it doesn't work, he can only seal it so that it can't break the tribulation. Obviously, no matter which one, it is good news and good results for the alien race. The former will naturally die directly, and the latter is equivalent to being useless. After all, Xianzhuo is not a strong man. No matter how strong he is, he can't decide the situation of the war and can't become an important fighting force. Boom. Before the three people can speak, the thunder clouds that have been brewing for almost a day finally moved and began to appear at this moment. This thunder? Lei Yu Xianzhen's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression suddenly became very ugly. The faces of the other three people are not much better at this moment. The thunder tribulation has begun and outsiders cannot get involved. Even if they can make a move, they can't. Once they intervene, they will break the other party's opportunity to cross the tribulation and ruin the other party's chance to become a Taoist. Faced with such a result, Lei Yu Xianzhen could not help but roar in anger. Damn it. He hurried, but was still a step too late. This time, I'm afraid the opponent has also calculated it, right? Although it is difficult to speculate when Li Su will pass the tribulation and where he will pass the tribulation. If we only speculate when it is appropriate to say this, the cause and effect will be much smaller. Chapter 1066, Overcoming the Tribulation. The dark sky suddenly flashed with white light when countless people couldn't help but guess when this thunder tribulation would fall. It came very suddenly. In the sky, with a flash of white light, in an instant, a 33-meter diameter thick lightning bolt struck the hill where Li Su was. Boom. With a roar, the dark world was reflected in white. Damn it. In an instant, countless people couldn't help but swear. Even some people who knew about it in advance were still scared to death at this moment. This thing, you said it was a broken mirror tribulation? Before they could change their strength. Boom. 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 The lightning flashed 9 times, and 9 33-meter thick terrifying thunderbolts fell down and hit the hill where Li Su was. For a while, let alone the people in the mountain could not be seen. All they could see was white light and endless thunderbolts. Is Tai's mirror-breaking tribulation so terrible? Facing this scene, many celestial immortals and true immortals were so frightened that they looked at their own Tai and Daluo realm seniors in horror, with indescribable colors in their eyes. Not to mention them, 99% of Tai couldn't help but look pale at this moment, looking at their seniors in disbelief. Is Tai's mirror-breaking tribulation so exaggerated? As for Daluo realm, his face was not much better at this moment. When he saw the eyes of his juniors, he rolled his eyes directly. Eat farts. If they were in this situation at that time, the Daluo realm who was still sighing, farts would not have the turn of ashes, and his true spirit would probably be cold. Obviously, he had survived the 19th heavenly tribulation once, and thought that his experience was already the most terrible. At one point, he even understood the attitude of heaven and earth towards Daluo realm. That is absolutely intolerable, and must be killed. to pass. It is really a life and death struggle, and it is really difficult. Now, I saw that, damn, God was too generous. When he struck me, it was only that powerful. Compared with the situation in front of me, it was not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Before everyone could recover from the shock, after a pause of about 3 seconds, the thunder tribulation fell again. Moreover, this time, the speed was faster. There were clearly 9 flashes, but they only heard 1 boom, and it was over. The 29th heavenly tribulation. Damn. 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 Killing people. What is this? Give me some time to breathe. Countless people couldn't help laughing and complaining crazily. Even if the Dalo realm really didn't welcome them, it shouldn't be like this, right? Question mark? Boom. Before the complaints were over, the thunderlight rose again, and the 39th fell. For a moment, no one spoke. At this moment, countless people just felt cold in their hearts, as if they understood the attitude of heaven towards the mirror breaker. 1 word, kill. 2 words, absolutely kill. Is this Chengdaluo? Chengdaluo, do you actually need to face such a terrible situation? People no longer cared about the people who were undergoing the tribulation. At this moment, they only felt cold and fear in their hearts. That killing intent was too shocking and too terrifying. Boom. 49. Coming. This time, it was slightly different. The thunder was even bigger. It was no longer a thin line in people's eyes, but a river. The original width of 33 meters doubled to 66 meters. Thunder, endless thunder. Watching and listening, even Dalo couldn't help but turn pale. This was not Tai's tribulation. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the tribulation of Dalo. Moreover, if 39 doubled, wouldn't it mean that 79 would double again? It seemed to confirm their thoughts. As 49, 59, and 69 ended, when 79 appeared, a 99-meter thick thunder fell. The mountain was gone. The people were gone. Only thunder covered the place. The terrible thunder was like substance. Too much energy gathered in it, full of destruction and devastation. This calamity is still the same as before. It's really fucking deadly. Even Ningwuxia couldn't help but frown, and past memories began to emerge in her mind, recalling the scene of being chopped and covered with the smell of meat. If she hadn't recovered quickly after the calamity, she would have really rolled up her sleeves and went to find the owner of this calamity to fight. Zaya, Guo Yuan and others also looked a little solemn at this moment. As geniuses, they knew too well the horror of this Tai broken mirror tribulation. After all, the memory was still fresh. For geniuses, the broken mirror tribulation has no preferential treatment, only fierceness, and the more geniuses, the more fierce it is. At one point, they couldn't help but want to curse. They are women, so cruel. You deserve to be lonely for trillions of years. Yao Yao sighed, although worried, but at this moment, no one can be relied on, only on themselves. Little guy, little junior brother, hold on. Deep in the sky, looking at the catastrophe below, Nyanzun and the other 4 were also worried at this moment. Although they would be worried at first, it was not just that. However, the news brought by Lei Yu made the already extremely dangerous broken mirror tribulation become full of murderous intent, as if it was a sure kill, with no chance of survival. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in the catastrophe, Li Su sat upright in the air. After the first thunder came down, the mountain below him disappeared naturally. Nonsense, such a thick thunder, even if an iron mountain came, would be smashed into ash. However, what was a little different from what people outside expected was that Li Su's attention was not on the thunder tribulation during the heavenly thunder strike, but he kept looking down, looking at something. Sorry, it's really not that he was impolite. He also wanted to be serious and wanted to go all out. The main thing was that he had gone through the 9 heavenly tribulations. Although the scene was a little bigger and the energy was a little more, there was not much difference in nature. When he was a celestial being, he was undoubtedly struck badly, and his body was cracked. This is the great perfection of Tai. Although it still feels like there is something. To be honest, this broken mirror tribulation is not very good. It has no spirituality. In terms of the malice contained in the thunder tribulation, it is far less powerful than what he felt in the world fragments. If it were the thunder tribulation in there, even if Li Su had already injured it once, he would probably not dare to be careless. The main reason is that the thing is a bit unreasonable, and the killing intent is too strong. It not only strikes the body, but also the soul. Well, maybe not. After all, he has grown to the limit of Tai, and has gone through too many transformations, especially in terms of the body and soul. He has also cultivated the heavenly body and ghost immortal body described above through the skills obtained from the underworld and heaven. Maybe they helped him reduce the damage. In addition, the 2 skills of Shyanggang Disha to avoid the 3 disasters. In terms of nature, the difficulty of the broken mirror tribulation has been reduced too much for him. Not to mention the 7 Saints Supreme that he has mastered. As the Supreme, they are spiritual and can remember a lot. I have been fooled once, and I will never be fooled again. Therefore, in the fragments of the world, the thunder that struck him was repeated every time, and basically each time it was more terrible than the last time. So at this moment, how should I put it, I really couldn't muster up the energy. In addition, the thunder calamity split the mountain under him, forming a huge abyss. He couldn't help but take a look, and his eyes began to be uncontrollably pulled by the situation below. What the hell is going on below this heaven? It was pitch black and gloomy, but he saw countless eyes, with terrifying murderous intent, passing through the abyss, and staring at him. There were so many eyeballs, each one was extremely blood red and full of murderous intent, and Lee Su couldn't help but get goosebumps. Facing this scene, Lee Su was a little depressed, and couldn't help but be full of confusion and complaints. Why do I feel that the danger below is greater than that above? At this moment, he saw eyes with an aura comparable to that of the initial stage of the Dalo realm, staring at him intently, and that look, that gaze, was just like Yang Beilao looking at Huang Shiren. Damn, is it the calamity above me, or is it the calamity below me? Chapter 1067. Lee Su had also seen creatures under the clouds. Not only had he seen them, he had also eaten quite a few. In a word, the meat was plump and nutritious, and even the Ibio Deo realm would praise it highly. As food, if it was placed on the dining table, it would naturally whet the appetite. But if they stared at you with bloodshot eyes, and treated you as a meal, that was another matter. This was very frustrating. After all, this was not an ordinary tribulation, but the Tai broken mirror tribulation, which was related to his achievement of the Dalo realm. This tribulation would probably be very fierce. Quite fierce. At this stage, nothing could be seen, but as time passed, the tribulation would become more and more severe, and it was not certain. After all, Lee Su still had a great psychological shadow on tribulation. Starting from the giant and tribulation, wasn't that miserable? Question mark? Not to mention, tribulation is about this process. If you don't get it miserably, how can you temper your body in the thunder tribulation? Let yourself transform so as to enter a higher level? But obviously, at this moment, he couldn't go down and do it. After all, he had been locked by the heavenly tribulation. Lee Su didn't dare to think about other targets appearing in the judgment range. That would multiply the power of the broken mirror tribulation and bring unpredictable results. Just bear with it for now. Anyway, his thunder tribulation is very powerful. At least the things below can't be touched. It can be said that, if you touch it, you will die, and if you touch it, you will be turned into ashes. If the thunder tribulation keeps this momentum, it is estimated that the other party should have an idea, but there is no way to put it into action. Although it is uncomfortable to be stared at by something like this, he quickly comforted himself and planned to see the situation first. Asterisk 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 the 9-9 heavenly tribulation is over. The whole process, not even more than 10 minutes. But it is obvious that the broken mirror is not over. In fact, at this moment, Lee Su's epidermis is just burned a little red, and the muscle part has not been able to invade, and the conduction effect is very low. Judging from this situation, his broken mirror tribulation should still last for a long time. Of course, there are still some benefits. After these special thunders are absorbed by his flesh, special power flows into his body and becomes an excellent nutrient. For a time, the bloated feeling of the body caused by too much miscellaneous channels is reduced a lot. Facing this scene, Lee Su is very clear that he is really breaking through. His foundation is gradually being optimized, and he is stepping towards the next stage. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation is over. The thunder clouds obviously did not dissipate.
Not only that, the thickness of the clouds feels thicker for a while. At least the people watching the ceremony nearby found that the sky was slowly descending, as if it was about to overwhelm the ground. Not only that, new brilliance began to appear inside, forming a completely different image of ancient strange beasts. There are not many, only 5 in total. True dragon, phoenix, unicorn, white tiger, black tortoise are the legendary 5 holy spirits. Each one is not much, all have 9 heads. The great tribulation of strange beasts. Obviously, this is a more terrible and terrifying tribulation than the 9 heavenly tribulation. Lee Su has tasted it once, and it is still fresh in his memory. The strange beast fell like a living creature. It hit Lee Su directly. There is no doubt that the power has completely changed this time. Although the range has been reduced compared to before, the quality has undoubtedly increased tenfold, and the utilization rate has also increased. Before, half of it was wasted, but now at least 8 layers are strangling him with him as the center. A real dragon directly covered him with its huge dragon body. The terrible heavenly tribulation held him and began to strangle him. The energy overflow was very little, and it was all round against him alone. This time, it directly rolled him up for almost 20 minutes before disappearing. He opened his mouth and exhaled. Lee Su's eyes trembled slightly. The thunder tribulation had changed. It contained wood energy, and it was not the so-called wood of vitality, but the poisonous wood. Before he could change his strength, Suzaku came head on. It was different again. This time it was the power of thunder and fire. In addition to thunder, there was also fire. For a moment, Lee Su couldn't help but spit smoke from all his orifices. The billowing black smoke was clearly visible even in the lightning. The smoke was so thick that it seemed like tens of thousands of coal-fired power plants were generating electricity together. Even the terrifying lightning around him couldn't be annihilated instantly. It needed to leave the body for a while before it was dissolved. Facing this scene, even Lee Su couldn't help but feel the pain for the first time. It's not just thunder, nor is it just fire. This damn thing actually played a trick on him. Wood generates fire. The real dragon just now left a lot of wood poison power in his body. At this moment, the arrival of the fire element was like firewood, adding strength to the fire. Not only did the thunder transform into a strange beast, but also the 5 element killed each other. After the fire is the earth. In the body full of fire, it suddenly became unbelievably heavy. The raging fire came with the arrival of the earth energy and regenerated. Every cell seemed to bear an incredible burden and was about to crush him. He was never given any breathing space. The Killin, the white tiger, the black tortoise, the 5 poles and the 5 element took turns to suppress him. Round after round. Being in it, even Lee Su couldn't help but return his mind to his own broken mirror tribulation. The main thing is that this tribulation is not only continuous, but this motherfucker also put him on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The blue dragon rolls wood. The red bird contains fire. The unicorn carries earth. The white tiger holds gold. And the black tortoise emerges from water. The 5 element of thunder tribulation are refined in the furnace. And the 5-sided spiritual saint tribulation is not eliminated. Another highest standard, the 5 element of thunder transformed beast tribulation. In the deep sky, Lei Yushianzen and the other 4 couldn't help but take a breath. Although it was not surprising, it was normal for Lee Su's talent to attract such a tribulation. But thinking of Dao Xiandizun's behavior, even though Lee Su was still calm at this moment, he couldn't relax at all. After all, the tribulation of Dalo realm is very terrible. The more talented, the more so. If Dao Xiandizun's so-called sacrificial ceremony really exists, the difficulty and number of the tribulations on Lee Su would be unimaginable. In order to truly destroy the human race's genius, the other party has invested a full 100,000 years of accumulated resources. That is not a small number. It is an extremely terrifying astronomical figure. Even the ultimate Aluo would be shocked by the result. Lei Yushianzen knew very well that the aliens in the heaven were completely different from them in the myth world. In terms of resources, the amount of resources they have accumulated over a million years is not necessarily more than that of the other party in tens of thousands of years. The spiritual energy in the heaven is too rich. Even if you throw a piece of wild grass on the ground, it can be sold as a spiritual grass for more than 1,000 years in the myth world after a year.
It is completely conceivable how big the wealth gap between the two sides is. They have only been in the heaven for a few years, but the actual harvest has reached the sum of their own hundreds of thousands of years. From this, it can be inferred that the resources of an alien emperor for 100,000 years are a huge number. It took several months to do this. The other party clearly regarded Li Su as a cultivator at the level of tens of millions of Dao realms, or even hundreds of millions of Dao realms. Although there will be disasters every time you pass a hurdle in the Dao realm, it is obviously not comparable to the disaster of the broken mirror. No, it should be said that the gap is huge. In this case, why did he pay so much? This was to make sure that even the minor calamity of the Dao realm could definitely kill Li Su. Blessings could not even get past the Dao realm, so it was hard to imagine what the broken mirror calamity of the Tai realm would look like. Chapter 1068, Black Forehead. 99 Heavenly Punishment, struck and killed 81 times. 5 element beasts, encircled and suppressed 45 luns, almost a whole day. A huge thunder tree, with thousands of swords hanging on the treetop, struck for 3 days. A night formed by the gathering of lightning, stared directly at the place of tribulation, for 3 full days. And the yin thunder, where only thunder can be heard, but no lightning can be seen, sounded for another 3 days. In 10 days, the cultivators of the myth world experienced shock, fear, and numbness. There were fewer people watching the ceremony. They really couldn't hold on any longer. Their bodies and minds were in great fatigue. At first, they were celestial immortals, then true immortals, and then Tai. In the end, some of the initial Dao realm couldn't stand it. If a person was 10 meters ahead of him, he might still want to chase him and run hard. But if this person was hundreds of kilometers away from him, and was still moving at a speed of several kilometers per second, let alone chasing him, I guess even the people sitting on the high-speed train would curse. How could they not curse? The Dao realm, although it is only the initial stage, just entering the 10 million Dao realm, but it is still the Dao realm. As a result, just standing and watching the other party's calamity can make them physically and mentally exhausted, and even began to constantly breed the idea that their Dao realm might not be fake. No, it's not that they can't bear it, but if they continue to watch like this, their Dao hearts will probably be shattered. At this moment, because of the broken mirror, the vanity that came with the eternal and supreme Dao was like a mirror, which was smashed to pieces. One by one, they lowered their heads and went back to retreat without saying a word. I thought that with the breakthrough, the gap between myself and the Xianjiao was finally eliminated. After all, among all the realms, only the Dao realm is the surface level. There is no Xianjiao. There is only the height of the great Dao. Now it seems that the Dao of Xianjiao and the Dao of mortals are two concepts. My breakthrough is just the minimum. Once the other party breaks the mirror, based on the momentum of this great calamity, I'm afraid that he will be above the Yibio Dao realm, 10 million Dao realm and Yibio Dao realm. It seems that the distance is not big, but to reach it through cultivation, the time required is not hundreds or thousands of years, but tens of thousands. In other words, not only did they not catch up, but the distance became even greater. Even the initial stage of Dao was like this, not to mention the people below. One by one they were crying, and their expressions were the same, as if their elders had died. That's right, it's not the parents who died, but the elders in the family who died. As for the reason why they rushed here excitedly, wasn't it because the elders in the family called them? They said they were sent to see the world. Is this the world? This is pure destruction of people's 3 views. Okay. What can you realize from this scene? Realize that in front of the real Xianjiao, you are actually just a flea in the grass, or a tadpole in the pond. Of course, it's not completely without benefits. At least, after seeing this level of broken mirror calamity, thinking about what you will face, the fear of the heavenly calamity in your heart has inexplicably decreased a lot. It's not that I'm not afraid anymore, but I feel that God is really merciful. His care for them is not just letting them go, but letting them go. If you can't even get through that level of suffering, how can you live up to God's letting you go? Although there are fewer and fewer people in the huge mountain range, the expressions of those who stayed behind are getting more and more solemn. This broken mirror disaster is too terrible.
Even if the person who survived the disaster is the Taoist of Jijiao, who showed unparalleled combat power, to be honest, I still can't help but start to worry. It's not that they are familiar with each other, but there is affection between the two sides. Except for a very small number of people here, most of them have either seen each other for the first time, or the second or third time. The worry comes from the meaning it represents. Facing the terrible oppression of alien races, the myth world needs strong people. The more and stronger they are, the better. Of course, there are also some alternatives, jealous and hateful. For example, why is it not me who is like this? Or it doesn't matter whether I'm good or not. In short, I can't stand seeing others do well. Ning Wuxia frowned. She had a special physique, with some blood from a certain tribe and ancient legends. She was most sensitive to emotions. Her eyes moved slightly, and after glancing at someone not far away, her attention returned to Lisu, who was undergoing the tribulation. Little guy, come on. The tribulation was coming to an end. After the ancient destruction, the number of Tei broken mirror tribulations had decreased, from the highest 9 tribulations to a total of only 6 tribulations. It can be said that the difficulty of the Xianjiao tribulations had greatly decreased. The 5th tribulation had passed, and the remaining one was the 6th tribulation. As long as this one was overcome, the tribulation would be considered a success. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in the lightning, Lisu, who was enduring the great tribulation of his mind, was no longer the same as before. There were cracks all over his body, and the cracks were full of lightning. Injuries, not only to the body, but also to the soul, were all cracked and filled with extremely violent thunder power. It can be said that it was bloody and extremely tragic. As the thunders that shook his mind resounded one after another, Lisu's body was also shaking, and blood kept flowing out. So far, the blood that had flowed out might have exceeded several tons, but before it could drip, it was directly shattered by the lightning, and the top was gone. Facing this tragic situation, Lisu never made any extra sounds, just kept breathing, and sat motionless in the air. This was not that he was fighting desperately, but that he was evaluating. How should I put it? It felt so. Although he broke through the 2 major defenses of his body and soul, broke into the sea of stars, and entered his avenue. But when he did this, it was almost the 4th kind of heavenly tribulation. It was also from that time that his body and soul began to crack. However, it was not a big problem. After all, whether it was the body or the soul, he had already raised it to an extremely inhuman level. Appropriate cracking would help the tempering of the thunder tribulation, which could better invade the body and impact the sea of stars, thereby tempering everything inside and sublimating it comprehensively. I don't know if it's because there are too many miscellaneous paths, and the main path is too strong. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, although they entered his body, after they penetrated his millions of miscellaneous paths, the violent power that fell on the main path was reduced too much. Well, if you describe it in percentage, it's about 99% lower, which just corresponds to his 9.9 million avenues. Undoubtedly, Lisu really didn't expect that millions of miscellaneous paths would have such an effect, and could actually weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation. Thinking of this, Lisu couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he could complete the millions of paths in the Tei realm, wouldn't it mean that he could be immune to the damage of the heavenly tribulation? Of course, he didn't care much about this damage. After all, the remaining 1% of the power would have to face a full 48,000 main paths. The main thing is that there are 100,000 less, which is really unpleasant. According to understanding, there seem to be only 6 highest Dalo realms now, which means that after the great tribulation of the mind is over, there will be another tribulation, and he will be able to complete the breakthrough and achieve Dalo. Boom. After the last extremely shocking thunder, the great tribulation of the mind finally came to an end. Dalo realm, 6 major mirror breaking tribulations, 5 of which have already passed. Lisu sighed deeply in his heart, and could not help but feel a little regretful. He felt that this heavenly tribulation was really ordinary, far from the time and the world fragments. It was not that he was masochistic, but mainly because he did not use any strength, but the heavenly tribulation was about to end, which was really unworthy of its name. The pressure given to him was not even as great as the several pairs of eyes staring at him from the deep hole under him.
The aura was very strong, giving him the feeling of facing a billion Dao realms. Yes, I have unparalleled talent and supreme foundation, and I walked 10 miles after 10 miles against the ceiling. I can't say that the heavenly tribulation is not good. I can only say that I'm too strong. So strong that the heavenly tribulation can't shake it. Although the thousands of miscellaneous Daos and the mirror breaking tribulation are a bit regrettable, people can't pursue them too much and still have to be down to earth and content. Come on, the last tribulation. Let me see what the legendary power of life and death looks like. It's just right. I can understand it from it and perfect my own yin and yang Dao. After the thought came to his mind, Lee Su could not help but open his eyes, intending to take a look at the final calamity. Why is it so dark around? No, this light is wrong. It is not dark around, but dark above my eyes. Unable to help but look up, Lee Su was stunned because he found that the black above his eyes also moved. It seemed that the source of the light was not from the sky, but from his forehead. What does that mean? Unable to help but reach out and exchange some water vapor to turn it into a mirror. As his eyes met with his own eyes in the mirror, Lee Su's face turned green. Because there is no need to find a fortune teller now, just take a look at his forehead and you will probably know what the hexagram is. I saw that his forehead was black, pitch black, ink black, pitch black, and it was so black that it was shining. Chapter 1069, Terrifying Disaster. What is this? This thing doesn't look like a heavenly tribulation, does it? Not only that, Lee Su couldn't help but change his color slightly and looked up at the sky. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky. The sixth great tribulation that was supposed to full stopped, and it actually began to gather again, as if it had become the beginning, and it actually gathered strength again. An unparalleled pressure fell down with a bang, and even Lee Su couldn't help but sink his body, feeling the incredible pressure, the pressure that threatened his life. Vortex. 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 The black clouds rolled and rolled continuously. The distance was increasing, becoming wider and wider, and becoming more and more unimaginable. In just a few breaths, it had expanded several times, and the extremely heavy breath even permeated from the saint realm and floated into the land of the heavenly court. In an instant, the hearts of billions of creatures in the heavenly court, who had originally had no sense, were covered with dust and panic. Hundreds of millions of alien races couldn't help but put down the things in their hands at this moment, raised their heads, and showed inexplicable in their eyes. Children, don't play. Poultry, don't sing. Countless creatures fled in all directions because they could not find the source of the disaster, and they were like headless flies, jumping up and down. Bang, 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 plop, plop, plop. The weak beasts and birds, under this terrible pressure, could no longer bear it after just 10 seconds, and fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. The stronger ones also made waves of wailing, trembling bodies, hugging their heads tightly, and lying on the ground. What's going on? For a time, countless strong people were shocked, especially the alien races, and the walking and war emperor were also unable to calm down. The same was true on the mythical world side. More than tens of millions of cultivators were restless, as if a disaster was about to happen. Are the saints going to go to war? Deep in the heavens, the saints of the mythical world who stood on the peak and relied on the saints of the alien races were the first to feel it and couldn't help but open their eyes. What is this? Counting with fingers, the cause and effect were like in the heart in an instant. The pupils of the two saints of Gigio and Ringio suddenly shrank. Even the saint of Ringio had murderous intent in his eyes at this moment. Then, the two saints of Chingio also changed their faces. They felt the connection between the Daozi of Gigio and Chingio in the cause and effect. Among the other parties learning, there is the supreme law of Changio, which can be said to be taught by Chingio himself. Arsehole. The pupil of the saint of Dark Chingio spurted out red refinement, forming a 10,000 foot long river, which instantly impacted thousands of miles, and showed the signs of the end of the world. As for the other saints, although they were not as good as the saints of San King Zuanman, they also frowned. This child has a very high talent, and he is probably not inferior to the child in the heaven, but he doesn't want to be calculated like this. This calamity may not be easy. The calculation of the extreme Dalo naturally cannot escape the saint's eyes, and he can see it clearly in an instant. Needless to say, the Yuanshan of the saints in the myth world was shocked, and their eyes penetrated the sky and looked directly at the place of calamity. Asterisk 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 at this moment, the place of calamity. Regardless of Li Su, there is a problem with the huge mountain range. With the broken mirror tribulation intensified by dozens of times, the threat level was naturally far from what it was before. The barrier set by the saint was penetrated, and the tribulation energy that was originally around Li Su drifted out. Everyone's heart sank, and they suddenly felt something was wrong. Retreat. Even Ning Wuxia, who was in the Billion Dao realm, did not expect it, and rolled up her long sleeves and retreated. As she retreated, she could not help but frown. How could it be? This tribulation, is it too terrifying? It actually made her, who was in the Billion Dao realm, feel threatened. Zaya and the other girls were also retreating, with puzzled expressions on their faces. No matter how you look at it, this tribulation is not normal. Fortunately, there were not many people nearby at this time, and the remaining ones were all above the Billion Dao realm level, but in the blink of an eye, they were cleared. As for the periphery, with the amazing explosion of tribulation energy, the bodies of the people who had originally chosen to stay away because they could not bear the heavy burden were directly stagnant. No way, it's coming again. Many true immortals and celestial immortals directly widened their eyes, then rolled their eyes, and fell to the ground. The great calamity was too terrible, and it had already posed a fatal threat to the Dao in their bodies. In order to avoid collapse, they chose to lose consciousness and go with the flow. Tai stood still, but it was very uncomfortable. The surrounding heaven and earth, the entire space seemed to have become enemies, with a burden of billions of tons pressing on them. Not to mention moving, even breathing was extremely difficult. At this moment, they were horrified, and they really couldn't understand it. Tai broken mirror tribulation, does it need to be so terrible? Asterisk 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 deep space. Although they were prepared in their hearts, the four of them still couldn't help but gasp at this moment. This calamity was really a bit unexpected. At this level, what kind of Tai tribulation is that? The Dalo tribulation of the Yadao realm is not so fierce. Dao Shan Emperor, you deserve to die. Thinking of the sacrificial ceremony, which was actually superimposed to this extent, Lei Yushianzhen couldn't help but look as dark as the bottom of a pot. If it weren't for the fact that his little judicial god had passed the tribulation in advance, he might have suffered from his poisonous hands. Master. Suddenly, the four of them felt something and couldn't help but turn around and bow. 9 figures appeared. They were the 9 saints. They divided a bit of their divine thoughts and came here in person. With a dim gaze, the 9 people looked at the figure in the terrible thunder tribulation under the deep space, and their eyes were extremely deep. I didn't expect that the alien race actually mastered such an alternative cause and effect technique. The Buddhist saint couldn't help but pronounce a Buddhist name and instantly understood Li Su's current situation. The other few people also frowned. If they knew about this technique earlier, they could still solve it, but now there is no way. After all, the benefits have been obtained and enjoyed, and naturally, the price must be paid and given. Master, what should we do now? Nyanzun couldn't help but speak, looking at his own saint. The one who passed the tribulation was the Taoist of Jijio, the strongest genius in Jijio in millions of years. If he breaks through, he will definitely become a huge fighting force. As long as time is given, together with the little guy in the heavenly palace, it will undoubtedly form a great deterrent to the alien race and win breathing space for the mythical world. The saint of Jijio frowned and waved his hand. Since the 7 saints came together, they were planning to take action. But now it seems that, although Li Su has survived the first 5 great disasters, the situation does not seem to be so bad. At least in their eyes, this boy still has great power hidden in his body, and the first 5 great disasters did not penetrate his body. Although many people have always compared their own kid with the little guy in the heavenly palace. But the saint of Jijio knows that there is probably a gap between the two. That little guy can't be described with the word Qianjiao. If you have to say it, it can only be summarized as a monster. After all, his background is too terrible. Before the Great Destruction, he was personally put into sleep by the Lord of the Ancient Heavenly Palace. He slept in the emperor's coffin for millions of years and was baptized by the emperor's aura. Although he was only an immortal after waking up, the foundation he had built inside was not something that ordinary people could understand. Therefore, his Ta'i mirror-breaking tribulation was also extremely terrifying, but in fact, he didn't even get hurt. After the mirror was broken, he entered the realm of 100 million Dao in just half a year. Now, he has reached the realm of 1 billion Dao. His growth rate is so fast that even saints can't help but look at him. As for his own son, he is not badly gifted. At least his comprehension is 1 in a million. He actually mastered several ancient great sects. You know, the Supreme at that time was created by the saints of the heavenly Dao. The difficulty of cultivation is far from being comparable to the current practice. As saints, the people present are very clear that, although they have become saints, they are completely different from the 6 saints of the prehistoric period. The gap is huge. Therefore, even the fragments of the ancient Supreme are enough for the current cultivators to practice to the perfection of Daluo and have the power comparable to that of a saint. However, the Supreme, they have realized, cannot reach that level. Although they can also practice Daluo, they are only Daluo and cannot exert the power of a saint. Now, finding that Li Su's situation was not as bad as he had imagined, the GGO saint who had originally planned to take action immediately could not help but say, "Let's wait and see." Listening to the words of the GGO saint, the other 6 saints did not speak. If possible, they really did not want to take action, because once they took action, although they could save this child, it also meant that the other party was completely useless and the road to Daluo was completely cut off. Such a genius, unless it was a one-time event, absolutely did not want such a thing to happen. Hearing the words of his own saint, Niamsen took a breath and stopped talking. Feeling the unprecedented catastrophe, coupled with the inexplicable black mist that seemed like a curse on his body, Li Su didn't understand what was going on. He was really stupid. This should probably be some kind of means to increase the difficulty of breaking his own catastrophe. Otherwise, it was almost over. How could this happen? If it was a normal situation, Ning Wuxia would not have told him. But, who was it? How did he do it? You know, he is now in the dojo arranged by the saint himself, and there is no need to consider safety at all. The reason why the god brought him here is to prevent others from using underhanded tricks to harm him. Shaking his head vigorously, Li Su threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. The main reason was that he had no time to care about it now. The calamity above his head was different from before. It really made him feel unprecedented pressure, just like when he was in the world fragments. Wow. Recalling his complaints not long ago, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his eyes again and again. He had read so many novels, and now it was the end, and he actually put a flag on his head. The convergence ended, and the lightning moved. The sky, the boundless black clouds, emitted an extremely dazzling light, and turned into a huge sea of thunder. The sea of thunder was shaking. In an instant, a huge figure slowly stood up from it. That was a human. No, that was a god. In an instant, countless people locked their eyes, full of horror. Standing in the distance, Ning Wuxia couldn't help but take a breath, and a look of shock appeared on her beautiful face. This is the 7th great calamity, the calamity of the gods. Chapter 1070 Gods and Demons. He couldn't help but frown. At this moment, even the saints in the deep space showed a look of surprise. Tai cracked that the number of calamities varies depending on the talent. The lowest is 3, and the highest is 9. However, after the destruction of the ancient times, the last 3 numbers disappeared and never appeared again. Even the little guy in the heavenly court, with such a terrible talent, still only passed the 6th calamity before the calamity, and did not appear in the last 3 calamities. How could anyone have thought that one of the last 3 calamities, the heavenly god calamity, would actually appear? The heavenly god calamity can also be called the god-shaped calamity. Why is it called the god-shaped? That's because in ancient times, human beings did not exist, and as the first ancient saint who created the world, the image of Pangu saint stepping on the earth and holding the sky in his hand was the goal of the transformation of all living beings later. At that time, only beings with extremely high realms had the ability to refine their bodies and form a god body, so this image was also called the god body. But later, Niang felt that there were too few gods in the world, so she made people out of clay, and the template is the appearance of the gods. Therefore, the so-called human form was actually the most noble form in the world in the ancient times, because its origin came from the saint of creation. However, due to the large number of mortals and the passage of time, too many things disappeared in the vast time, such as the fear and admiration of the saint of creation. Even if the dead left an image, they were still dead, no matter how great they were before. However, even if they were dead, the influence still existed. For example, the great catastrophe of the gods before the last level of achieving the supreme creature. However, before anyone could sigh that it was over, the boundless sea of thunder shook again, and a black spot suddenly appeared in the terrible energy of the boundless blue and white. It was a twisted point, expanding like a shadow. It had no specific image, and it was changing all the time. Its huge body was twisting all the time. The twisting body was full of demonic nature and attracted desire. In just a moment, many people hugged their heads and rolled on the ground. Their expressions were distorted, their faces were full of fear, as if they had seen something terrible. Their hearts were dim, and they were covered with a thick layer of ash. Most of the people, although they held on, could not help but turn their eyes away, letting the black thing leave their sight. They quickly closed their eyes and directly operated the hard sutra of their own sect to suppress the surging emotions in their bodies. Is this the devil? The eighth great calamity, the heavenly demon tribulation? The only cultivators above the 100 million Deo realm who completely withstood it, with countless years of accumulation, could not help but exclaimed after a brief moment of doubt. It has clearly not appeared for millions of years, but now too suddenly appeared. You must know that just like the extraordinary origin of the heavenly god tribulation, this heavenly demon tribulation is also extraordinary. According to legend, it originated from the ancient times before the Great Desolation, and it was the resentment of the 3,000 demon gods who died under the creator of heaven. They were unwilling to die like this, and they hated the creator of heaven and everything related to the creator of heaven. In the end, this hatred turned into a catastrophe, blocking the path of the prehistoric creatures to achieve the ultimate creatures. For a moment, Ningwuksha and the others couldn't help but frown. If the catastrophe of the gods was followed by the catastrophe of the demons, it would be nothing, but the two catastrophes happened at the same time. Doesn't this mean that the two catastrophes will fall at the same time? How could it be? What's the situation with that little guy? Why did it trigger such a catastrophe? Asterisk 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 under the catastrophe, Lee Su couldn't help but change color at this moment. The two guys who appeared really made him feel the crisis of life and death. The kind that was fatal. As their sight deviated and fell, looking at him, even Lee Su couldn't help but be horrified, and didn't dare to sit there and pretend. Life, soul. With a sudden roar, Lee Su stood up, and the supreme chapter was running. The sacred text emerged, and the supreme book fell. Two little people, wearing colorful clouds, and stepping on 10 colored auspicious clouds, one with thousands of living beings behind him, and the other with countless dead souls under his feet. That was Lee Su's Deo fruit, the foundation of his Deo. As soon as it appeared, the painting of living beings that had shocked countless people not long ago emerged out of thin air, and endless living beings formed a palace wall of 10,000 feet to block him. Then, it was the ghost domain map. 6 huge whirlpools slowly turned, and countless dead souls in them wailed and roared. That was hell, that was reincarnation, and that was the 6 Paths Divine Palace. With a loud bang, the gods and demons rushed to Lee Su almost at the moment when he showed the two supremes, and formed a 1,000-mile wonder. The terrible power, the indescribable power, fell directly on his two supremes. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lee Su's body standing in the sky shook wildly. The sky caught fire, and the space he stepped on collapsed. Bang! His body exploded, and the extremely tough flesh and blood supreme body, the heavenly body, the 8-9 mysterious body, the earthly evil Vajra body, and the terrible body blessed by the 4 top Taoist magic powers could not resist. Not only the body, but also the soul, which possessed the supreme soul, the ghost immortal body, and the protection of the Xiangang elemental body, also cracked, and large patches of color appeared on the soul. They were all kinds of emotions, extremely extreme emotions, affecting him, destroying him, and destroying his spiritual consciousness. This was just one impact. It was not only Lee Su who was shocked, but also everyone watching the ceremony. This guy, during the competition, he still hid his strength. Zaya and Guoyuan couldn't help but take a breath, and their beautiful faces were shocked. There is no doubt that compared to that time, the supreme life at this moment is obviously more terrifying. How many supremes did this kid learn? Ning Wuxia was also shocked. In the competition, I remember that he showed a full 4 supremes, and 3 of them were obviously related to the human religion, the Ji religion, and the Chan religion. Unexpectedly, another one appeared now, and this one, no matter how you look at it, has a lot to do with the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate is a branch of the underworld, and it cultivates the road of the underworld. In this scene of thousands of ghosts, if you say he is the son of Ghost Gate, I'm afraid no one will doubt it. In the deep sky, the saint of Ghost Gate was stunned. As an existence that inherited the Taoism of the underworld, he saw at a glance the situation of the soul Taoism performed by the son of Jiguo. The underworld is supreme, and it is probably related to the saint of heaven in the underworld, especially the 6 rotating spirals, which look very much like the 6 reincarnations in the underworld. Not only the saint of Ghost Gate, but also the saint of Jiguo couldn't help but twitch his face and eyelids, obviously very worried, but inexplicably felt that his own child was divided out again. Human religion, East and West explanation religion, Ghost Gate. The 7 major religions in the mythology world now have been summarized by him. At this moment, the eyes of the 2 saints of heaven and Buddhism are a little weird. Little guy, have you learned the supreme of my religion? But it is obvious that Lee Su doesn't have that time at this moment. His flesh and soul are shaking, and his injuries are not light. Although he recovers quickly, he is also destroyed quickly. Shanking, yuking, taking. Feeling the terrifying power of the 2 great calamities of the gods and demons, he no longer cared about hiding. He had to go all out. With a roar, 3 more supreme Dao fruits dressed in colorful clouds and stepping on vast light appeared. Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, Kingping sword. Supreme words fell like rain, and the magnificent hall spit out golden light. The vast divine power filled the sky, and the 5 supreme saints resisted the demon gods. The terrible heavenly calamity, the terrible supreme. At this moment, they were madly strangled together. For a while, around Lee Su, billions of miles around, roared like rain. The earth was shaking, and the sky was cracking. Under the terrible and powerful impact, the world was collapsing. Retreat, retreat, retreat again and again. Even if the 5 supremes were used at the same time, whether it was the god or the demon, it was still too terrifying. Their power was tangible and intangible, and they killed him from countless angles, from the real body to the illusory soul. During the rise and fall, one held the divine power, and the other held the devil's law. Every second was filled with billions of brilliance and billions of darkness, brushing towards him, brushing his supernatural powers, brushing his Taoism, brushing his body, and brushing his soul. Almost every second, Lee Su's soul and body would be destroyed hundreds and thousands of times. Even the 5 saints could not withstand the power of the 2 disasters in front of him. Damn. Lee Su, who was trembling after being struck, changed his face again and again, and finally could only roar again, and activated the last 2 supreme doors. Pure Land Buddha Kingdom. Glass golden body. Boom. As the Grand Buddha Kingdom fell, in an instant, infinite light and the 8 meritorious waters rose to the sky like the sun, and rolled like waves on the sea. Arhats and nuns chanted the supreme Buddhist scriptures and came down. The twin swaying trees fell thousands of huasha. The glazed golden body appeared, and the 3000 golden sands manifested 3000 worlds. This world had 3000 middle worlds, and this middle world had 3000 small worlds. 3000, 3000, and 3000 again. 17 billion worlds took shape. With a loud bang, the terrible gods and terrifying demons, accompanied by the 7 supreme saints, fell at the same time. In an instant, the world and the earth became one. The terrible catastrophe was suppressed by Lee Su with his own supreme power, alive and tyrannically. Facing this scene, the crowd watching the battle also quieted down. Even in the deep space, the atmosphere at this moment was not right. Very strange. The originally worried Nanzun subconsciously moved closer to his own saint, and the two great Cheyennes and Lei Yu and Yu Yu walked to their own saint. Then it was Wuxin Zenren, who walked to the side of the saint of the human sect. The Buddhist saint said, Amitabha, a gifted genius. It is great that the myth world can have such a child. Very good. The ghost saint nodded rarely and agreed. The old bull donkey finally spoke human words for once. The little guy is extraordinary. The two saints of the Eastern and Western Chan sects also nodded. That's right. The saint of the human sect did not speak. His expression remained calm, although it was a little unexpected, but looking at the Teikai diagram composed of yin and yang, he nodded with satisfaction. Only the saint of the G sect had a slightly dark face at this moment. No, it should be said that it was glowing black. However, after a long while, his gloomy face recovered, but he smiled inexplicably and said, yes, after all, he is the son of the G sect. After the words fell, the expressions of the four saints could not help but freeze slightly. Even the saint of the human sect could not help but pause. Looking at the open and secret struggles of the guys, the saint of the heavenly court shook his head. Each of them was 1,000,000 years old. Fortunately, there was already a little guy at home, so there was no need to divide. Chapter 1071 end. Although the thunder tribulation was suppressed, Li Su's face did not get better. On the contrary, his expression was extremely pale, and his body was shaking constantly. After all, this was not a fight between the Dao and the law. This was his thunder tribulation. From the moment of contact, the power of the gods and demons continued to extend. He and his 7 holy Dao fruits were constantly under attack. Even if they were suppressed at this moment, they only kept the gods and demons in place. In essence, they were not Dao, nor were they magical powers, let alone people. Therefore, at this moment, Li Su was equivalent to holding 2 high voltage wires in his hands. Although they did not move, the electricity itself did not disappear and continued to attack him. Not only that, because the 7 holy Dao fruits appeared at the same time, not only his body and soul were being split, but the Dao was also being split. Because the range was larger, it was split more severely, as if the conductivity had increased dozens of times at once. The flesh and blood were peeling off, and the bones inside were also bursting. The soul was also bleeding, and there were more and more cracks on it. Although he was like this before, the two situations were completely different. At this moment, Li Su had mobilized all his mind and exerted his own supernatural powers to the limit to resist the damage caused by the 2 great calamities of the gods and demons. Every second, more than tens of millions of flesh and blood cells and soul cells were killed, crushed, and collapsed by the destructive and twisting power in the terrible thunder. Stalemate, stalemate. Although the pain was unbearable, Li Su's eyes were always calm. After all, he had stepped on thorns too many times along the way and had long been accustomed to it. Compared with the pain he suffered when practicing the 7 saints, the calamity of the gods and demons was terrifying, but it had not exceeded the upper limit of his tolerance. 1 hour, 2 hours. Li Su and his own great calamity were in a stalemate, intending to wipe out these 2 things bit by bit. Finally, after persisting for almost 3 hours, the gods and demons seemed to have reached their limits. Not only did their bodies begin to shrink, but their strength was not so terrifying, and their energy index dropped too much. After another stalemate for a few seconds, accompanied by a loud bang, the gods and demons exploded directly. Puff. Unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood, Li Su was knocked down. This should be over, right? Looking at the dissipated gods and demons, he couldn't help but let out a breath. The appearance of the gods and demons really put a lot of pressure on him. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, and the 7 saints were also powerful enough, he would have almost been struck down. Suddenly, Li Su's face changed. The thunder clouds above his head did not dissipate, and the terrifying aura of the disappeared gods and demons actually reappeared again. He couldn't help but raise his head, but saw that the gods and demons that disappeared in front of him actually appeared again above the clouds. Nimmer. Li Su's pupils couldn't help shrinking. The next second, without any hesitation, the 7 saints' Dao fruits flew over, and the grand and strange phenomena quickly converged. All the power was retracted into the body and concentrated in his own world. Boom.
With a shocking sound, the gods and demons broke through the sky and slashed straight at Lee Su. The body was almost destroyed 99 layers in an instant. The soul was also broken into pieces, and the sea of consciousness was vibrating, as if it was about to be torn apart. The inner world was directly exposed, and was broken into by the weapons of the gods and the phantoms of the demons. In just a moment, Lee Su's existence was shaken, and the sea of origin, where the true spirit was located, could not help but vibrate, and the whole person seemed to be annihilated. Boom. Before Lee Su could react, the gods and demons exploded directly. The power that he had spent several hours to grind away bit by bit before, at this moment, burst out in an instant. 10,000 miles of land was annihilated in an instant. The place where Lee Su was, including the surrounding hills, all turned into ashes. As for Lee Su himself, his inner world was trembling, and under the terrible power, it broke apart bit by bit. Not good. Faced with this scene, Ning Wuxia and others who were watching from the outside couldn't help but change their faces instantly. The collapse of the inner world was undoubtedly a sign of failure in the tribulation. Damn, what's going on with this Dalo realm? Why is it so terrifying? Even if the 7th and 8th catastrophes fell at the same time, the power was too terrible. It was not the sum of the previous ones, but dozens of times more. Under normal circumstances, how could Tai survive such a catastrophe? In the deep space, Nyan Zun and others could not help but frown, and Lei Yushianzhen's face was even worse. The harm brought by this sacrificial ceremony was much worse than imagined. It was impossible to survive such a broken mirror catastrophe, right? I'm afraid that the 100 billion Dao realms would be injured, and the 100 million Dao realms would definitely die. However, several people who couldn't help but turned their heads to look at their own saints. It's like this, why didn't the saints take action? Although for saints, as long as the true spirit is not destroyed, they can recover from serious injuries, but the inner world has been destroyed. That is the origin of the place where the true spirit is located. Once the thunder catastrophe really falls on the true spirit, even if it is a saint, I'm afraid. Suddenly, Lei Yushianzhen and others stared at each other and couldn't help looking at the center of the catastrophe. In the destroyed inner world, at this moment, there was no doubt that it was in a mess, but above the center, where the origin was carried, a trace of the supreme true meaning gathered. The 7 holy fruits surrounded Lee Su's heavenly palace. The holy texts surrounded it, and the Dao rhyme shone, tightly wrapping and covering the core. Although it was also shaking, it did not collapse directly like the inner world. Not only that, as the terrifying thunder burst out, the supreme scripture instantly burst into amazing light, and the broken inner world immediately stopped destroying, and began to recover quickly. Not only that, the body and soul that were split apart also recovered quickly from the inside out in the next second. However, in a few blinks of an eye, he who was almost destroyed by the gods and demons actually recovered directly. Facing this scene, Lei Yushianzhen and others couldn't help but take a breath. Good boy. Realizing that the two great disasters of the gods and demons could not be resisted, he concentrated everything on one point. The body, soul, and even the inner world were all used as shells by him to resist killing, and only ensure the safety of the origin. Although he recovered, Lee Su's face still turned pale in the center of the thunder tribulation. Although he held on, his consumption was not small at all. If he had not placed the world fragments again before the tribulation, the speed of gathering mana would have been amazingly improved. Just now, he would have been drained. Taking a breath, Lee Su didn't even have time to check whether the thunder tribulation above his head had ended. He was frantically absorbing energy from the Chang Avenue through his own spiritual channel to replenish his own consumption. With the terrifying energy left, Lee Su's mana quickly recovered in less than 2 or 3 breaths. Although this mana lacked condensation and could not be consolidated, he couldn't care about it at this juncture. That's right, he felt the breath of the gods and demons, and almost at the same time, they killed him again and directly chopped him on the body. Boom. 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 Once, and again. Looking at Lee Su, who was almost beaten to the point of collapse of his divinity, and whose inner world was shattered countless times in the center of the tribulation, there was no sound of breathing outside the venue at this moment. Everyone clenched their fists and stared at the scene inside.
It was not just the 10 million Deo realm or the 100 million Deo realm, even the 10 billion Deo realm, even the extreme Daluo, could not look away at this moment. This thunder tribulation was not only dangerous. They also saw something completely different. They saw incredible talents, and saw the horror of the GGO. Every destruction, every reorganization. It was not a simple stalemate. As Daluo realm, they clearly captured that after each destruction, the GGO who was reconstructed again, his inner world, his body, his soul, were all getting stronger, and his basic structure was changing. The other party was actually improving himself in this situation. This was simply unbelievable. Looking at the other party's reconstruction, even Ningwuxia couldn't help but take a breath. The Deo inside was so beautiful that even the 10 billion Deo realm couldn't help but be attracted, and his own Deo couldn't help but vibrate and resonate. What a monster. The Tai broken mirror tribulation actually made me, who was at the Yibio Deo realm, improve after observing it. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. Finally, with the 9th time, that the gods and demons transformed and fell, and almost smashed Lee Su to pieces again, the terrible thundercloud above his head finally stopped shaking. The terrifying sea of thunder no longer burst out with monstrous murderous intent, but began to shake, disintegrate, and turn back into the original thundercloud. The black clouds covering hundreds of millions of miles slowly rose up, and dissipated little by little. Broken tribulation? Everyone couldn't help but take a breath, and their tense hearts couldn't help but relax a little at this moment. However, when their eyes fell on the center, even Lei Yushiansen couldn't help but frown. Too miserable. Not only was the body and soul destroyed, but the inner world was almost completely collapsed, not to mention that the central origin was also in a mess. The supreme scriptures of the saints were all shattered, and the Deo fruits inside were all half broken. The extremely magnificent halls also collapsed, leaving only half of the highest palace in the center. Not only that, the thunder tribulation had clearly stopped, and it was like the previous recovery had not appeared, and there was only a dead silence. Facing this scene, many people couldn't help but feel a shudder in their hearts. Could it be Master? Nyanzun couldn't help but change his face. Although some of it remained, it was obvious that he didn't feel any energy from it, nor did he feel any fluctuations. There was no vitality at all. At this moment, several saints were also silent, looking at the center with dim eyes. The last time, the power was increased again, almost more than double the previous one. This is why the world constructed was obviously getting stronger, but it showed a miserable situation that was worse than any moment before. Not only that, after the lightning fell just now, the opponent's true spirit disappeared. It didn't collapse, but disappeared. Even saints can't feel it, which is obviously abnormal. In other words, although the thunderclouds have dissipated, the great calamity may not have really passed. After all, if you recall carefully, Lee Su has so far passed the first 9 calamities, the second alien beast calamity, the third grass and tree calamity, the fourth heavenly eye calamity, the fifth mind calamity, the seventh heavenly god calamity, and the eighth heavenly demon calamity. So, what about the original sixth life and death calamity? Lee Su's current situation is not a normal calamity, but an accident happened. His great calamity was tampered by the aliens. In fact, it is hard to say whether the so-called heavenly gods and heavenly demons are the seventh and eighth great calamities of the ancient times. First of all, their situation is not right, and there is a difference from the records in the ancient books. Not to mention, the last 3 calamities of the 9 ancient calamities are not normal broken mirror calamities. They are all related to some things, and have cause and effect entanglements. The heavenly god calamity is related to the Pangu saint, the heavenly demon calamity is related to the 3000 demon gods, and the last one also has related things. The fundamental reason why they are gone is that the 3 things related to them are gone. So, what if this god or demon is a variation of the calamity of life and death? Question mark? The purpose is to force him into the realm of life and death. If so, it is beyond expectation. After all, if the true spirit is missing, even if these saints have great means, there is nothing they can do. The current environment is completely different from the ancient times. Some things could be done in ancient times, but not necessarily now. I'm afraid that it will all depend on this little guy himself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1072 Eternity. The Saint guessed correctly. Lee Soo was indeed in a very strange situation at this moment. Neither life nor death. It was hard to describe. The world in front of him was extremely wonderful. Not only that, because of the terrible catastrophe, he was split apart many times. Even if his consciousness did not completely collapse, it had reached a very dangerous end. That is, his personality was shattered. His memory was almost annihilated in the lightning, and all his emotions and experiences turned to ashes. The attacks of the gods and demons not only destroyed his memories physically, but also destroyed those memories from the surface of his soul. Although he successfully passed the catastrophe and completed the Dalo broken mirror. But in fact, Lee Soo at this moment was also in an extremely pure situation. Like a newborn, it was like a blank sheet of paper with nothing on it. There was no direction to move forward, no desired goals, and no memories to support his personality to continue. That's right, it's not that he didn't want to revive himself, but he didn't know what revival meant in his consciousness. Only a wisp of true spirit was left, staying in an extremely unfamiliar space. The surrounding environment was hard to describe. It was as if there was nothing, and his true spirit was just floating in it. Ignorance, no feeling, and no sensation. It was no longer about who I was, where I was, and what I was going to do, but nothing. Therefore, he did nothing, but just stood there stupidly, neither moving forward nor backward, just staying there inexplicably. Time seemed to be still at this moment. Or should we say, that there was no concept of time and space in this blank place. There is no doubt that, if a normal cultivator was restrained here like this, it would not take long for his true spirit to dissipate little by little, and eventually collapse completely due to the complete annihilation of the self. However, the weird thing was here. Although Lee Soo had nothing, and there was nothing around him, his mind was constantly turning non-stop. This is a trace. Just like after water passes through a stone billions of times, even if the water disappears, the trace is not completely eliminated, even if there is nothing inside. Lee Soo, he is very unique. His martial arts talent is average. His cultivation talent is also average, not to mention his physical talent. He is a mortal among mortals. He can be said to be an ordinary person without a doubt. Although he occasionally has some spirituality, he is undoubtedly immortal like the general public. Such an ordinary person, logically speaking, should not have come to where he is today. The reason why he can have such achievements today, build his supreme foundation, and have talents that surpass 90.99% of the geniuses in the myth world, can be said to be that God has opened a door for him, and combined with his own unique memory, it has formed a result like a bug. That's right, that is the world fragment, that is the talent waiting. As a person who is so ordinary that he can't be more ordinary, the achievements along the way, the talent waiting, can be said to occupy 99.99% of them. But there is no doubt that one thing is his. That is cultivation, almost uninterrupted cultivation. It is not a day or two, nor a year or two, but a repetitive process for thousands of years. This was an action that he never stopped for a moment, as long as his consciousness existed. Even when he was exhausted physically and mentally due to constant practice, even when his comprehension stopped, his practice never stopped. Therefore, even when only his true spirit was left and everything became blank, the trace that ordinary people needed dozens of centuries to leave, did not completely disappear. Even though he knew nothing, with the appearance of this vague trace, the ignorant true spirit gradually began to react, and was affected by this trace that was almost engraved on the origin, and could not help but perceive and seek. And it was obvious that, even if he was left with only his true spirit, his talent did not disappear. The binding of the world fragments would only end completely with true death. Otherwise it would undoubtedly still exist before that. So, his mind began to move. This movement was very scary. As long as it was related to practice, even if it was just a trace, he would have more than twice the understanding of the world's highest talent. What is that concept? It is definitely not something that can be described by having a so-called supercomputer in the brain. In short, after an unknown amount of time, Lee Su's true spirit began to burn violently, following the traces in his heart, and once again embarked on the path he had been on for thousands of years. Of course, it was very difficult. Even though Lee Su's talent bonus was extremely high, when everything was blank and even the most basic self-awareness did not exist, it was still extremely difficult to find back what he had lost. It could be said that it was just like a mortal trying to ascend to heaven. Thousands of times, and thousands of times, and thousands of times again. The whole process was extremely boring. After all, at this moment, Lee Su didn't even know what he was pursuing. But he still moved forward. After all, apart from this, at this moment, he actually knew nothing. I don't know how long it has been. It's probably that the mountain has changed its appearance hundreds and thousands of times. The river has also changed its flow direction hundreds and thousands of times. Finally, in this silent, pale, and boundless world, a very small wave was formed. This is far from being a success. In fact, it is still very far from success. The distance can even be said to be as far as the Stone Age humans wanting to land on the moon. Even so, Lee Su's true spirit could not help but fluctuate, and the origin of all life was born in a blank space. Curiosity. Even if you don't understand what curiosity is, even if you don't know what you are curious about, just like a newborn baby, from the moment you receive the first ray of information in the true sense, this curiosity about exploring things takes shape. And then, everything starts to get out of control. Yes, time. Everything is no longer important. The only thing that matters is only one. Exploration. Curiosity. That trace from the depths of the origin. Trace it. Explore it. Form it. Find it. From the first word. From the first ray of Taoism. From the first trace of law. The world began to come alive. The blank here began to show colorful. A road gradually took shape in front of his eyes. Life, soul, space, yin and yang, killing, world. The small true spirit began to grow, and the extremely sacred lines flowed into the true spirit along with the scriptures he wrote, again and again, accompanied by continuous filling. Suddenly, the depths of the true spirit began to burn. It was fire. The fire called eternity. The true spirit moved slightly, and colors began to appear in the blank light. With that eternity, everything that disappeared began to emerge quickly, be regenerated, and be formed. Memory. As the tide-like memories appeared in the true spirit opened his eyes faintly, and in an instant, countless emotions flowed out of it. From nothing to something. Born from death. Unable to help but take a breath, the true spirit remembered everything, slowly opened his mouth, and gently uttered 3 words. Life and death tribulation. Chapter 1073. After waking up from the dream, the game started. Eternity. As his memory came back, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath, sweating profusely, and was terrified. To be honest, the moment he realized his situation, he realized how dangerous that state was. He almost died. That state was very dangerous. To be honest, he was also stunned at that time. The 7 saints were all scattered, and only a trace of true spirit remained. In terms of life, he was actually dead. Although it can't be said that he was lucky to recover, if there was even a slight deviation in this kind of thing, he would undoubtedly be gone. There is no doubt that this is the closest time he has been to death since he traveled through time. The whole person was dead for a long time. Fortunately, he has broken the shackles of Tai and achieved Daluo. Otherwise, even if he was in the state of Tai, he might not be able to recover. After all, although Tai's immortality is strong and almost immortal, it is not Daluo after all, and does not have the eternal power unique to Daluo. As he woke up, Lee Su couldn't help but look around. The white world that trapped him was collapsing. It seemed that it could not be maintained because he woke up. He didn't know what was going on outside. He must not find that 1,000 years had passed in the world when he just went out, and the evil demons from outside the domain had already come in. If it became like that, it would be completely screwed. Bah. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but slap his face twice. Damn, isn't this a flag raising? No. Zhuang Zhao dreamed of a butterfly, a dream of a lifetime, but waking up was just a night. Although my own. Although it will take a little longer, it will be enough for 3 to 5 years at most, and maybe 3 to 5 days if it's good. Bang. Finally, the white space where Li Su was located was completely exploded, and his true spirit returned directly from this blank space to the outside world. At the first moment, he felt his body. No, it should be said that the body was broken. After all, the last blow was quite serious. The inner world was completely split. The 7 supreme saints were all melted, and only the broken hall was left in place. The reason why the palace was not broken was not because of how hard it was, but because his heavenly palace itself was extraordinary, integrating the 36 heavenly palaces. At least before the memory collapsed, Li Su's true spirit was not destroyed, because one of the 36 heavenly palaces was part of his palace, and blocked the fatal blow. Not only the heavenly palace, but also the fire flag. At the last moment, the fire flag rolled up his origin, and drilled into the depths of the palace. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but grind his teeth. Under the protection of the treasure and the ancient heavenly palace, he almost died. Very good. Although I don't know who did it, there is no doubt that he has remembered this grudge. After the body recovers, I will find an indestructible material and an indestructible notebook, and mark it with the eternal power I just advanced. This matter is not over yet. First of all, it is to restore his own body and stabilize the Dalo realm completely. Fortunately, in order to avoid accidents caused by the tribulation, he locked some resources in space in advance and gave them to Zinhuoqi. Not only that, he even took out a part of them and gave them to Ningwuxia for safekeeping, to avoid the destruction of his belongings due to the tribulation. After all, it was a broken mirror tribulation at the surface level of Taie, so it was better to be careful. It must be said that fortunately he had foresight. Such a big accident happened at the end of the broken mirror tribulation. Otherwise, let alone recovering his true body, he would have to go bankrupt on the spot. After the thought fell, he opened his eyes. The next second, Li Su's expression froze. He closed his eyes quickly subconsciously, stretched out his hand, and rubbed his eyeballs hard, feeling the pressure, and opened them again after confirming that his vision would not be affected. Immediately, there was a long silence, and the atmosphere was extremely suffocating. Exhaling a breath, Li Su closed his eyes again. Vision, no problem. Feeling, no problem. Hearing, no problem. Taste, no problem. After making sure that he was not the one with the problem, Li Su couldn't help laughing a little neurotically while looking at the strange scene around him. This is really amazing. He thought he was fully prepared and even thought that a dream lasting for decades was acceptable. But the scene in front of him was also absolutely amazing, completely beyond his imagination. He was on a big rock. Well, it was a bit disrespectful to say that. After all, it should be called a mountain. After all, it was quite big. Then, this mountain was floating in the starry sky. That's right, the ball under his feet was gone, and he appeared directly in outer space. Not only that, there were such broken stones flying everywhere around him. How to describe the scene? It was as if a planet was smashed by someone, and the debris was scattered everywhere. If it weren't for the remains of Li Su's body under his feet, he almost thought that he had traveled through time again and arrived in another world with his true spirit. This picture is still so beautiful. If I put it in the computer as a picture for people to watch, I'm afraid they will be unable to help but spontaneously like it, which depicts the destruction and the unknown vividly. No, what about the heavenly palace? How big is the heavenly palace? Although I feel like I have slept for a long time, I really didn't expect such a super expansion to happen. This is completely confusing, isn't it? The heavenly palace, what a huge existence. Unexpectedly, it's gone. Question mark? Is there anyone nearby? How about someone come and explain it to him? What on earth happened to make such a big heavenly palace become like this now? Unfortunately, at least in the range covered by Li Su's divine consciousness, he didn't feel any breath of life. There was a dead silence all around, only the starlight, constantly shining, and there was no other movement at all. I couldn't help but feel it. Well, the connection with the Emperor Tower is still there, although it feels very faint. It should be too far away, and I can only roughly feel the direction. Although, this means that at least the world has not changed, and I'm still in the myth world. But, how to describe this distance? It's really far. Even if Kuafu came and tired himself to death, he still couldn't reach it, right? Taking a deep breath, Lee Su had a headache. It was really hard to describe his current situation. He wouldn't really have been dreaming for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, right? It was like waking up from a dream and watching thousands of episodes of the drama he was following in one go. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a moment of silence, Lee Su still stabilized his thoughts. After all, in the current situation, it was obviously meaningless to think about what happened. The first thing he had to do was to recover, reorganize his body, and restore his strength. Only when the strength was restored would he have the energy to figure out what happened. Looking at his body, Lee Su found a terrible problem with the stiff expression. No energy. Although there was a lot of spiritual energy between the heaven and earth, it was obviously too low, too low. This little energy, let alone feeding him, might not be enough for mortals to practice. As a Dalo realm, and a Dalo realm of his level, the energy required to recover is absolutely unimaginable. Even if 3 or 5 stars are eaten, it may not be enough. There is some in the Xinhuo flag. Not only that, it is enough for him to fully recover dozens of times. But the only problem is that, in order to protect the origin, the other party brought the origin into the Xiangang he owned. Without energy, his Xiangang could not be revived, and if the Xiangang could not be revived, it naturally could not be opened. This closed loop is simply perfect. The main point is that you can look at it, but cannot use it. It's like a room full of gold, but you can't buy steamed buns. Not only that, the stars around Lee Su are not close to him. It feels that the closest ones are about the size of rice grains. In terms of the distance of his sight, it is at least tens or hundreds of light years. I don't know how long it will take to go there. In addition to a small amount of spiritual energy and radiation energy around, the main point is a Xianhu start. Chapter 1074. Half a year. Despite the dilemma, Lee Su quickly sorted out his mood. After all, in this situation, it is better to collect energy honestly than to continue to struggle. As long as the Xiangang can be restored to the state of activation, it will be enough. As long as the Xinhuo flag is contacted, there will be no big problem. The whole process, to put it bluntly, is just from 0 to 1, and then wait for the resources to be obtained and rebuild oneself. The main theme is an optimistic mood. After all, the premise of cultivation is to be able to endure loneliness. Moreover, even if only the true spirit is left, Lee Su can still feel his own strength. He is no longer Tai, but a real Daluo, who ignited the eternal fire. Fortunately, otherwise, being exposed to the universe like this, even if there is not much radiation, it is not a trivial matter for him, and he is really annihilated. Now it's good. Even if the radiation energy makes him a little uncomfortable, it can't cause direct damage to him. As time goes by capturing aura and radiation energy, he quickly gathers a lot of energy. You know what? These energies are of various kinds, and they all have different flavors. Some are overbearing, some are cold, some jump around, and some run around everywhere. It's quite interesting to absorb them, and you won't feel lonely. It's only a few minutes, and you have taken the first step towards the desired goal, and walked out the first millimeter of the long march of 10,000 miles. The results are really gratifying. It's only 10,000 miles, 30 to 50 years is enough. Damn. Lee Su almost threw the energy he just absorbed on the ground. After 30 to 50 years, the daylily is cold. Taking a breath, Lee Su couldn't help but look around. This efficiency is really too low. It must be accelerated. 3 to 5 months. No, 30 to 50 days is okay. You know what? Although there is no human, he really discovered energy. Not far from him, there is a large piece of debris, and he can feel that there is a lot of energy fluctuation on it. It should be the core of the shattered star. Although it has cooled down long ago, the radiation still remains in it. The part just absorbed is emitted from its body. Although this amount is still like a drop in the ocean, it is better than absorbing it without moving. The only troublesome thing is how to get there. After all, the distance is not close, about 3 or 4 kilometers, and there are many obstacles on the way. It is a big challenge to get there. Thinking of this, Lee Su felt a little uncomfortable for a while, and he couldn't help but feel sad. In an instant, he seemed to understand what the King of Tyrants felt when he committed suicide at Wujiang River. A distance of only 2 or 3 kilometers has become a challenge. This challenge is really worthless. Of course, one thing is one thing. Ideas are ideas, and things have to be done, and they have to be done beautifully. After calculating the distance between the two sides, the angle, and whether there is a risk of being blocked by the floating stones around, Lee Su took a breath, carefully operated the energy he had collected with great difficulty, gently pushed the body away from the position, and slowly moved towards the target. Fortunately, it is above the stars. The gravity around is not strong, otherwise it would be a troublesome thing to move. Almost an hour later, Lee Su successfully landed the body on the target position, and then he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Very good, no problem. Feeling the amazing energy inside the stone, he couldn't help but show a touch of joy on his face, and his true spirit sank directly and quickly absorbed it. After half an hour, Lee Su burped slightly, and couldn't help showing a satisfied look on his face. The whole stone provided him with about 8 units of energy. This step was undoubtedly very solid. He was only 99,992 units away from the number he needed. Moreover, with the energy replenished, his range of action also expanded. After all, he was no longer in the Taiyi realm, but Daluo. The Daluo realm is not only more powerful, but also has a completely different concept of energy use. As far as the current situation is concerned, at most 1 month, he should be able to gather a certain degree of energy to repair the body, enough to open the heavenly palace and let the Xinhuo flag come out. In this way, Lee Su kept jumping back and forth between the star fragments by constantly using energy to push the body. Some energy units are also increasing rapidly. Dozens, hundreds, nearly 1,000. In less than 10 days, almost half of them had been collected. As the energy he could control gradually increased, his strength was also recovering rapidly. Whether it was the speed of movement or absorption, it was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, after dozens of moves, Lee Su locked onto a very large stone. There was a lot of energy inside, almost the stone with the most residual radiation he had encountered before. Without any hesitation, he flew directly over. This time, it took 5 days to consume all the energy inside. Lee Su licked his tongue slightly and stopped moving. The energy collected was enough to start the next plan. Woke up from the coma, almost 20 days later. On the huge stone, Lee Su lowered his head and couldn't help but take a look at his body. His body was back, his inner world was reconstructed, and the whole was restored. This feeling of regaining what he had lost made him excited for a long time. The only thing to say about the whole process was unexpected. Of course, the process cannot be considered smooth, and met his expectations. The main reason was that he had never expected that, after reaching the Daluo realm, his capacity for absorbing resources would be so amazing. You know, the materials he left in the Xinhuo banner were 1/5 of what he got from the Golden Body alien clan, which was enough to cultivate all the resources needed for 30 Daluo realms from beginning to end. As a result, after absorbing all of them, he didn't even burp. Not to mention burping, the construction of the inner world was only less than 1/10 of the way, and it stopped. The inner world is too big. Not only is the inner world big, but after this breakthrough, after injecting energy again, there is a long river in his inner world, and I don't know how deep it is. Maybe it's not as good as the one in the world fragment, but it's big enough. I thought the resources left by the Golden Body alien clan were enough, but I didn't expect that. I still underestimated the power of this gold-eating beast. But fortunately, Lee Su didn't care much at this time. With the recovery of his basic body, soul and other aspects, his control over power and range have also greatly improved. Now, even if he just grabs the energy in the void and recovers, it is only a matter of time. Lee Su jumped up, and his power spread out again. This time, there is no doubt that both the distance and the intensity are far from comparable to before. In an instant, a large amount of radiation energy was captured by him and quickly gathered towards him. Then he also locked the first star closest to him. When he got there, at least the basic structure should not be a big problem. However, Lee Su didn't have much thought about it at the moment. After determining the direction and starting to move, his eyes quickly turned to the Xinhuo flag. Although the other party also sealed himself, at least he should know more about the time than him. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su said directly, "Brother Qi, how long have I been asleep?" To be honest, the development of things was really beyond his expectations. After all, whether it was the heavenly court or the alien race, although it was a problem, it was not a real life threatening situation. The biggest pressure on Lee Su has always been the evil demons from outside the domain, and only the evil demons from outside the domain. If all these scenes happened because he woke up too late and the evil demons came back, although it cannot be said that everything was in vain, it is not much better. The Xinhuo flag was stunned for a moment, as if it did not understand the other party's question, but after thinking for a while, it said, HMM. HMM. Almost, it has been half a year. Lee Su, who had been prepared, was stunned at this moment. Half a year? Question mark? How is this possible? It's only been half a year, why has the myth world become like this? At this moment, the Xinhuo flag seemed to find something wrong. After looking around, he said with a strange look on his face, "By the way, Kit, where are you going?" "No, I just squinted my eyes for a while. How did I run to the outside of the starry sky?" Lee Su couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this, and shook his head directly, saying, "I don't know, I woke up here." Xinhuo suddenly squatted down and said in surprise, "The distribution of stars. I always feel a little familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere." Lee Su's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but say, "Brother Qi, do you know where this is?" Xinhuo pondered for a long time. Sure enough, "I don't have any impression." Lee Su, who was full of expectation, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. "Okay, you shake slowly, I will continue to sleep. If there is nothing special next, don't call me." Xinhuo also shook directly and plunged directly into Lee Su's body. Looking at Xinhuo who ran into his long river of avenue and continued to sleep, Lee Su opened his mouth and quickly closed it. Originally, he wanted the other party to stay with him for a while until he reached the nearest star, but now it seems that the other party has reached a critical moment. The soul source obtained by the underworld is not greedy by the Xinhuo flag, but has been using it to repair its damaged body. When I looked at it just now, the crack on the flagpole was already very small, and it seemed that it was not far from recovery. Thinking that his future opponents would be mainly Dalo realm or even saints, the more complete the repair of the Xinhuo flag, the stronger it would be. Okay, let's figure it out slowly. After all, he is also in the Dalo realm, and it is not too troublesome to travel at the speed of light years. However, in just half a year, what happened in the heaven? What happened to the great sect in the myth world? Why was he alone on a broken star fragment? There are more and more questions. Chapter 1075 Behemoth. With the strength restored, the movement is naturally no longer restricted. Lee Su's eyes moved slightly, and the space quickly jumped back. The chapter of Yu King Supreme was glowing, and an unprecedented speed unfolded before his eyes. It was different. It was completely different. In just a few seconds, he had already run out of the distance that took several days to reach when he was in the Tai realm. Extending out within several light years, or thought can reach it. The universe, which should have been vast and boundless, shrank at this moment. This feeling is really hard to describe, just like a child grew up into an adult overnight, and something that originally looked huge suddenly became smaller. Standing firmly in the void, Lee Su was stunned for a long time before he couldn't help but exhale. I thought it would take 1 or 2 months to reach the nearest star, but now it seems that only 3 to 5 days is enough. I have to say that the Dalo realm is really different. The concept of Taoism and magical powers is completely different. With the recovery, everything in his body has been integrated into the long river of the great Dao. The skills are like this, the holes are like this, and everything has been integrated into his endless river. However, as long as the thought moves, the great Dao will react, and the Dao Fa will evolve. It can be said that at this moment, he has incredible power in every move, But unfortunately, his recovery is still too low. Not even 1/10 of his power is enough. If he can fully recover, it may only take one thought to destroy the world. Once he gets serious and bursts out with all his strength, the space in the star level category cannot bear it at all. He is really worthy of being the Dalo realm. As the strongest realm below the Saint, he is really strong. You have to know that he has just entered the Dalo realm. When he continues to accumulate and improve, you can imagine how powerful he will be. Feeling his own strength, the cautious Lisu couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. In this era of crisis, he felt a little confident. After all, as a Dalo realm, there are not many people in the world who can kill him. If the treasure is added, the number will definitely drop sharply, and there will be only about 100 at most. Undoubtedly, this is already very powerful, standing at the top of the pyramid. However, he should not be too proud and forgetful. Unless he reaches the top of the mountain and is sure that there is no one ahead, he should not relax too much. After thinking about it, Lisu set out again. After all, the distance is still not close. It feels like hundreds of thousands of light years. With Lisu's speed, even if he can run a distance of 100 light years in 1 minute, it will take about 3 days. Obviously, he can't reach this speed. After all, the consumption will be very large. At this moment, he is undoubtedly the most lacking in energy, so he dare not toss so much. His realm has broken through, and great changes have taken place inside. Everything has converged into a huge long river, and even the Supreme has been softened into it, and become the main pole of this long river. This long river is not only the source of his power, but also his origin. The long river is very special. The larger it is, the stronger its power is, but at the same time it is also a part of the power. Under normal circumstances, the battle in the Dalo realm can be roughly divided into 2 modes, using the avenue and burning the origin. The so-called use of the avenue means that the long river itself has power, just like a burning sun, generating terrible heat all the time, and can burn everything close to it. The same is true for the long river. The larger it is, the greater the power generated inside it. Then there is the burning of the origin, that is, fighting in a way that consumes the long river itself. Of course, this will be more terrifying, and the explosive power is far higher than using the avenue. But obviously, this kind of burning will consume the avenue. The more it burns, the more the avenue is consumed. Once it is burned out, it is also quite difficult for the Dalo realm to accept it, and there is even a risk of death. Of course, this kind of thing is generally difficult to happen. After all, the Dalo realm is not a fool, and will not run. Then there is the burning of the long river, which is completely different from the burning of life by low-level cultivators. The long river is not only huge, but also very durable. Today, Lisu obviously hasn't even recovered the long river, let alone the way of burning the origin. He only uses the power generated by the avenue. Although this will slow him down a lot, it is still acceptable. It's only 2 days, not too long. Hurry up until the 3rd day and an hour. An extremely huge red planet appeared in front of him. Judging from the situation, it should be a star with extremely huge energy and a diameter of about 300,000 kilometers. After feeling the situation of the nearby stars and making sure there were no living creatures, Lisu went in. As a Dalo realm, his thirst for energy is undoubtedly vast. Not long after Lisu went in, this huge 300,000 kilometer celestial body began to vibrate, and the terrifying energy visible to the naked eye quickly collapsed towards a certain position, and was quickly seized. Like a huge black hole, with the crazy absorption of the long river in Lisu's body, the huge celestial body that could originally illuminate tens of thousands of light years nearby began to dim rapidly. In less than half a day, a star that was almost half the size of the sun disappeared. Oh, no. It shouldn't be said to have disappeared, but shrunk. Very seriously, more than 90% of the power inside was drawn away by Lisu, and the internal collapse stopped. The huge diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers only left less than 5 kilometers of matter. Exhaling a breath, Lisu quickly flew out from inside. The harvest is good, about half a layer, which means that, if there are about 200 such stars, the power should be completely restored. He had a smile on his face, and the effect was quite good. Well, I can't suck so hard on the next planet. About half should be enough. Leave some in the fire, wait for about 1800 years, and then I can suck it again. Of course, it's not just about reuse, but mainly because stars are so bright that they are too conspicuous when they suddenly disappear. At present, he is not clear about the situation around him. If he is noticed, it will be a troublesome thing. Without hesitation, he jumped up and went straight to another star. In this way, it took about 2 months, spanning a distance of millions of light years, and Lee Soo replenished the required energy bit by bit. As his long river shook slightly, millions of diorimes burst into light, and extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. The power even distorted the hundreds of light years around him. The stars under his feet were affected, and pulled a few meters away. Lee Soo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The origin is finally complete. That feeling is hard to describe. The perfect river itself means the perfection of power. The river is constantly vibrating, and the millions of diorimes floating in it can't help but vibrate and flicker. How to say it? It feels like, if he meets the self who has just recovered his physical body, if he goes all out, he can hit himself at that time with one move, even if he ignites the origin. It can be said that there is a huge gap between this complete origin and the incomplete origin. Finally, I solved my own problem. The next step is to find out what happened in the myth world, and where I am. Just as Lee Soo was about to leave, he planned to chase the direction of the demon subduing tower that was connected to him, and look for it while walking. The next second, he couldn't help but frown and looked up not far away. There is a breath approaching. The speed is very fast, very fast. Almost every second, it is approaching in the direction of his direction at a speed of hundreds of light years, straight. The strength of this breath is undoubtedly the Dalo realm. I just don't know, is the other party passing by? Or is the target him? After thinking for a while, the void in front of Lee Soo collapsed immediately. Although he was also in the Dalo realm, and did not need to fear the other party, he should try not to fight before the situation was clear. After all, he did not know what was going on nearby, and whether the other party had helpers. Not long after he hid his body, about a quarter of an hour later, a huge shadow quickly approached and appeared near the celestial body, where Lee Soo was. What came was a creature that looked like the overlord of the ocean, a whale. The difference was that its tail was not a fin, but a jellyfish-like tentacles, many of them, very long. Looking at this thing, Lee Soo, who was hiding in the space, could not help but take a breath, and his eyelids could not help but jump. Because this thing obviously had nothing to do with the creatures in the myth world known to Lee Soo. Apart from anything else, the size of the individual alone was enough to explain everything. After all, the largest creature in the myth world was not as long as the tentacle on the tail of this guy, and the body was close to hundreds of thousands of kilometers, larger than a planet. No, what the hell is this? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.